Rick is holding down the fort. Ted is helping until 4, and then Yosef is helping from Israel. So things should be kosher, but if they're not, those are like the people to contact. But I'll be back in 6 hours and excited to continue with this journey. I'm really excited about everyone that I'm going to hear and that I'm going to hear later, because I won't be able to hear them tonight. But I'll go ahead and put the link in the Zoom for the live stream. And then Ted, I'm going to hand it over to you. We also have Russell helping from Thailand, I believe. Russell appeared on our presentation on Clubhouse to talk about this event. So welcome, Ted, to the stage. The microphone is yours.
Good morning, then. Thank you so much. I'm Ted Ryder, and I'm going to be speaking today. I'm actually just hopping in here, filling in for someone else, I believe, who was at the midnight slot. And I don't remember what he was speaking about, but that is not what I'm speaking about, whatever he was supposed to be speaking about. I'm speaking about Judaism, intimacy, and psychedelics. And I know there are a couple people who are joining us. And so, Tay, let's just start with a little bit of music. There you go. If you can hear that music, you just say hello. Let me know it's working there. Just a little bit of background as we're getting started. And we're okay with this music, actually. We're good. So let's just go ahead and get situated. I know some of you have been on here for hours, and if you want to stand up and just move around a little bit, that'd be great. Just get your body flowing a little bit. It sounds like we're coming from all over the world. I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area, and it's good to have you here from wherever you might be. We have some people in Asia, some people in Europe who will be coming in the next few minutes. And in Maui. All right, Christina. Thanks for being here from Maui. Sounds like a lovely place to be right now. And if some of you are hanging out with your camera off, you just want to put where you're from, love to see that as well. Washington, beautiful. All right. Well, welcome. Stop the sharing here. Welcome. Nice to have those of you who are here with us in this fine evening. It's midnight on the West Coast. Midnight on the West Coast of California. From Japan. Oh, I know you, David. Nice to see you. Currently midnight on the West Coast of California. I don't know where you might be logging in from, or perhaps you're watching this a little later. Today, we're speaking about Judaism, intimacy, and psychedelics. And they are three topics. You might know a whole bunch about one and nothing about another. You might have a sense of how they connect. And I'm happy to open this up at some point for a conversation around how this connects for you, or what you see might be possible in this whole world of intimacy and psychedelics. So I'm going to break that down for you so you understand what I'm talking about, because certainly I'm sure you have your own ideas when I say those words together. By way of introduction, I am Ted Ryder. I am a rabbi. I was ordained 26, 27 years ago now by the Hebrew Union College, and as a rabbi, and then later ordained again by the Renewal Movement as a mashpia, as a spiritual director. And I served congregations for most of those 26, 27 years, many years in Southern California, and then moving around the country a little bit as an interim rabbi, helping synagogues go through their own transitions, whether that was an identity transition or helping them go through their professional transitions, their leadership transitions. And along that way, studied many different things. Was always really interested in how people change, not just how people grow up, but how they go through their own evolution. And diving into Jewish tradition, into Jewish text, was a great way for me to learn the Jewish perspective of how do people go through changes in life? How do people bring intentional changes in particular to life? And one thing I found along the way was something called Musar. So Musar is a couple hundred years old. Some people say thousands of years old, but more likely just a couple hundred years old, by Yisrael Salanter, who created this system, this technology for how we bring change into our life. And so he looked at different midot, different values that people carried through life, or traits, I think is a better word, that people carried through life, and how they might change over time. Now, it could be things like anger, generosity, compassion, happiness, joy, gratitude, these types of parts of our character. And how do we bring those to change? So we developed this method for doing so. And that really attracted me many years ago as I was going through my own development as an adult, as a Jew, as a man in this world. That kind of change led me to how do organizations change? And it was through this practice that I started to understand this is a healing opportunity. When people go through change, when organizations go through change, it's an opportunity not just to grow as an organism or as an organization, but to really bring a wholeness, a healing to the world. And in doing so, really touched on something that I had been working on since I was 12, which was the concept of tikkun olam. How do we bring healing to the world? And what I realized along the way was how we bring healing to the world is often just one person at a time. It's often just taking that one value and empowering it and giving life to it. Those kinds of studies, those kinds of technologies led me to a teacher in California. I ran into him in the Bay Area in Berkeley. He was teaching a class on relationships. And specifically, it was the embodiment part of relationships. His name is John Wineland, not a Jewish man, but a great teacher. I would just bring his name into this setting as one of my teachers. And he taught about an embodiment. And I grew up, perhaps like many of you did, in a very heady kind of Jewish world where our body, like this part of the body, was not part of the equation. It was only this part, only the head part of the body that was really part of the Jewish equation. But through his teachings, I learned how to touch into my own body, to become aware of the energies running through me, to know where my heart space was, to know where my feeling, my body was at that space. And through this work, the embodiment work, I started learning how to be in relationship in a way that was frankly healthier than how I had done it for most of my life. This changed the way I rabbied, for instance. I would start, though I had been trained in premarital counseling in the 90s. It was the embodiment work that really started to change how I worked with couples as they were preparing to go into marriage, or people who were in relationship or trying to move out of relationship even. And so the embodied part became really super important. And around this time, I also started meeting more people in the medicine community. And to be quite honest, as I met people in the medicine community, I pretty much dismissed them. I said, well, the medicine that you're taking to get to this place of connection, this place of awareness, is kind of just a cheating shortcut. Instead, we can get the same place through breath. We can do holotropic breathing. We can do tantric breathing. We can move our energy. It just takes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes of really hard breathing to connect there. And medicine was kind of a cheating shortcut. And then someone asked me to participate. A man I didn't know, but we were connected through a third friend, came to me and said, hey, we're looking for a rabbi to do a mushroom program. And I said, well, that sounds really cool. I don't know anything about mushrooms. And this was like 7 years ago, at a time where we weren't having 24-hour forums like this. And so he asked me to get involved, to do some kind of program with Jews and mushrooms. And I said, I know nothing about it. He set me up with a shaman. I did a journey. It was pretty amazing. And I still came back to him and said, hey, that was amazing, but I'm still not ready to put my name on it. I'm still not ready to do, we're on YouTube live right now, and this is going to be recorded and sent out. I'm not ready to put my name on something like this. It was too edgy for me. But I continued to do my own work, continued to work with my own guides, my own shamans, meeting with friends, sharing ideas, being in my own journeys. And as I progressed through that, I got to the place where it was just simply undeniable. I got to this place in my own journeys where I realized, oh, this is an amazing tool. And if I really want to help heal the world, if I really want to help heal the world through individuals and through relationships, then it's time to take a bigger step. And so I did. And today I want to speak a little bit about intimacy in Judaism. And then we're going to talk a little bit about psychedelics in Judaism. And we're going to talk a little bit about intimacy and psychedelics. And then we're going to give you a little assignment and see what you can come up with on your own. So if you've been paying attention to the last number of hours, I think it's already been 14, 15 hours that this program is going on. There's been some amazing speakers coming out and talking about, where is there a place, or is there even a place for mind-altering substances within Judaism? But I don't think anyone's spoken about intimacy yet. Maybe they have, maybe I just missed it. But if not, let's hop into there. And let's think of it this way. I'm going to just read something to you from it's toward the beginning of the book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Let me just read this. And now, and this is just something I pulled right off Safaria. I did not have a chance to change it for gender appropriate language, so I may do it as we go, but if you'll just bear with me. And now, O Israel, give heed to the laws and rules that I'm instructing you to observe, so that you may live to enter and occupy the land that Adonai, the God of your fathers, is giving you. You shall not add anything to what I command you, or take anything away, but keep the commandments of your God that I enjoin upon you. You saw with your eyes what God did in the matter of Baal Peor, that your God wiped out from among you every person who followed Baal Peor. So that's this God that we're not supposed to follow. And all of this is just getting this line. God did all of this while you held fast to your God all our life today? So we get over and over again this word, davak, or devekut, this idea of holding fast to God. And we get this over and over in the book of Deuteronomy, for one. A few chapters later, it says, you must revere Adonai, only your God shall you worship, to God shall you hold fast, and by God's name shall you swear. So one of the central tenets of Judaism is to have this connection, this cleaving to, this clinging to with God. That's seen as this beautiful high value. If we can just cling to God, then we've made it. Right? That's one of the great goals of certainly the book of Deuteronomy. Much of our tradition is finding that God connection. And I have to say that though I read this, many, many times, no doubt growing up, I grew up in a fairly progressive branch of Judaism in the Reform movement. And we never spoke about what it meant to cleave to God, to cling to God. In fact, probably if we had, we would have just skipped over it. God was more a concept than a personal connection. But here we can't really deny it. Here is in the book of Deuteronomy multiple times where it says we should cling to God. And so devekus, this idea of clinging, of cleaving, actually is very important in the Hasidic world. But what we don't often see is the connection to this. And here is really, I think, the key. In the book of Genesis, we have the creation of human beings. And it says, therefore, achen, therefore a man leaves his parents, his father and mother, and it uses the same word, clings to his wife, so that they can become one flesh. So if we use the exact same words in different places within our Torah texts, we often say there's some kind of connection. And if cleaving, davek, to God is so central, such an important thing, something to reach for, if clinging to God is something to reach for, davek, then when it uses the same word with our partner, here it says a husband and wife, a man and a woman. I'm going to extend that beyond these hetero and cis definitions, expand it to the full spectrum of who we are and how we relate. But if we davek with God as the top value, and we davek with our partner, then that also has to become a top value. So intimacy in Judaism with our partner is like our relationship with God. So relationships are sacred, or relationships at least have the potential, that's what I want to talk about today, have the potential to be sacred when we hold it in that space. So just sit there for a moment. So we don't often think about relationships in this way. We don't often think of them as sacred. They can be beautiful. They can be wonderful. They can be full of love. They can be convenient. But when we think of them as, no, it's davek, it's devekus, it's connection, it's cleaving. But that's really the importance. Wow, that really takes our relationship to a different space. So I want to hold that over here. Part of my training over the past 10 years has also been in the tantric world, and specifically with the masculine and the feminine energies that we each embody. So I have a masculine and feminine. Each of you has a masculine and feminine. We sometimes call them a divine masculine and a divine feminine. Those are beautiful terms. Honestly, the first time I walked into a workshop where we were talking about masculine and feminine, I almost walked out. I came from this, as I said, this good liberal background where men and women are all the same. And when I started hearing masculine and feminine, I was still only connecting it with our genders. And once I started to pull it apart, to realize that I have a masculine and a feminine. My masculine is kind of like the container. My feminine is everything that animates it, everything that gives it life. Then our Torah text started to have a different language to it. When I realized the masculine was the container, the masculine is consciousness, the masculine is structure, and the feminine is everything that animates it. It's feelings, it's love, it's everything that moves, it's music, it's wind, it's our breath. I started to look at our Jewish tradition through the same lens and started recognizing where the masculine and the feminine come through our tradition. And in one place that really kind of walloped me was around Shabbat. Shabbat is the ultimate union of the masculine and the feminine. We're supposed to shamor v'zachor. We're supposed to guard, keep that structure, and then remember. Thoughts. Structure is the masculine. Thoughts are the feminine. And when we take that one extra step and we recognize the value that we've often given to sex on Shabbat, this man and a woman, or two people, let's take it again outside of gender. Let's just bring two people coming into it. We're told that we get this extra soul on Shabbat. And when we started thinking of Shamor and Zachor, this divine masculine, divine feminine coming together on this higher plane, let alone our bodies, which may be man or woman, but when the masculine and feminine come together, that is part of the beauty and the sanctity of Shabbat. Thanks, Christina, for popping some of those things in. The unification of opposites, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I want to take all of those things now. So we have Dveikus, this idea of connection, cleaving to our partner as a way of connecting with God. And then also our divine masculine or divine feminine, bringing those together in a way of creating oneness. I want to take all of that and we're just going to put it on the shelf for a few moments. We'll come back to it. We're going to put it all on the shelf for a few moments. Now I want to pop out of intimacy and just speak a little bit about Judaism. And specifically why we're here today for this 24 hours. We're talking about psychedelics. We're talking about mind-altering substances. We're talking about altered states. And I would offer that Judaism, if nothing else, is a mindfulness practice. The reason we have so many blessings to say every day, when we see a sunrise, when we get out of bed for the first time, when we take a bite to eat, when we wash our hands, when we see a beautiful person, when we see an ugly person, we have a tradition of looking at every moment and being mindful of it. Every moment and being mindful of it. Judaism is a mindfulness practice. It's an awareness practice. That is perhaps the most mind-altering state we can be in. One of being totally aware of where we are. Right? And especially today, right? We have so many distractions. We have phones. We have all in kind of information coming at us all the time. We as human beings are typically pretty distracted. And so Judaism, through a teaching of mindfulness, brings us to an altered state in the sense of, oh, we're totally keyed in to this moment. And we see it over and over again, not just in our own history, but through our text. So, for instance, what's the call to our ancestors? God says, "Where are you?" Moses says, "Hineni." Abraham says, "Hineni, I'm here." Moses says, "I'm here." God certainly knew where the people were. But our theology teaches us that there's kind of just a being here, like we're all here and still out, and totally being here. And Judaism calls on us to be present, to be unlike the rest of society, but to be fully present. I'm going to take this one step further. There's a fully present where I'm with you. And I'm not distracted by what's out there. And there's also a presence that I feel with my body, you here with me. I can feel right now my wife in the other room. I can feel, certainly those of you who have cameras on, I can feel you in this space. That's not our normal way of doing things. That is an altered state of being where we're totally present to the person in front of me, but to the people beside me, and by extension, the world. How more connected can we be? Listening to Ram Dass, right? Be here now. How more present can we be? How more alternative? How more an alternative lifestyle is it when we're actually present? In our Jewish tradition, we have this tradition of being present, right? That becomes another high value. So earlier we were talking about dveikus, this clinging, this connection, this cleaving to God. We talked about divine masculine, divine feminine, but now we're also talking about this altered state, or as someone wrote in the chat here, an expanded state, an expanded consciousness, the Hineni consciousness, which says, I'm here with you. Now, one tradition within Judaism says that comes through study, that diving into text, that's where we get this expanded view. Some will say, no, it's actually through the body. It's through dance and joy. It's through celebration that we find that expanded state, or that altered state. And I think that's all true. And if we miss some of the key words, if we miss some of the hints within our written tradition, or archaeology even, then I think we're missing something big around Judaism. We're just starting to grapple with it. And it's about using substances. As I said before, we can study, we can sing, we can dance. These are all ways of getting into that Hineni presence, in that dveikus, in that clinging place. But our tradition says that something else was happening as well. We don't know exactly what it was, but something else was happening. Right? We have all of these texts, certainly within the book of Leviticus, but elsewhere as well, into the Talmud, into other texts that we have from our tradition, that say that we offered as sacrifices, as offerings, up on the altar, whether it was the altar at the temple in Jerusalem or whether it was altars as we traveled on our journeys for 40 years, we offered incense. We offered something that was an olfactory sense, something that charged up our sense of smell, and by that way created connections. But it also opens us to what was there in addition to that smell. What were the properties of it? Now, we know that smell brings up all kinds of memories. And so we can walk into the house like this past week, if you're in the United States, and maybe you smelled turkey cooking or you smelled a pie baking, and those bring up all kinds of memories. And so perhaps the incense or the smells that were brought to the altar brought up people's memories and helped them get into the moment. But it's absolutely possible that they had some other characteristics, that these substances that were burned, that were offered, had some other characteristics which may have altered the state of being. They may have provided this place for dvekus, clinging. They may have provided this place for the hineni. I am totally here within my body now. I'm totally here with you. One of these practices comes up with what we learn about for the high priest. So the high priest was instructed to go into the Holy of Holies. They were to wear certain garments. They were to cleanse themselves in certain ways. So it's all about set and setting. How are we presenting ourselves? What's the state of mind that I need to be in so that I can go and represent the people of Israel, or later the Jewish community, in front of God in this Holy of Holies? And we were told that they would go in there and they would burn wood, acacia wood, which we know has DMT in it. So it's similar to what ayahuasca does. And we don't know if they did anything to drink it the same way, but we know they burned it. And so perhaps that brought them to a different space. But they would essentially fill up this Holy of Holies with smoke, make a hot box out of it. And from there, connect with God. Plead for the Israelite people. Plead for another year of blessings. Plead for being written into the book of life rather than the book of death. And so what kind of state were they in? Certainly they were in a state of connection. Did it come just through prayer? Did it come through the garments that they wore? Did it come through this offering they made, the smoke that perhaps changed their body chemicals, their chemistry? We don't know. But it certainly opens up for interesting questions. We also know now that just from archaeology that the cannabis, something like it, was used in that area in the Middle East. So we know that there were compounds that were available. Is it something that we have exactly today? I don't know. But it's compounds that perhaps put their leadership, at least, in a different state of being, where they could connect with God and therefore represent the Jewish people or the Israelite people at that time, and therefore make it into a new year. So here we have intimacy. We have psychedelics. And now let's talk about how the two work together. I'm guessing that most of you are along this path somewhere along the psychedelic path. You've tried it, you're interested in it. If you're just watching this video for the first time, maybe you just came across it, thought that the title was interesting. But I want to share a little bit with you about my own journey.
Yeah, please do. This is fascinating, man. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Mhm.
So as I said, my journey started because someone else asked me to be involved. And at the time I said, I have no experience in this. a couple of recreational things in college, no real experience. I certainly didn't want to put my own name on anything. But I started doing it privately and started meeting with people who could really guide me and bring me along this journey. And so it started with mushrooms, and it was an interesting experience with mushrooms. One in which I was going with the question of I don't feel like I belong. And maybe many of us who grew up in the Jewish community have this feeling of, I don't belong here. Maybe I'm not safe here, because of a story we were told, because of an experience we had. Maybe it was an epigenetic, something that just kind of sticks in our DNA, not really feeling safe wherever we are. And so I thought that on this journey, I would clear everything up. Boom, I do a journey and now I feel like I belong. And I was wrong. That's not really how it works, but I didn't know. On this journey, instead, I got the message that it's okay, none of us belong. And I remember being in the middle of the journey saying, wait, that's not supposed to be the answer. This is supposed to make me feel better. I belong. We all belong. And the message was pretty clear. No, no one belongs. And that's okay. And that's okay. And I was kind of relieved and puzzled at the same time. And for months, I worked on integrating that idea. What does it mean that we all belong? And it took some time before I stepped back into that space again. And with the same substance, sometimes different substances, to really work on other patterns, other stories that I was holding on to see what else I could do with it. And what I learned along the way was that there were certain medicines, and I would say sacred medicines, that gave me a sense of what was possible. The substances themselves did not change things. The substances themselves did not heal me, did not make everything better. But the substances did open doors for me. They did become a tool with which I could have new understandings, with which I could break old patterns, with which I could bring healing. And once I started working in that space just on my own, I quickly realized what a tool it was. Because by this point, I had been working with individuals for over 20 years, couples for over 20 years, on improving relationship to themselves, improving relationship to their partner or partners or future partner, improving relationships to the divine. And it was in these steps, I realized, all the work we've done in conscious conversations, conscious communication, even the embodiment work, feeling into my partner, empathy work, Musar work, as I started by speaking about a while ago. All of those tools were great tools. But sometimes we had such sticking places that we had difficulty really being Hineni. Here I am, God, or here I am, my partner, or here I am, myself. And one thing that some of these medicines were able to do, they were able to help me see what was possible. So the shames that I've been carrying, the fears that I had been carrying, through some of the medicines, I saw, I don't actually have to hold those anymore. I don't actually have to I don't have to cleave to old stories. Using that word already, might as well use it a little differently. I don't have to cleave to those old stories that I've held in my body for so long. And so that's what medicine became. And I started bringing it to individuals who are working through their relationship to anger or to grief or the relationship to pleasure or joy. And through medicines, help them see, oh, here's what is possible. Started working with couples doing the same thing. So many couples were stuck on old stories that they had, right? Because he, many years ago, would belittle me. She, many years ago, betrayed me. He, many years ago, or many weeks ago, or yesterday, said this to me. And people held on to those stories and didn't want to let them go until we started showing them what was possible. And so that's what I found with medicines, especially with relationships, that helps us break through old stories. Sometimes stories I tell myself from my childhood, like, oh, I don't really belong here. Some are old stories that we have from our relationship, like she's so controlling. So it helped me see some of those patterns and let go of some of those patterns. It helps couples let go of some of those patterns. It helps couples connect with each other and really have a Hineni moment with each other. It helps people connect without the veils sometimes that we put on to our communication because I don't want to hurt that person. It helps us listen. Oh, now I hear what she's saying. Before, when she was saying it, I needed to defend myself. I needed to push back. I needed to check out. But with medicine in my body, actually, I can listen to what she's saying in a way that I couldn't hear her before. I can be Hineni in a way I couldn't before. It shows us what's possible with unconditional love for each other. It's possible. It's just what's possible with freedom, with belonging. And so medicine, for me, has helped people fulfill this biblical understanding of what it means to connect with our partner. That they cleave to each other, right? They become one with each other in the same way that ideally we become one with God. Which is why I call most of my programs something like sacred intimacy or spiritual intimacy, because I recognize that it's more than simply a casual relationship, or it can be more than simply a casual relationship. If you have questions, you're willing to, welcome to put them into the chat. And hopefully I'll get to some of these. But I want to break down a little bit about what I do when I'm with couples, when I'm working with couples. One is, and I think this is important to do with any journey that you're on, whether you're doing it solo or with someone else, is intention setting. Right? Just as the high priest would set the intentions for this is my state of being as I walk into the Holy of Holies, and this is what I'm hoping will come out, right? Which is teshuvah for the people, which is repentance and forgiveness for the people, right? As I'm going into this journey, this is my intention. My intention is to connect with my partner in a way that we've never connected. To let go of those old stories, let go of those old wounds, but really to connect in the here and now. Or maybe my intention is I simply want to feel good in my body. And there's nothing wrong with feeling good in your body. In fact, I don't think we do it enough. It might be I want to open up myself to spirit. I want this to be a communion, not just with my partner, if they're with me, but with God, or through them, God. So what's my intention? I think it's super important. For me, I like to write it out. And when I'm with clients, walking them through this, we write it out together. So they have something there that's sitting with them they can keep referring back to when they're in this journey. Here's my intention for it. And honestly, it's something that I believe we should hold lightly. We should hold it, but not hold it and squeeze it. Oh, this is my intention. But okay, here's my intention. I'm just going to hold it lovingly. And hopefully we'll touch my intention. Maybe we won't. My role as a guide is to bring people back into their intention. But sometimes that's just not what's up. Yes, that's a beautiful intention. And it would be great to go there. But right now, the medicine is taking us in a little different direction. And we're just going to honor that as well. So what's my intention? The second thing is to be in practice. So what are the practices I'm going to bring into this journey? And so for me, it's all about breath, teaching people to breathe together, people to eye gaze, people to really connect when they're with each other. But even if they're solo, there's a breath work to be in touch with my own body. Because we'll see what we're going to do in a minute with it. But I'm going to teach people practices for connecting with their own body, for connecting with their partner. Some of them are breath work, some are verbal. How do we speak during this time to be really intentional with it? Bring people into a journey where we go back into those practices. So we don't usually go so deeply that people can't follow along, but we go deep enough so that they can let go of everything that's holding them back and then just go into breath, go into movement, go into connection, go into pleasure, go into experience of it all. And one of the beautiful things about being able to do that with medicine is that we can stay there longer. With big breath work, I can do that for half an hour or an hour and be totally worn out, be totally connected, but totally worn out. With much less effort, I can do it with medicine and be there for hours. And so we're going to take it into that practice and really install it in their body. So there's intention, there's the actual journey, and then there's the integration afterwards. And integration, the key is for me to go back into those practices, to remind the head what the body already knows about feeling comfortable with my partner, about letting go of some of my defenses with my partner, of connecting with my partner, being hineni with my partner. My body now knows about dvekus. My body now knows about this clinging. Clinging probably isn't a great word. Clingy is like, but it's a cleaving is one of the old translations. Becoming in union with. There's another way to look at it. But this closeness, that becoming oneness, that's what our body learned in the journey. And that's what we can go back to afterwards to remind our body what it already knows. So we have just a few minutes left. This is going to be a writing exercise for you. So if you have a paper and pen to write on, that's great. If you don't,
oh man, this has been awesome to hear. I guess if you're opening it up for other people to chat, so much of what you're talking about was stuff that I had discovered, on this, from when I first started growing mushrooms 3 years ago. Over the course of 2 years, went through this transformation, kind of experience. But it started off with the Hineni. For me, I was out in the forest and I just got, whammied with some cosmic wisdom. And it was one of those, when you make that connection, it's just something, anyways, I wasn't sure. I just kind of intuitively concluded that the burning bush story had to be some allegory for a psychedelic experience, or if not, I made it into one. But yeah, that too. And then also, discovering within the balancing out the feminine and male energy, rocket launched me off to like a whole new level of mushroom experience, you know, like
Yeah.
from one top floor to like more opening up above it. And so, yeah, no, too, I incorporated meditation and some qigong, you know, exercises into my psychedelic experiences. It was like a reverse integration thing.
Yeah.
But now,
Yeah.
you know, still do it even when I'm not on mushrooms. Obviously, you know,
See, and Rick, that's the key. That's
yeah.
absolutely the key. The reason that I love that you bring, do you say qigong or tai chi? Would you?
Yeah, it's these right, yeah, it's a ancient sorry, my dog was barking out
Sorry,
there.
sorry.
Yeah, you know, it's just kind of through martial arts and
Great,
kung fu. I picked up qigong along the
great.
way.
So
Um,
qigong is one of the things I love to bring into these practices because what it does is it many of the poses, the movements stress our body, right? They stress our nervous system, and we can do something called a chi generator, right? We're kind of
right.
like in a horse stance, our hands are here,
Yeah.
and you know I can stay there for a pretty long time, just
Right.
normally after doing that for a number of years, but
Yeah.
doing it with medicine helps me go a little longer,
Right.
and
Yes.
it helps my body understand that even
Yeah.
in this place of discomfort or
Right.
even pain, like I try not to go to pain, but in this place of
Yeah.
discomfort, I'm
It's
I'm still okay. I'm
yeah.
still safe. And that's such an important learning for our own body to know that I can be uncomfortable and
Yeah.
still be safe. Because when we take it back to relationships, right? When my
Right.
partner is upset, my
I am so
partner's hurt,
sorry. I have to go get my dog. She's at
go get
barking
your
at
dog.
my neighbor. I will be back in 1 second.
I'm going to keep talking about it.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
when my partner is doing something, not that
Nobody.
she would ever do anything to cause me any discomfort,
Right.
that I can still be there and be safe because my
Right.
body now knows this. And so that's why I think it's so important to bring some of these practices in and then to remind our body, oh, this is how it works. So, hey, I want to take a moment if people do have paper to do a quick assignment.
Okay.
The assignment is this. It's an intention setting for the next time that you do a journey on your own, or intention for the next time you do a journey by yourself. Doesn't really matter.
Right.
And it's this. So it's set and setting. One is if I could create this space in any way possible, what would I want there? And maybe it's certain music. Maybe I want to dress a certain way. Maybe it's just like beanbag chairs. Maybe it's out in the forest. Maybe it is that there's incense. And maybe it's that the lighting is a certain way. So just the intention of this is what I would want. And add to that I'm solo or with a partner, because it'd be either one. But this is the thing I'm creating with a guide or not with a guide. I would always encourage with a guide. But this is what I'm creating. This is the environment that I'm putting together. What would make this place sacred? Right? 'Cause this is not just clubbing. This is taking this to a different level. What would make this space sacred? Then who would I need to be? How do I need to show up to make this possible? Yeah. Maybe it's the dieta. Maybe I need to prepare for weeks. Maybe I need to cleanse my body in a certain way. The third question is, what would I hope for an outcome? And again, I said this before, that you can hold that outcome, but I would encourage you to hold it lightly. Don't squeeze it too much. It's going to be what it's going to be. But without the intention, I think it's harder to get to any place. So we've set up the surroundings, right? The environment I'm in. Who do I need to be to show up, or what do I need to do so I can show up that way? Right? And then what's the intention? And now zoom out a little bit from the ego, which created all those things. Sorry, your ego created all those things you just wrote down. And pull out a little bit to ask, and how do I make this sacred? How do I make this dvekus? How do I make this cleaving, this clinging, the divine?
That was it?
That is it. That's what you're going to take into your next journey. I just put into our chat 2 ways to be in touch with me. One is tedryder.com. The other is Instagram at tedrydertalks. You're welcome to contact me there. I have more content about sacred journeys, about the intersection of sexuality and relationships with psychedelics and with Judaism. Don't always lead with Judaism, but happy to always talk about it. And certainly as an ordained rabbi and a mashpia spiritual director, it's always been a big part of my life. So I don't hide it, but it's not the first thing I lead with. But you're welcome to follow me there. You're welcome just to ask questions. Hey, I'm doing this on my journey, or this is what I'm thinking about, and what do you recommend? Happy to just hop on a call with you, on a video call with you, or a phone call, and just share some ideas and support you along the way.
Well, that was awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not sure who's on next. I didn't get. Oh, is it? Hi, Alicia.
Hey,
Alicia. Alicia.
Alicia.
Okay, it's good to see you again. I love your hair.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you. And Ted, I'm sorry I missed the beginning of your talk. It sounded so good.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to yours as well.
Okay, great. It's going to be more of a little conversation, hopefully. Okay. So I'm just going to start us off by sharing a little song. I'm going to share a song with us.
I'm sorry. Are you playing? Is it copyrighted? If we play something copyrighted, we could get the stream shut down. Just an FYI. If it's something you wrote, that's all good. Or it's royalty free or whatever.
It's from Spotify. Okay, I'll just play it. I think we're gonna be good. I think we're okay.
Yeah, that doesn't quite
Doesn't work. No.
Yeah, I wouldn't play it if you don't know for sure that it's royalty free, because we could lose the whole.
Oh, it's not. I don't know if it's royalty free. It's a song by it's by Boccia Levine. I can't play it.
Yeah, if
don't even risk it if you don't know for sure. It's that fucking serious.
down.
Okay, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna sing it.
Okay.
Oh, excellent idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna be off camera for just a sec, but I'm still here.
Okay. Okay, hello everyone. May I be empty and open to receive the light. May I be empty and open to receive. May I be full and open to receive the light. May I be full and open to receive. May I be empty and open to receive the light. May I be empty and open to receive. May I be full and open to receive the light. May I be full and open to receive. May I be empty and open to receive the light. May I be empty and open to receive. May I be full and open to receive the light. May I be full and open to receive. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That
Okay,
was
I'm
awesome.
just
I've got to go to lectures. Hopefully see you later, everyone.
Oh man, thank you so much for showing up, Steve. It was good to see you again. Sorry you got to bail out.
okay. So we've lost Steve and Rick. I see you're there.
Yeah.
I know, great. I know there's some other folks there too. So to begin, I just want to welcome everyone here, and we have an hour, and I want to thank you. I want to thank you, Rick, for holding the space right now. I know it's 1 o'clock in the morning where I am, and I
Yep.
probably where most, I don't know if it's where most of you are too.
Mhm.
And I want to welcome you, and I want to welcome in all of the elements as well. I'd like to welcome in the element of air into the space with us, air that surrounds us. Air carries our sounds through each other, gives us spaciousness inside ourselves, spaciousness between each other. I want to welcome you, air. I would also like to welcome water into the space. I'd like to welcome water that cleanses us, water that washes through us, water that reminds us about the flow of life and that we need to flow in all the ways. If we have technical issues, we need to flow. When we make mistakes in life, we have to flow, and finding that ease. I want to welcome in the element of fire. That fire that keeps us going. It fuels us, that fire inside that makes us feel alive, that inner spark. So I want to invite the fire inside all of us. Fire, welcome.
Mhm.
And I want to invite earth into the space, the element of earth. Earth that grounds us, earth supports us, earth nourishes us. So I want to welcome in all of those elements with us. And I also want to invite into our little space today, Shekhinah, divine presence that dwells amongst us, this sacred energy that is here on our earth, right here. It's not up there unattainable, but the earthly Shekhinah, we invite you into this space. And I also just want to invite in all of our magical, witchy Jewish ancestors into this space as well, as we hopefully have a little conversation on intersections between psychedelics and Jew witchery. And then I would also just like to welcome the ancestors of all the lands who are on the indigenous ancestors, and I'll just let you know that I'm calling from, and I live on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples here in Vancouver, British Columbia. So I want to welcome ancestors from this land as well. Okay. So what I'm gonna do today is I can't see any of you, so that's okay.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, you are there. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I would love to, if we want to, we can have a little conversation later. I have oops, where did it go? I have some things I'd love to share with you, some overall thoughts, and then I have some questions about to stimulate conversation. Here we go. And then the other thing that I have is obviously my deck of tarot cards that I have everywhere with me. So you never know, if we get to a place, I can always draw them out and see what the cards might have to contribute to our conversation.
All right.
So to begin, I thought I'd like to tell you a little bit about my psychedelic Jewish journey. I guess I'll start off talking about maybe my Jewish journey and then a little bit psychedelics, and then I have some questions for us. So I didn't even introduce myself. So my name is Alicia. My pronouns are she and her. I told you I live here on Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh homelands in Vancouver, BC. I'm Ashkenazi Jewish, with my ancestors Russian and Polish, and as for my Jewishy things, I'm sort of affiliated with a Jewish Renewal Synagogue here. I've been working in the area of Indigenous health research and policy for many, many years, and I do a lot of spiritual work on the side and health equity and psychedelic work as well. So as for my Jewish journey, I have an article about this on Lilith magazine, but it kind of started when I turned 40. I'm 44, with a tarot deck. Somebody gifted me a tarot deck. And so I started learning about tarot. It really hit it off. And I became very interested in magic and intuition, I guess. I started off with intuition because that's how tarot works. If anyone here does tarot readings, the main currency is intuition. You draw a card and you kind of see what comes to you. So in doing this, that's how I started to find out about magic. It was through tarot circles. And so there was there was a sort of a magic class, and there is a local community of witches out here in British Columbia called the BC Witch Camp. So I connected with some of those folks. And actually, I guess I should say, maybe it was even before that with tarot, before when I was trying to when I was exploring, I had used this tarot deck someone got me, but I'd never used the original Rider-Waite-Smith deck. And then I sat down with a bunch of people at this tarot, and I was asking about intuition. That's when they suggested to start going into intuition. And it was the first time that I looked at the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, and I saw cards like this. Oops, so this is the Wheel of Fortune. I don't know if you can see some of the letters around the side of the wheel, but you'll see they're the letters Yud He Vav He, which is the tetragram name for God. And when I saw this, and I also saw this is on when I looked at the Temperance, which has the same letters on the chest of an angel, I exclaimed to the group, I was like, look at these 4 letters. And nobody was Jewish. They didn't understand what I was talking about. And here I felt like I had this very special connection to tarot and to this. So that was very exciting. So then I went to meet all these other witches. I took some classes on magic. And what I found was I felt very Jewish in those spaces. And I tried to find out, how do I carve a Jewish space in this sort of witchy environment. So I kind of had to, I guess, explore myself. And I had a friend who's Indigenous. And so they had their own rituals, and they and I would go out and we would have our own rituals together. I would call them Indigu-witchy rituals. And they would be outside at the beach. And we would actually, we would go on these journeys, and we would take some LSD, and often it would be sometimes on an intentional phase of the moon, lunar phase, such as the full moon. Actually, we started, and we had a little bit of a full moon group. There were 4 of us. We went out for a while, for maybe a year. We did a few of them, maybe not quite a year. And we would do psychedelics, we would take some acid, and we would walk, go down to the beach, have a fire at night, be under the moon, and it was a chance for us to be together. And sometimes we did ritual. So I want to tell you about, I'll give you some examples. But before we go on to examples, maybe I'll just tell you now. So this is an example. It was one time we were out in this big park, and this was on Sukkot. It was a holiday of Sukkot, and what I did was it had all of us in the moment, sort of, instead of, on Sukkot when we shake the lulav and etrog, we didn't have a lulav and etrog, but I asked each of us to go off in our, four corners and to gather, a branch that had fallen from the tree that called to us. And then we, came back to the space, and we went around and we shared what we had found, why we picked it, and then we put it together and shake it. And one person who's with us, this was actually my former life partner, so they kind of they knew a little bit about Sukkot, and so they came back with this big giant rock, and it was perfect because they were like, this is the etrog. So we had this rock, and we had this sort of collection of things, and we were able to kind of shake them. And of course, we didn't say the traditional bracha, the traditional blessing, but I invited people to share. I can't remember what I had asked, but it was something that was sort of related in the moment. And so it was very meaningful, and it was a very, very, very beautiful ritual, and it was impromptu, and it was Jewish, and it was with psychedelics, and it was meaningful, and we felt the connection to each other, the connection to earth, and I felt the connection to our traditions, and they all happen right there. And as someone who's been, doing Jewish leadership, Jewish organizing, Jewish queer activism, community building for a long time, a couple, maybe 2 decades, it takes sometimes when we're preparing things, for a shul, for the synagogue, when we're preparing workshops, or preparing a ritual, it takes a long time. I can tell you, I'll tell you a little bit more in a bit about the Jewish Seder that I led a couple years ago, and we're going to do another one this year. I had a lot of stress leading up to prepare a whole Jewish Haggadah. So to be able to just, right then and there, with whatever we had in front of us, pull together a beautiful, meaningful ritual that was rooted in my traditions and our traditions, to share it with people, close friends, in a way that was accessible, and then to see everyone, not only to feel like, wow, I've brought something here that's resonating, but to feel all of our ancestors, to see that be resonating, and especially at a time like this in the world where we start to question if everyone, if we're always welcome, if everyone is open to hearing what Jewish people are about. So these were very, very special moments for me, and this was not stressful like in other cases where we were preparing so long. I experienced how right then and there I could draw within and up and down to ancestors and into myself, just draw on the knowledge that was there, and the connection, and just the spirit of the moment, and how I felt in my heart. For ritual items, I didn't have to go shopping or order anything online. We just could look around and see what we have. And it was not about finding the perfect branch or the perfect thing. It's about using our intuition and using whatever we have in front of us and bringing it into the moment. And it's not about, there was no magic formula, perfect formula where we went around and okay, we're going to go like this, or where I had to tell everyone to say, of course I was sort of leading it, but it was very, very fluid. And if there was no such thing as doing something wrong in that moment, in the way that there is sometimes in some rituals, we would do something the wrong way, we got to go back. And this is an example. I don't know if there's anyone here who reads from the Torah, who chants it, but there's someone standing beside you, and I can never remember if it's the Chagba or Galila. I think the Chagba who has a tikkun, who's looking at the Hebrew with all the pronunciation in it, the vowels and the trope, who's looking at the trope, and then the person who's reading the Torah. And if you're chanting and you make a mistake because they're following along, they'll say it right, not the tune, but the word, and then you'll have to repeat it back to them, right? So because we really want to get it right in that context. So that would be a difference. There's in the way that this kind of, I guess, Jewish practice evolves. Okay, great. So everyone knows a little Torah, right? And I see my kind of ladies. Yes, thanks, Christina. Cool. Okay, so this was a little bit about my sort of Jewishy journey. I'm gonna ask some questions and then see if there's other people who'd like to share, and you can feel free to put stuff in the chat. Okay, Ted, great. Gabbai supports the leader, so it's the Hagba who's right. This. Okay, great. Yeah, the Gabbai. Right, that's right. I know. Okay, thank you for reminding me. I did know that, and I'd forgotten. So I will just say just one more thing after that. So I have, I sort of refer to myself, I started more increasingly calling myself a Jewish, or I'd say things are Jewishy. And, and I sort of, you see who that resonates with. Right now there's no central kind of a, Jewish headquarters around where I am. There is, website Jewitches, and there is a, there's the Jewish Collective in the Bay Area. Great, yeah. Thank you, Christina. Leo loves to bring us witches together. So, and we do. So we've got some witchy circles over here, and so this is, I had the earlier. Where did I draw this? So I have it. This is looking really messy. I made a little Venn diagram here because this is what I'm trying to describe. See, a Venn diagram. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. So we've got Jewish down at the bottom, and then we've got witches.
Yeah, you can see it.
Okay, great. And then we've got psychedelics. Okay, so we can think about these sort of three areas, and this is the first question, I guess, is let's talk about what is a Jewish, and then we'll go into the other diagram, and we'll bring the psychedelics into it. So what is a maybe we'll start with, what is a witch? Okay, for those who don't know, and maybe I'm going to ask, so I'm going to ask you, and if you feel free to put stuff in the chat. So what is a witch? So witches, when you think of a witch, what is a witch? Any thoughts? General idea.
General idea what a witch is, I think.
Okay, you want to go for it?
Oh, no. I'm saying I want to hear your definition. I'm just
anything
what you would expect
anything.
a layman to know about witches, I guess.
Yeah, anything. When you think of a witch, what would anything Someone who follows Wicca. Cool, great. Okay, so Wicca is it's a religion, and it's part of the pagan tradition. So I think, and we could loosely say, when I talk about witches, we could think about, Wicca as being one particular kind of a religion, sort of falling broadly under under a broader umbrella of, I guess, paganism. And there are all kinds of different sort of denominations, and there are different kinds of witches. And if you're interested and you learn about it, you'll find there's different kinds of witch practices, different kinds of communities. There's like kitchen witches, there's head witches. I actually don't know if kitchen witches, that might be more of a, I don't know, you know, cultural kind of, not cultural, not necessarily like a formal, like religious kitchen witch. So Christina says she's a kitchen witch. So for kitchen witches, Christina, you might say more about it, but I'm just imagining the mystic kitchen. So kitchen witches might use herbs, maybe do some magic, like herbal magic. Or with food also as well. Okay. So things witches do, witches use spells, casting spells. Like a rabbi blesses food. Beautiful. And Christina, do you mean like a spell, like a Jew which would use a spell, or which would use a spell? Oh, which would use a spell like a rabbi blesses food? Or maybe this is a okay. We'll see if Christina rates more. Oh, like Reiki. This is beautiful. Okay, so this is beautiful. I love what Christina, you're sort of drawing on these spiritual concepts. So a rabbi blessing, if this were like a Jewish blessing, then Reiki is like energy. You know, Reiki is channeling universal energy through one's body and sort of directing it in a more concentrated way to another being, to bring that energy in and allow that being to heal itself, to become in alignment. So witches have magic, and basically from a witchy point of view, magic is where it's where we focus our intention on something, and then sort of, you know, kind of watch it come to fruition, but not just watch it, putting that intention in, combined with often with ritual as well. So with a ritual, with intention for a particular thing that we're looking for, and energetically moving towards that. And in Judaism, we have a concept called kavanah, which means intention. I also just want to say, I think it's really interesting how kavanah has the word coven in it. So let's just think about that. I'm sure everyone knows which is coven is a coven. It's like a little chavra of witches. Okay, so we sort of have this idea of, you know, witches cast spells, they use witchcraft, they have magic. Witches also you know, sometimes use divination, like tarot. I've got my little tarot deck here that I'm shuffling in my hand, and come from this pagan traditions. So what is a Jew witch? And I don't know if anyone else is around, but I'll if anyone else identifies as a Jew witch, feel free to, you could say it, you could put it in the chat. I'm gonna say since there's no Leo does. I wish he was here. Yes, Leo and we have some good chats about it. So
Yeah, let's hear about it.
So, okay, so when I talk about Jew witch, is I think someone who is orients to, I guess we could look at orients to Judaism through a witchy lens, or draws on elements of witchcraft from a Jewish lens. And I will say, you know, this is kind of how I feel like I've come to the world very much with a stronger Jewish orientation. This is how I came, sort of, you know, how I grew up, how I orient to the world, and the way that I practice my Judaism is more with a witchy lens, and that's how I come to it. So what does this mean in my practice? So a Jewish practice would be something that is earth-based. So, and there are some elements, some groups in like Jewish culture, like Wilderness Torah, for example, that are you know, earth-based. So this might mean something like when I'm engaging in a spiritual way, I'm going to consider the season outside. I might consider what lunar phase that we're in. I know we're almost at the full moon right now, so that might have would have meaning. You know, the full moon, this would be a time where we can, you know, reflect on ourselves, for example, and might bring that into some kind of the conversation, to the Jewish conversation. Witches have their own calendar, they have their own wheel of the year. And so solstice, for example, those moments are very important. So, you know, as a Jewish, we might do something on solstice. And actually, I am looking at coordinating a little Jewish event. We were going to do something around Hanukkah, but we decided to do something around solstice. And it will be drawing on some of our on Jewish traditions, bringing some Jewish people together in on solstice, and but doing things in a Jewishy way, which also means using ritual. So as Jewish people, we have a lot of rituals. And so some rituals that we have, for example, are our Shabbat rituals, lighting our candles on Friday night and saying the blessings, making a Kiddush, saying a blessing over challah. So ritual, and I'll just say, does anyone, if you want, you could put in the chat I don't know if anyone has wants to describe how you see rituals, but from my, rituals are from my perspective, or what I've learned is something that you're doing something of some kind of ritual act, you have some kind of intention, and you're transforming from one state to the other, making something happen. And so on Shabbos, for example, what we're doing is transitioning. We do a ritual to do some kind of magic, to transition from one thing to another. So we start off before Shabbos, we're not Shabbos, we're just in the regular part of week. We do all of these things, these ritual things. There's a ritual act. We're not just saying it, we say some words that have meaning, and then we light the candles, and there is a formula to it. And then at the end of it, we are now in Shabbos, a different space, place at a time, and we have 24 hours. And then at the end of Shabbat, we have another ritual for Havdalah, which means separation. And so again, there's a different kind of candle, there's another wine, and some different blessings, and we do the ritual. And at the end of the ritual, we've now started the rest of the week. So that's an example of how we would use ritual in how Jewish people use ritual. So if we were going to make it a witchy ritual, so how pagans, or a sort of a more witchy way of doing ritual, and I'll just say Katsira Lesser, I think she who went to study with Kohenet, she's a priestess, does stuff on ritual and offered a class on Jewish ritual, and it was so cool because she went exactly through, this is what more pagan witches look like, this is what Jewish rituals look like, and she sort of had something in the middle. So if anyone has ever participated in a witchy ritual, they'll start off by sort of grounding and centering, and then casting a circle is an important part of it, creating a sacred space, and there's different ways of creating an energetic circle around where you are. At the end of the ritual, you open the circle. For Jewish people, very often our sacred spaces is either sometimes in our home or even in the synagogue. This is usually, that's sort of how it works. But witches will cast circles. They will invoke the elements, just like I did at the beginning of this talk. So when doing a Jewish ritual, you could, for example, on Shabbat, start off by, you could have your candles, but we could also take some intention to create a circle, a sacred space around you. And you could invoke the elements. And you could also, let's say if we didn't have the traditional things that were there, that might be okay. Maybe you're not at somebody's home, maybe you don't have any candles, but maybe you're using something that is, direct from the earth. Maybe you find, maybe you just, are closing your eyes and opening them again to imitate the light coming in. And that could work as well. So Jewish is we're earth-based. We're also feminist in orientation. And I just would like to say a little bit about that in Judaism. So for the last 2,000 years, we've been living in this rabbinic Judaism. and I guess we have to think back about, before Jews were exiled in the places that we're from, and I guess that was in 70 years after Jesus died, and then we all had to leave and go to Babylon, to Iraq, and that's where all the Jewish guys got together and said, we don't have a temple anymore. How are we going to do this thing? And they wrote the Talmud. So I don't know if you want to take a stab at how many women were part of writing that multi-volume instruction manual for what Jewish life would look like. But there weren't any, or at least
Right.
none that we know of. Right. But that didn't stop them from creating a big giant volume just on Nida, on your period, and lots of other things that are about women as well. But prior to that, when we were in, well, I guess Canaan, right before, the geopolitical space that's now referred to as Israel or Palestine, it's that place where we were from. The type of practice that our people had, it was more indigenous. It wasn't monotheistic. We had many different gods. There were gods and goddesses. There was goddess worship, and what was seen as holy was not just about text study, but it was about earth-based kind of practice. So all of the types of magic, the types of holy spiritual work that women were doing, like paying attention to food, medicines, birthing, helping with dying, all these kinds of practices, those that were very holy, magical parts of life. With the introduction of Rabbinic Judaism, those types of things all became like impure. And then there was the creation of the one God, Elohim is one God. And then this is when Judaism became patriarchal. And with that, what became holy was our text, Jewish texts. And women were actually excluded from learning the languages to study those texts, to study Hebrew and Aramaic. And it sort of transformed this whole new direction of Jewish practice, away from something that was a little more egalitarian with goddess worship, away from something that included the very magical ways that women interface with the divine universe. And we've kind of been living in the hangover of that for a couple thousand years. And I do feel like we are on the precipice of change.
That's a good way to put it. I like that. The hangover.
Right? It's like the patriarchal. I mean, I hope it's a hangover. We're kind of still in it a little bit, so we might still be in the vomiting phase. I guess the vomiting is a hangover. Yeah, in the hangover. Definitely not drunk with it anymore.
Sometimes it feels like straight alcohol poisoning.
Yeah. So okay, so this is a little bit about Jew witchery, and now let's go into Jew witchery and psychedelics. So I'm just gonna stop here. I'm gonna ask you a question. There's a couple different questions. I guess maybe the first one is, how can psychedelics be used to enhance Jewish practice? So I see a question here from Christina. Can you speak to the hexagram of the elements? So I can definitely talk about the elements. So and the hexagram is interesting. The hexagram, I wonder if this is like the Mogen David, Jew witches would call it a hexagram. Which is really cool. So the elements, yeah, I didn't mention the elements, which elements are a big part of, they're like pagan. So those are really important in witchery and witchcraft. We got 4 of them, and I welcomed them at the beginning. So we have earth, air, fire, and water. And each of these elements, these are the foundations of the earth. And I will just say, if anyone's familiar with the Sefer Yetzirah, which is a Kabbalistic text, and it's actually the only Kabbalistic text. Most people think about the Zohar when they think about Kabbalah. It's the only one that is not patriarchal and doesn't refer to any of the biblical men. There's no men in it. It's beautiful text. It's very poetic. It's very magical, and it talks about the elements and these letters, 3 letters, Ayin, Shin, and Mem, and the elements there are air. Wait, Yeah, air, water, fire. I don't think maybe it doesn't have earth because earth is part of, I think earth and water are kind of together. Um, so elements in in witchcraft, we invoke them, and they also are tied to the seasons, they're tied to the four directions of the earth. And so we could talk about them in different ways. And they're also in the tarot cards. Each of the suits is associated with something. I'm just looking right now. Just pick one for you. What do we got here? Well, here's the Four of Cups. Okay, so cups, that's related to the element of water, which means something. I talked about it flowing through us. We can think of all the different elements of water, and tarot as water is also about emotion. Sometimes water can represent, the subconscious. This is all in tarot, right? Christine has emotions. And if we think from a Jewish perspective, when we think of water, mayim, we can think about, we have the mikvah, right? The ritual bath, which is another ritual that we do to transition from one thing to the other, from pure to impure. We go into the ritual bath and we say the blessing. We go in unpure. We come out. We purified ourselves. Same thing when Jewish people do a hand ritual. We wash our hands before we eat. We don't eat. It's not about using soap and water. The ritual is you put the water in a vessel. You wash your hands like this. You dry them and you say the blessing. Boom. We have done this kind of ritual cleansing. Fire. I talked about fire at the beginning, and witches sometimes they have fire as part of the holidays. So we have fire. We have a lot of candles. We have Hanukkah coming up. Lighting candles is it's an important part of that holiday. Also for Shabbat we have candles, and for our memorial candles, our Yizkor candles that we burn to remember people who've died. And the Hanukkah story, the whole story, the miracle is about light. It's about fire, because that one little light lasted for 8 days. And then we have earth. So I talked about earth as, being supportive sometimes, or being grounding us. We could think about, witchy people might talk about crystals, kind of part of the earth. And food is a part of that as well. And in Jewish culture, the challah comes to mind right away, so we think about the food that's around us, these kinds of things. So Christina, I'd love to hear more about the hexagram. I don't know if you want to put anything in there, if you want to say anything. I'm thinking that, when we think about the pentagram. So the pentagram is that 5-pointed star that a lot of witches will use. You'll see the symbol. But Jewishes, I guess we maybe use the same thing, but with the 6-pointed star, the Star of David, or the Magen David.
Yeah, I'd never heard about the hexagram and the elements either before.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I think sometimes Jews or
I think the
go
two
ahead.
intersecting triangles represent the as above and below, and you know what I mean. One's pointed up and down, and it's basically the same exact thing as the Star of David. That's what I thought the alchemical symbolism behind that one was.
That's cool. Above and below, because that's very witchy.
Yeah.
And so it's a really cool way to sort of look at Star of David, look at the Magen David. So I really like that.
Yeah.
So anyone have any comments about psychedelics, and we think about, or maybe we could think about this, especially Rick, I know you're on there, but I could even, this might be something you could think about too. When you think about psychedelics and how we tend to use them, you could also think about how could a Jew witchy, or even a witchy lens, or how could this kind of orientation support a psychedelic practice? Or we could think about how could psychedelics support a Jewish practice? So I'm interested to know if anyone has any ideas, experiences, questions, thoughts about that intersection between psychedelics and Jewitchery.
I don't know anything about Jewitry, but I can't say that for me at least, psychedelics open up this very ancient ceremonial region of the brain, right? And then over the course of time induces this spiritual transformation, and I think all of that stuff is just kind of inherently written in us all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes. And I love what you said that about psychedelics opening us up for spiritual experience.
Yeah.
I think it's something I'll just say, where we talk a lot about psychedelics are, I mean, I work in I work in a healthcare context and public health. And so psychedelics are always, I always see them coming up as like a medicine for so often for like a health issue, sometimes trauma. We have a lot of talk about trauma, psychedelic assisted therapy, different ways we can use psychedelics for healing in different ways, which is really important. And even just what you said, opening it up into spiritual space is something that I think sometimes it's less common, and especially, or when we think about psychedelics and spirituality, we often, when people talk about psychedelics and ceremony, they're often drawing on indigenous traditions from the medicines where they're from. And so it's interesting to think about psychedelics used in spiritual contexts in different, amongst different religious groups. And so how can we use psychedelics in like Jewish ritual spaces? So I just want to speak to point out Christina's posts here. Thank you so much, Christina.
Yeah, that's pretty
So
cool.
you'll see, yeah, so I'm just going to take a look at these. That's cool. Water, earth, ether, air, fire. Cool. And this would also, if anyone does any palmistry, I've done a little bit of Vedic palmistry, those elements are all associated with their fingers as well. That's really cool.
Yeah, that is neat.
And Ayurveda, that's right. Yeah, Vedic palmistry is really, really cool. That's why you have the ether in there. Thank you so much for sharing. And so, those symbols that you see there, so sometimes witches you could draw the symbol or put the symbol somewhere. Thanks, Christina. And, they might, maybe to invoke that element. So let's say, I don't know if I like that.
Yeah.
Let's say with yeah, go ahead, Rick.
That I was thinking that path of like hermetic spiritual transformation, like the alchemical journey from lead to gold. I think the first 22 cards of the tarot deck are like that path, right? Starting off with the Fool's Journey, and then I think it ends with like the World card or something like that. But like I've seen little bits of like my spiritual transformation like written into the symbolism, which makes the Rider-Waite, I think it's called, deck in particular, like just really cool stuff. I think it's the Major Arcana, I think it's called.
Beautiful, beautiful. So I wanted to pick up on a couple of things that you said there. And so I love how you talked about that yeah, the Fool's Journey, or the journey, the first 22 cards. And also when you said that you see your sort of yourself reflected there, you see yourself in the journey. And that is so important. And that's what this is that, so often when we think about spirituality, when we think about religion, we don't see ourselves in it. And we work really hard. Sometimes, I feel like myself, sometimes I'm sitting in a synagogue, and I have to say synagogue, I think it's that kind of Judaism, that way of practicing, I think it's not working for a lot of people, and I led this Jewish Seder last year, and I had some people come up to me. I'm thinking one person in particular at the end of it, and we cast a circle, we had the Haggadah, we had tarot cards. And at the end, she said, this is the first time I've seen myself. I actually could see myself in Judaism. And this is the beautiful thing about tarot, right? Rick, you're like, I look at the 22 cards, I see myself, I can see myself, there, and we don't have any, you don't have to convert, you don't have to sit before any panel of judges to say if you are or aren't someone who can practice tarot, in the same way that we have all of these laws in Judaism. So I love this idea about, I think, this accessibleness, this place of whoever you are, you're 100% kosher according to Jewishes always, like we don't need someone to say how you can or how you cannot interact with it. I see Christina's. I love tarot, especially the Thoth deck. Yeah, it's interesting. The Thoth deck there, which is like that was the other thing I wanted to say about Rick's comment, the Rider-Waite deck. So Rider is the name of the publishing company, and Arthur Waite is the guy who sort of came up with the concepts. But when I talk about the deck, I always say Rider-Waite Smith, because the designer, the artist of the deck was Pamela Coleman Smith, who was queer, was sort of the person who had the drawings, and if you look very carefully on it on the original, so this is a Rider Waite. This is a little mini version
Right.
that I have. So if you look in the, I gotta take my glasses off. If you look in the very bottom corner, the bottom, what is that? Right, the right corner, you see a little squiggle there beside the wand.
Yeah.
Those are her initials. That's Pamela Coleman Smith. So you'll see that on the card. So you'll
Oh,
see it's
cool.
like, so you'll see it says
Yeah.
PCS. So
Yeah.
that's her signature. So when you're referring to this deck, if you say the Rider Waite Smith deck, it's like a little feminist little orientation there in the reference.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so we think about Jew witchery, we can think about using tarot cards in Jewish practice. So right, credit to the artist, exactly. So so I just want to, so what about psychedelics? Psychedelics, and if we want to get a little bit broader, to think about psychedelics and spiritual practice, because that's kind of where we were going. Ricky started to talk about that.
A little bit. Yeah, they're pretty much like intertwined for me, like indistinguishable, you know?
So when you could say, so what are some ways, is there anything that, you know, when you're using psychedelics or in a psychedelic space, that you would draw on, or you might draw on some spiritual practices or elements or rituals? Has that ever been
Yeah, so I started incorporating like meditation and qigong exercises into my trips, and like, yeah, it just made the whole thing, like the meditation makes the psychedelics better and the psychedelics make the meditation better, and just brought me to this, you know, these high levels of consciousness. And like it just seemed to like greatly increase the chances of me like having one of those, you know, deep mystical experiences. And then just kind of became, you know, habit.
beautiful? I love that.
Yeah.
We're in psychedelic spaces using, like, drawing on traditions like who have meditation, doing some meditation can help open that up. That's so beautiful. And I've definitely experienced the same, some, you know, profound effects. Anyone else, if you can share anything about anytime. I think also so that is one thing, you know, when we're in psychedelic spaces, drawing on, if you were coming at it from a Jewish perspective, some things that I've used, you know, we have this practice of like singing and of using a niguns or niggin, and so you might I very much in a psychedelic space, I might be walking somewhere and I might wordless melodies, start singing something like yadai, 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 yadai. So I might be, you know, and this will be actually always, you know, like walking somewhere, maybe, you know, walking along the ocean or, you know, sort of forests on psychedelics. And so singing, and I've experienced through singing songs like this, sometimes even that might be a song in Hebrew with, this actually happened recently. I was at a Vipassana retreat. If anyone else has done Vipassana, a 10-day silent meditation retreats drawing on the Buddhist tradition. And at the end of this was in October, and after the 10 days, we started speaking again, and I hadn't spoken in 10 days. And the teacher called me in to speak to her. So this is the first time I'd used my voice, and at first it had been very intense. And she had read on my form that I was Jewish. And so she asked me if I had any family or friends in Israel. And then I said, what happened? And she told me this is after October 7th. And I think my retreat started on the 4th. So I've been away for some time. And she said, before you integrate back into the world, I need to sort of tell you a little bit of what's going on. So she told me a little bit. And I was upset. And I drew on some of the teachings that I learned in Vipassana, which is about basically meeting the sensations in your body with equanimity and just being with it. and knowing that it's impermanent and you know, it will pass, and then moving on to look at other things. And I realized that there was nothing I could do with it. I noticed what was happening, but anyways, I left, I went outside, and I started singing. And I started singing some Jewish songs about peace. And I couldn't do anything from where I was, especially at that moment, and about people coming together, and even though it didn't, you know, did it change anything anywhere? I felt a transformation physically. I know that I was not on psychedelics, but from doing psychedelics, I've learned how to be able to like feel energy and literally feel energy in my body and feel energy around me. And I felt something lift up my heart chakra, and I felt this energy with me. And because that song for me, it was like a magical practice that lifts me into that spiritual space. And when using psychedelics and our ritual practices, our Jewish practices, even if they're not like witchy, they could just be Jewish. This is what they are, bringing your Jewish practice and Jewish ritual practice into psychedelic spaces can have different effects. So Rick, you gave the example of it can help us enter into a higher altered conscious state. I just gave you another example of how it can lift you out of a place. You know, it can and it can also it can help us, you know, in that moment, it can help us feel that connection, that divine connection.
Right.
You know, I felt like, and I've literally felt, you know, I feel like
Yeah.
in some cases I'm not alone.
No, it's like a hybrid of like the highest levels of consciousness and the highest levels of like spiritual ecstasy and bliss. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The full
And what and I want to add something to that. And I want to add something when you talked about the tarot deck and the 24 cards. And I'm going to see if I
22.
can find it. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can find the world. I don't know if you're okay. You said you have a deck in front of you?
No, I don't.
Oh.
I just, you know, kind of Hermeticism and alchemy is just something that like has fascinated me, and was kind of, you know, brought on by psilocybin. Like I didn't have any interest in it at all until I started doing mushrooms, and so
Right. They make you feel connected. I see Sarah says, it says Holy Spirit. Yeah. Okay. So here's the world.
right.
Okay. So you see now, actually, I want to show you I should show you the Fool. I gotta look for the Fool too. So if you see the Fool, I don't have the Fool, but in my hand right now, but I might look. So the Fool starts off about to walk off the edge of a cliff, right? It says they're the Fool. They don't know what they're doing, but that's what allows them to start in this beautiful journey, is they sort of let go of what's going to happen, and they step into the space and they go on this journey until they end up with the world. So you see, you have someone here. She's floating in the air. This person, she looks very enlightened. There's some spiritual symbols. Those also have some Jewish biblical symbology around them.
It's the solar coordinates, I think, right? Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius.
Oh, beautiful! You know,
Yeah,
that's so beautiful. I never thought of them like that.
yeah, it was
That's
turned
so
into
cool.
the like 4 archangels, or I don't know, saints or something in the Bible too. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those, anyways, yeah. They at one point Christianity kind of like merged the symbolism, and you get these really wild drawings. But anyways, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's great. Well, I'm glad you brought that in, because I'm not as familiar with the Christian context. I think there's also something in there. There's a thing in that, I think it's in the Torah. This is the first 5 books. There's something about these 4 animals in particular. There's something, or it's not in, maybe it's not in the Torah. It might be in one of the other like writings or prophets or something. But the point is, when you look at the Fool's journey, it starts off as walking off the cliff, right? This earthly place, and it ends up in this high, very place out here, right? So again, when we think of that cerebral place, this idea that we're like, that there's this spiritual thing is up here. But when I talked at the beginning about like the Jewitry is about bringing us down here. That spirituality and holiness is not just something that's out there. It's right here. It's in the earth. And with meditation, the way that one of the things that's been very helpful, right? Beautiful. Christina says embodiment. thing that's been helpful with me with literally feeling these divine vibrations and different vibrations through me. Start through meditation, but through listening to, I don't know, I think maybe the trees. I started hearing these frequencies around me, like sort of hearing these trees. And we went to I don't know if anyone else was part of the inaugural psychedelic Jewish summit 2 years ago online. It was like the sort of first online Jewish psychedelic space. It was so cool. And I was listening to different Jewish people talk about psychedelics or experiences. And I will a lot of the men and some very well-known Jewish people, I think Art Green, and there was a video with Art Green, and it was an interview. It was with not Reb Zalman, with it was, they were talking about psychedelics. Maybe it was like an old video they were playing leading up to the conference. Anyways, they talked about being in their dorm rooms doing acid, right? So they're doing these sort of bigger macro doses of psychedelics with eye masks and earplugs, and kind of going into this sort of into their space like this, which is not usually how I do psychedelics. And then I heard some of the women talking, and they were talking about using psychedelics. This is all in a Jewish context, like microdosing and forest bathing, for example. And smaller doses, but really being outside and being in nature, and not just connecting up there, but also down to the earth, was really important. And I was just mentioning that about the tarot deck because there is her name just keeps escaping. Her name's escaping me right now. Gladys, she's a famous witch who she was responsible for bringing witchcraft into I think in the States, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, to make it a religion. But those witches, they went and did, I'm sure they must have been on psychedelics, journeyed. They also practiced like shamanistic witchcraft on each of the tarot cards to come up with this new witchy deck. It's called the what's it called? Witch's Wisdom deck. And one of the things they did is those first tarot cards, instead of going up like this, they actually went the other way around. So by the time you get to the end, it's the card is one that's very kind of rooted in the earth. It's sort of someone coming back home, being in the earth. I know we only have we got 2 minutes left. Is there anything anyone else wants to say about, or are you, Christina, even on there?
No, it's been great talking with you though. It's been awesome.
Yeah.
I have no idea who's coming on next at all. I think I saw Penny was here at one point, but
Oh yeah, I saw him too.
then he bailed out.
Oh, there's Sonia. Sonia's on next. Are you on next, Sonia?
Oh, cool. Oh, right on. Hi, Sonia.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't, I joined about 10 minutes ago,
Okay.
but I'm having to do all kinds of like last minute childcare wrangling, and I'm right in the middle of a house move. So I'm kind of amazed that I managed to make it. I'm on my mobile, so my ability to follow chat's going to be a bit limited, but yeah, it's great to be on.
Yeah.
Are you guys in the States, or?
I'm in Seattle.
I'm in
Right.
Canada.
So you're in Canada. Whereabouts in Canada? Are you on the east or the west coast, or somewhere in
The
between?
West Coast. I'm in
Right. So,
Vancouver.
right. So there's a lot of 2 a.m. vibing here then. Yeah.
If you wanted to get started, that'd be awesome. Or,
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if there's somebody that makes a point in the chat, just unmute yourself and let me know, because I'm on my mobile. Actually at my friend's house, who's looking after my toddler. Yeah. So I'm very much in a liminal space right now. But yeah, it's good to be here. Well, I want to talk about basically ancestral, like cultivating an ancestral practice within the context of both psychedelics and Judaism, and a bit about my own experience, because my first like proper psilocybin trip really influenced my spiritual practice, and has led me down a path that I refer to as Saturnine Judaism, which is in summation, it's the idea that actually the Saturnine deity, which includes a lot of the not just Saturn and Cronus, but also gods like Kumarbi, El, and Enlil, and other gods like that, was a major contributing factor and one of the underlying ethoses of Judaism. It's so the Saturnine current is foundational to the religion. So I'm researching that at the moment, and I'm planning to publish something relatively soon. But give it some time because I've got 3 kids. So it's so I guess I want to kind of open by asking whether any of you cultivate an ancestral practice.
We were kind of just talking about how it just kind of we all have that like inherent urge to seek out the divine, right? And psilocybin kind of like opens up this ceremonial region of the brain, I think, or a
Yeah,
religious center of the
absolutely.
brain or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that when I so my context is that I am patrilineally Jewish, but ethnically, but I came to the religion itself as an adult. And about a year after I started attending synagogue, um, my partner encouraged me to cultivate an ancestral practice. And maybe a few months after he encouraged me, um, I had my first proper trip with psilocybin, and it was kind of it was a real info dump. So interacting with the sylph, it it was really manifest to me that there was a motherlode of ancestral memory actually contained within the mushroom itself. Um, I don't know if anybody else has experienced that. Um,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah. So yeah, so it led me not only to look at ancestral pathways within Judaism, but also this other concept of Saturnine Judaism. But yeah, I suppose I started kind of cultivating an ancestral practice before I really knew about the Jewish context. And I know that the the keeping things like an ancestral altar is not part of mainstream Judaism, but um, it there are some ancestral features within mainstream Judaism. So, for example, we light a candle on the anniversary of someone's death in the Hebrew calendar, of course. So we light a candle on their yahrzeit, and say the mourner's Kaddish. Um, and it's interesting as well that the Kaddish is meant to be said in a group to kind of encourage group rituals of mourning. So there's that aspect. There's also there's also just the fact that I find that with Judaism there is a collective memory that's very strong, and I certainly I didn't experience that growing up because I didn't grow up within a Jewish context. And it's very interesting to me that the the mainstream of the religion encourages the cultivation of a very long memory. So we have a lot of holidays that are based on events that happened thousands of years ago, right? Um, and it's also interesting that there are a lot of holidays within Judaism that are they they're kind of clearly adapted from pagan holidays. So, for example, you have you have Purim, which was given this rabbinic gloss of being about Esther. But if you actually look into it, first of all, Esther is another name for Ishtar. Maud
What
is
was it?
another
One
name
more
for
time.
Mordecai.
The word, it started with a T. The word you just,
Which?
no, for the holiday you just mentioned.
Oh, Purim, Purim.
Oh, poor. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Purim. It happens in the spring, so usually February, March time. And um so it's quite interesting that within the context of Purim. So how many people are familiar with Purim on the call? Are there a lot
First
of
time
people
I'm hearing
who?
about it.
Oh, really? Okay, okay. Tell you what, let me give you a rundown of Purim.
Sure.
So I'll tell you the Megillah. So Purim is the holiday where there was a Persian king called Ahasuerus, and he basically he got rid of his wife Vashti because she refused to dance naked for his mates. And he put out a call throughout the entire kingdom where the Jews were exiled. So he put out a call for the entire kingdom to find a new wife. So the um, the leader of the Jews, Mordecai, um, basically he approached his niece. In some rabbinic commentaries, it's thought that Esther was actually his wife, but in the official Megillat Esther, she is his niece. So he approaches his niece Esther and he says, "Look, you have to go. You're beautiful, and you have to go and present yourself to the king, and try to win him over. You have to do this because it's your duty to improve the lot of the Jews." So she does this, and the king falls in love with her and marries her. So then the king has this vizier called Haman. At this point, you're supposed to boo, by the way, boo, um, because Haman is the baddie of this story. So Haman doesn't like the Jews because they refuse to bow to him because, and particularly, he doesn't like Mordecai because Mordecai doesn't want to bow to him. Mordecai will only bow to God, right? So um, yeah, so basically, Haman plots to kill the Jews. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that happens. I'm just giving you the basic rundown of the holiday for context. So anyway, so Mordecai then says to Esther, "Okay, you have to tell Ahasuerus that you're Jewish because otherwise he's going to kill us all." So Esther fasts for 3 days. So that's quite interesting. She fasts for 3 days. Um, so and then she goes to the king and she says, "Look, I'm Jewish. So if you want to kill all the Jews, if you're gonna let Haman kill all the Jews, then you're gonna have to kill me as well." So then Ahasuerus is like, "Oh no, that's horrible. Okay, we'll kill Haman instead." So anyway, now what, like 2,500 years later, every Purim we tell the story and then we eat these triangle pastries called hamantaschen, which are meant to represent either um, Haman's bag or his ears. But there's an alternative interpretation of Purim, which is that the two leading figures in the story, Mordecai and Esther, actually have names that are similar to the main deities in the Babylonian pantheon, which are Esther, Ishtar and Marduk. Now we know from the Tanakh, um, specifically from the very judgy writings of prophets like Isaiah and Jeremiah, we know that in even in the sort of later First Temple times, you had women primarily who were um, who were still following the cultic rituals of the Babylonians. So, during the exile. So, for example, you had them baking cakes for the Queen of Heaven. So, um, so one of the cultic practices was that, for a particular holiday, you would bake special cakes for Ishtar, and offer them up on an altar, and then it would give you sort of luck, fertility, whatever. So it's interesting to me that actually now we have a holiday that commemorates a queen, Esther, and for which you bake little cakes. And in actual fact, the triangle shape of the cakes also is reminiscent of the womb and the vulva as well. So there are actually a lot of Jewish holidays that kind of take in and reinterpret older cultic practices and give it this rabbinic gloss to make it acceptable for people to still follow these particular holidays, except now you're following them for the glory of one deity, right? So in actual fact, there's a fast day during the summer month of Tammuz, and the hint is that the summer month is literally named after the Babylonian god Tammuz, and there was a cultic practice, and I think it's described in Isaiah. It's either Isaiah or Jeremiah. So it was actually, I'm pretty sure it was Isaiah actually. So it's actually described that during the summer there was a holiday where the women would do a cultic lament for the god of Tammuz, because there was the story adapted from the Sumerian story of Tammuz descending to take his wife Ishtar's place in the underworld. And so that's why during the summer it would be too hot and dry to cultivate crops. And so people would lament for Tammuz. And in actual fact, whilst this particular practice was abolished, we now have a fast day during the month of Tammuz, and the fast day, I believe, it commemorates the breaching of the walls of Jerusalem during the siege of Jerusalem that led to the destruction of the first temple. So you actually have this holiday that has been implemented to mean one thing, that's relevant to the collective memory of Judaism, but it's actually adapted from an older cultic practice. And again, there's tons of holidays like this. During my research, I found one particular week-long holiday that takes place during the first full moon of the beginning of the year in the autumn. It's to commemorate the god Dagon. It's a harvest holiday, and it pretty much overlaps perfectly with the Jewish harvest holiday of Sukkot. So you have Judaism itself as a kind of retooling of older ancestral lifeways, which is quite interesting. And so whilst ancestor veneration is not really in the mainstream of Judaism, people will still light their yahrzeit candles. They'll still say Kaddish for dead relatives. And if you actually look in the Tanakh, there are further indications that there was a widespread ancestral veneration practice within the first temple era of Judaism. And this was primarily practiced by women. So, for example, there are a couple of mentions in the Tanakh of a of the teraphim. So it's thought that the teraphim were some kind of statuary. Um, when Rachel takes the teraphim from her father Laban, when Jacob flees from Haran, it's the Laban refers to them as his household gods. And there's no real judgment in that's offered up when basically when the passage in when the in the practice of when the story is related. Sorry, I had a phone call coming through, but I just turned it off. But yeah, no. So basically, when the story is related of Rachel stealing her father's teraphim, is related in the Torah. It's not really related with any sort of judgment. So it's thought basically that these little statuaries could be household gods. I personally think that they might possibly be related to an ancestor veneration practice, but these were household gods that um, perhaps were important to travel with. Um, so, and now there's lots of different interpretations about what teraphim were. Um, so they could be idols, just standard idols. But having said that, there's an additional story related in the Tanakh regarding teraphim. And in that story, when David has to flee his palace, his wife pretends like he is still in, and she puts a teraphim in his bed so that the people who want to kill him think that he's still, he's at home sleeping, right? So this was an item that was even like sort of it was present within like the Jewish royal palace. So whether or not, I mean, obviously, when you have the later reformers, including Isaiah and Jeremiah, were very gung ho against items like the teraphim. They were sort of standard. They were standard items that you might find in a Jewish home during the First Temple era. So I think certainly there is a so whilst there is a lot of different interpretations about what teraphim are, I think that it makes sense for teraphim to be related to ancestral practice. And it's worth noting as well that in the later sort of Deuteronomy era books in the Tanakh, there are a number of cultic practices that are mentioned that are maintained by women. So, so for example, I forget, I think it's in Isaiah, but there's a line where the women castigate the prophet, and they say, "What do you think that when we baked cakes for the Queen of Heaven, that our husbands didn't know what was going on?" Because they did, which which not only points to the fact that there was a cult that was maintained by women, but that there was widespread participation in this. So yeah, I mean, obviously I think in mainstream Judaism, an ancestor veneration is considered a type of avodah zarah or idol worship. But there's lots of different ways to be Jewish. And I've kind of deepened my ancestral practice, certainly since my psilocybin trip. Actually, it's also worth noting that so during my ancestral practice, I tend to not only leave water out, but also on Shabbat, I leave a Kiddush cup and I leave a portion of the challah on the altar. And it's interesting because in I believe in sort of in Deuteronomy and in later books in the Tanakh, they specifically mention that offerings to the Kohanim cannot be the same as offerings made to the dead. So it's it's very interesting that this, there was a practice of offering things to the dead during that time. And it's also interesting within the modern context because, of course, we don't have a priesthood anymore. So it's so within the context of ancestor veneration, if you wanted to set aside a portion of the challah, now the mainstream practice is to set aside a portion and burn it up, which is reminiscent of the sacrifices in in the temple era. But it's also interesting that if you're thinking about
Sorry, I was just stepping off here, get a cup of coffee real quick. Oh no, she's back. Oh, whew, okay.
did I
Glitched out for just a second there.
oh Lord, which bit, where did I glitch out at? What
About
was
30
what was I
seconds
talking
ago.
about?
I would say.
Okay. I mean, basically, all I was saying is that there's a very interesting overlap between
Priesthood. I think
ancestor
it was something
veneration
priesthood.
and, offering, yeah, and priesthood, because of course there are of course people who descend from the Kohanim nowadays, but they're not actually active in the, in the, I mean, basically, there's no temple to serve, right? So all of the Kohanim who were serving in the temple and accepting these sacrifices are dead. So for my part, when I offer things on my ancestor altar, it is in part to actually give to the priests who were active in the temple cult. Yeah, so there's it's interesting, and from the context of psychedelics, there there is a really strong collective memory amongst the Jews, and I mean, when you interact with psilocybin, and I'm sure everybody's familiar with this, that you do engage with the collective memory that's housed by the fungus, and there's a sense in which
Oh no. Well, this time I was listening. Now I know exactly where she left off. Sonia, I think. Oh, damn! I should not. She can't hear me. Shit. Ah, she's back.
I can hear you.
Shout
I'm
again.
here.
Okay.
I can hear you. The internet keeps going off and on, and I suspect that my son is downstairs turning off my friend's internet and then turning it back on.
Huh?
Yeah, he loves the switches. Yeah, it's good times. But yeah, I mean, one thing that I suppose from a physiological perspective, you have the mushroom sylph, and
Man. Well, damn. So I'm just gonna.
sure.
Crap. Yeah, she's having internet issues. I've heard this before though, the idea of the collective unconscious. Is this the same thing that Carl Jung was all about, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Carl Jung comes into this as well. But my thought as well is that because of the structure of mushrooms, particularly, like the fact that they have a mycelial web that's quite intricate and lives in the soil, So I think that there's an actual physical basis for the mushroom sylph to actually house um, collective memory. Um, so I know when I was first like doing my proper trip, and I mean that I smoked shrooms in high school, but that doesn't really count.
Yeah.
Um, you know, it's like because you're not really engaging with the plant as well. It's not a plant, it's a fungus, but you're not really engaging with it as a sentient creature when you do drugs and you're very young, right?
Right.
Plus, the interesting thing, the interesting thing about mushrooms as well is that within an astro-herbal context, mushrooms are Saturnine herbs. So um, it's so in actual fact, most of the psychedelics that people enjoy are Saturnine herbs according to like an astroherbal classification. So, for example, you have cannabis, which is Saturnine. You have mushrooms, which are Saturnine, and then you have ergot. Oh,
Oh boy. One of those kind of nights. All right, well, I'm gonna go finish getting my cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
all right, okay. Let me just hope that I don't cut out again. But yeah, so you have a collection of herbs that are psychedelic explicitly, and with they're aligned they're under the governance of Saturn, according to people like Nicholas Culpeper. So ergotamine is like that. So the ergot fungus, it's a fungus, right? So all fungi and cannabis in particular. And actually recently I had the thought of, well, how come opiates are governed by the moon instead of by Saturn? And it's because in actual fact, all of the Saturnine herbs, not only are they not really appropriate for children, right? But they are also they're also like you're required to erect boundaries when you use them. So um so for example, I don't know if anybody has experience with opiates, but you can't really erect any boundaries when you use them, right? Whereas one of the qualities of Saturn within traditional astrology is that Saturn is associated with it's Saturn's a it's a Saturn's the disciplinarian. So Saturn is a teacher. Saturn is a ruler, and Saturn erects firm boundaries in terms of what you are and are not able to do. Yeah, opiates are horrible. My ex-partner was an opiate addict, and I mean, first of all, just an idiot with it, and second of all, I remember like they gave me some poppy tea once, and I tried it, and I just felt like itchy and bloated, and it just made me sleep. Um, it's just, I tell you what, let me check the chat while I still have internet. Um, yes, excellent. Yeah, I'm glad that other people are into planetary magic and herbalism. Um, and if you need to pop off and sleep, obviously you should do so. I think we're being recorded possibly. So, um, yeah. Um, but yeah, it's one of the I mean one of the qualities of Saturnine herbs basically is that um they you know like so there's a difference obviously between just narcotics and psychedelic herbs, right? And the quality is that basically with psychedelic herbs you require you require, and it's encouraged to use them with boundaries. That's why we have set and setting, right? So when you look at psychedelics themselves within a Saturnine lens, you see that boundaries are actually quite critical to using them, because you have the set, the people with whom you use psychedelics, and you have the setting, and these are really critical. Things that deeply influence the sort of experience that you have when you use psychedelics. And so it is it's a very Saturnine quality. So I suppose the long and short of it is that when I did use psilocybin, this was the first proper trip that I had. It was quite recently, but I very much I did access that collective memory, but it also just felt like I was time traveling to the Paleolithic. Um, and I got this huge info dump on on Saturn as the deity, and on the fact that the past is really imminent within the present, right? Actually, you think about that Boards of Canada song on Gia Gaddy, with that quote of the past being inside the present. And that's really how I felt when I was using psilocybin. Tell you what, I'm really distracted because I need to pee extremely badly. So, do you know what? It's 2 a.m. For you guys. I'm going to stop my video and mute my mic. Give me like 2 seconds, and I'm going to nip off and pee, and then I'll come back.
Okay, yeah, sure. Sounds like a plan. Oh, right. I thought she said she was starting a video. Well, crap. Not really sure what to do until she gets back. Hi, Penny. It's good to see you again, buddy.
Hey Rick, how you guys doing? Not sure if you can
Alright.
hear me well.
Yeah, it's
I'm on
been a while, man.
pretty gritty Wi-Fi down in Goa. Just arrived yesterday.
Yeah, well, we'll make do. It's I think I want to say the Sex and Sacred Spaces was the last time I saw you at that one, the last event. It's
Yeah.
good to see you again.
I guess you're the AM manager, aren't you?
Yeah, I know, and I started off this thing like tired too. I usually get in a good nap before I clock on, but I didn't today, so I'm already like nodding off. But yeah, whatever. I'll make it through. I always do.
Maybe you wanna share something that you've learned in the past few hours for those of us who are here.
No, I think, but one of the themes I've been hearing is how it's just kind of like almost like hardwired into our DNA to like have these experiences, right? Like it just when you're in that moment, you have that psychedelic experience. Like it's just feels like the truest of all truth, right? Like the truth at the root of like every religion that's ever been, and how that like right, yeah, it's just well, anyways, yeah, that's about it. Other than that, not much.
I think that intrinsicity is, we talked about this, I think last time, you might remember, that psychedelic experiences are human experiences on psychedelics. They're not
Right,
external
yeah.
to us. They're us being activated in ways that are natural to us, maybe in a hypersensitive way, or kind of connected to the amplifier. But,
yeah, no, it's crazy, man. Like the human language doesn't even really like can't fully do it. It's something, like there's no real words to like describe it. But anyways, look, Sonya's back.
Hi.
Hi.
Let's just pretend like that didn't happen.
Okay.
This is my
Edit it out.
totally my Yeah, edited out the recording. It's totally my fault for having too much coffee before I hopped on the call. But yeah, Pini, I really agree with you. I heard a little bit of just the fact that entheogens, they do actually activate things that are already inside you, and they're not external, but they there's also a sense in which the substance, the plant or the fungus that houses these entheogenic chemicals has its own. There's a sense in which it also has its own agency and its own intelligence. Um, so it's an interesting kind of double, you know, like a duality that then sort of resolves itself when you realize that everything is just kind of from the same planet, right?
Yeah.
And there's a whole planetary consciousness. Um, but yeah, I suppose to pick up where I left off, I really did get the sense of there being a vast and planetary consciousness when I did do psychedelics. So interestingly for me, the um, the strongest vibe that I usually get when I do higher doses of psilocybin is that of being in a kind of a Greek temple, which, I don't know if I've got Hellenistic Hellenistic Jews in my line, but that definitely kind of resonated with me. Um,
Right. Was it almost like a
and
virtual reality kind of like sense, like something?
actually, when I smoked in high school, there was a there was a sense of so everything was so when I smoked, everything went pixelated, which obviously freaked me out because I was like 15, and my friend, yeah, I think I was 15 or 16, and my friend smoked me out in her car. And then it turns out that she'd been smoking shrooms in the same bowl. And so I remember we went into a shop to like buy cigarettes. And when I turned my head, um, there was like a screen lag when I turned my head. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she's like, oh yeah, I smoke shrooms. I'm like, thanks for dosing me, jackass. Um, so then everything was pixelated. And yeah, when I smoked in high school, like the experience that I got was that like sort of all of the and that was very much the context that I had. So the context that I had was that like all of my chakras kind of sequentially. So first I felt this pull at the back of my head, then everything pixelated. Um, then I started sort of like hearing, hearing kind of communicating uh and I didn't really pin it as being the actual intelligence of the mushroom at the time, because I was like 15 or 16. Um, but it was it's funny. I remember I was in my friend's car just freaking out, and then I heard this voice just being like, trust the computer. I was like, what? So yeah, but it was actually very calming. It was very calming. And so I remember I put my hand on my face, I was just like, I'm here, I'm around. And yeah, I
The story was just getting good too.
has it cut out?
Trust the
Did I
computer,
cut?
and then
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Did I cut out after trust the computer?
just if maybe like 10 seconds after that or something. You're still
Okay. I
telling
mean,
the story
basically all that
about
happened.
smoking out in the car though, I think.
Yeah, I know. I basically I put my hand against my face and kind of verified that it was real. And then
Okay.
I got home. I got home and I was, tripping my face off, and my parents were home, and I was I was just like, I was trying to keep it together in front of my parents, and I volunteered to do the dishes after dinner, which I never did. And
It's
I
yeah.
was, I was washing the dishes. Yeah, I was washing the dishes, and my mother's like, "You're being so nice today." I'm like,
Yeah.
and then yeah, then I went and I just lay down in my bed, and I just, just, just like sort of, wrote it out. You know, but yeah, I mean, but so I, so I did have those kind of experiences of virtual reality when I, particularly when I smoked when I was younger. But I think for me, when I had psilocybin experiences, like ingesting it when I was when I was older, the sense wasn't that it was a virtual reality, but that it was like a deeper and more comprehensive reality, right?
Right. Yeah,
Um,
you said you were in a Greek temple though, which I think I've had similar experiences of that where you kind of
yes. Well, it's interesting as well because the you have two kind of paradigms for hallucinogenic experiences. And yeah, I think very much about Rick Strassman's work in this. So you have the um, you have like the mystical experience, which you get on on doses of ergotamine, like a unitary experience. So I remember my partner's friend sent him 3 tabs of acid, and he thought that his friend told him that they were 15 milligrams, so 1.5, or maybe micrograms, yeah, 15 micrograms. But it turns out that they were each 50. So he just did these 3 tabs, and that was the first time he'd ever done it. So he did like 150
yeah,
micrograms,
damn.
and he was just passed out on our bed, and he was constantly asking me to check on the kids because he was like, you know, are they okay? Is everything okay? And the way he described it was that just that the world felt broken. Um, like it just, like the entire reality paradigm that he was used to dealing with was broken. And he later said that the his impression was that this would have been what they were ingesting at Eleusis for the mysteries. And having done some research on the Eleusinian mysteries, I think absolutely the kykeon was an ergotamine based hallucinogenic beverage. So you have this mystical unitary um, mode of psychedelic experience, and then you have um, what's offered by psilocybin and DMT, which is more interactional, which is more like, I mean, that's where you have the prophets in the Torah interacting with things in their environment, and they are, the prophets are still themselves. So Moses is still Moses when he's looking at this burning bush, but he is interacting with reality in a completely, excuse me, gosh. Yeah, but he's interacting with reality in a completely novel way, that is, almost like there's a portal that there's a portal in your mind that's unlocked by um higher levels of psilocybin and DMT, in part because they're so chemically similar to melatonin. And so you have like 2 different modes of psychedelic interaction. And I do think that when when you ingest like Liberty Caps and other psilocybin containing substances, what you're kind of dealing with is interaction with reality, but on a much wider on a much wider plane, and interaction with not just things that you would consider to be living, but incorporating things that you would normally consider to be dead or inanimate within your reality paradigm. And so it was interesting when I, particularly the first time that I ingested a relatively higher dose. I did it. I had this view. I remember sort of lying down under a plum tree in my back garden at the time, and I was looking at an airplane. I started laughing because I had the idea that it was just kind of farting into the sky. You know, it was just it was just like farting its chemicals into the sky. So but that it was so basically where Saturnine Judaism comes into this is that around that time, kind of shortly before the shortly before this trip, my partner and I realized that we both separately began to cultivate sort of a Saturnine like magical discipline shortly after our first Saturn return. So I became an observant Jew, and my partner actually was building an altar to Saturn and beginning to actually engage with with the Saturnine deity in that context. And so and then obviously with the kind of ancestral collective memory that the psilocybin trip unlocked, I began to think about the ways that actually that current of that Saturnine current actually was fundamental to Judaism, because of course you have first of all, it's quite obvious because the Elohist school of Judaism draws its inspiration from the Canaanite and Ugaritic god El, and El is actually directly synchronized with Kronos, synchronized with Saturn, synchronized with Enlil, which is the Sumerian god of kingship, and synchronized with this god, the Hurrian god called Kumarbi, where, and in actual fact, so Homer's theogony, which is, or no, it's Hesiod's theogony, was based very strongly on a text called Kingship in Heaven. So this Hurrian text actually describes the battle between Kumarbi, who is the Saturnine deity, and Anu, who is not just the Sumerian sky god, but is synchronized with Uranus. So Kumarbi actually castrates Anu by biting off his genitals, and so then because he's bit off his genitals, Anu impregnates him with three gods, including the storm god of Baal, or actually Teshub was the name in the Hurrian pantheon. So Kumarbi is impregnated with Teshub, and in a motif that's actually repeated in the Contendings of Horus and Set, which is an Egyptian text about the battle between the god Horus and the desert god Set. Kumarbi actually spits Anu's genitals on the ground, and the ground then sires the three gods instead of Kumarbi. So the really the point is that as a result of this this psilocybin trip, I really got put onto this idea of Judaism as a religion that requires the kind of discipline and knowledge that following a Saturnine deity requires, right? Then you also have there's one of the very interesting things about Saturn, that just generally as a set of gods, is that is the kingship motif. So Saturn presides over a golden age, either directly or indirectly. Saturn also, so for example, Enlil, Enlil's cult center was in Nippur. And Nippur was never the seat of a ruling dynasty, but all of the different ruling dynasties traveled to Nippur to get legitimacy. So this kind of set of deities is very much associated with the legitimacy of kings. So you have this sense of a golden age in which the Saturnine deity presides, and then when kingship is conferred onto somebody else, they have to undertake these nearly impossible rituals in order to continue to receive the favor of heaven. And I think one of the very most Saturnine things that I find about Judaism is the idea that, in actual fact, there are so many requirements to maintain the favor of heaven that it's pretty much impossible. So, for example, there are 613 mitzvot to follow, and some of them can't be followed anymore because of the destruction of the temple. So you have this sense of humans striving for a relationship with a very kind of strict teacher deity, and never being able to actually achieve full harmony with the deity because of the way that the world is. And that, to me, is it's a very Saturnine thing. It's this idea that the like the reason why the world doesn't do what we want it to do is because the world is fundamentally imperfect. So there is a sense, and it's not really in a Christian sense. Like, so when within Christianity you have this concept of the fall and original sin, and we don't have that in Judaism. The temptation of Eve with the apple, it's not viewed in the same lens within Judaism, because within Judaism it's more that the world itself by having come into being is not, it's the way that it's emanated. It is what it is, but you can't expect that you can achieve full harmony with the deity. It's not even a realistic expectation, which I find very comforting, actually. So yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to jump in with any points or questions or anything. I know I've kind of rambled quite a bit.
Story you mentioned about someone like eating some body parts or whatever, and then spitting them out, and then created three gods. Kind of sounded like the Kronos story, right? Where he eats.
Yes. So, in actual fact, Hesiod's Theogony, in which the Kronos and Uranus story is described, is actually drawn from this older source, which describes the the conflict between Kumarbi and Anu. Interestingly, right, you can find reference to this in the Torah, because it is thought that so in Genesis, when Noah's son Ham beholds his father's nakedness, it's thought that in actual fact this is a reference to the castration of Uranus by Cronus. So you actually have this motif that is present in the Torah. And so so again, where it comes to an ancestor practice, the Torah is of course, if you're Orthodox, you don't ascribe human authorship to the Torah. But if you are, if you're Reform or sort of otherwise engaged with the text as historiography as opposed to an unyielding holy text, there's a sense where basically that you can come to see the Torah as actually the encoding of a number of older stories from across the Middle East, and it's really interesting just to see how much has actually been encoded within the text when you read it in that way, because it didn't even occur to me that the story of Noah and Ham could be a parallel between the story of Uranus and Cronus until I read, until I was kind of immersed within that paradigm, right? But yeah, it's just very interesting, and that's not even getting into all of the actual veiled references to psychedelics in the Tanakh. But
well, you've inspired me to look into the Saturn stuff of more history of the cult or religion.
I'm gonna try to publish something quite soon. But give me a chance. It's been a bit of a year.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Oh.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it was great. It was really good having you. That was very interesting. Awesome stuff.
Well, thanks for joining me at this late hour. And
yeah,
I don't know who's on next, if they're about. Is that you, Penny? Are you on next?
I am actually. I need another 2 minutes to just get fixed here with the Wi-Fi. So I'll be back
fair
in
enough.
a minute.
All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you so much for your hosting, and a lot of the information you shared was definitely fresh and interesting to me. So thanks for that.
yeah.
I tell you what, let me drop a link to my blog in chat, because anything that I publish will likely go on that blog. So let me just go ahead and send it. Yeah. So anything that I publish will go on that blog. I also have a Substack, but it's pretty much just a clone of my WordPress blog. My partner insisted that I get a Substack. I don't know why. It just, you could just get a collection of blogs, can't you? You can just get like 24 blogs, and then most of them end up dead on the internet somewhere, right?
Yep.
But yeah, it is what it is.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, that's so anything will go up there. I actually would like to work on a book of essays about this, but again, like, give me a chance, because I have a full-time job and 3 kids, and life gets in the way. So
yeah, sure does. Well, I'm saving a copy of your link right now.
lovely.
Cool. Awesome.
How's it going, Penny?
Yeah, Penny, are you?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. I might actually have to go soon, because my very patient friend has been looking after my toddler this whole time. So I'm gonna pop off and see the damage.
Yeah.
Plus, I have to move
thanks
my
again,
house.
Terry. It was great having you.
Yeah, it was lovely to speak. And Penny, best of luck. And
Okay.
I look forward to seeing the recording. So
Thank
you
you.
guys take it easy.
Oh, someone's waiting.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I'm just I'm just gonna make a few apologies as we start. I would like to start with opening up this part of the room with an um, intention for freedom. So feel free to come, feel free to go, feel free to join the conversation or just to listen in. I know some of you are um, halfway through your AM hours right now,
Right.
and I definitely respect whatever comes up has room for it. So please don't feel obliged in any way to take part in a way that you don't want to. Yet I invite all of us to freedom of expression and thought and exploration in the conversation we're going to have. I have so I'm just gonna add one more apology about the back noise and the Wi-Fi. I've landed in Goa, India yesterday afternoon, and now it's morning afternoon for me. So I'm sitting in a guest house coffee shop with somewhat okay Wi-Fi. So I'll be popping in and out occasionally, unwillingly. Please feel free to continue the conversation without me. Talk behind my back, whatever feels comfortable. Rick, I'm hoping that you're here at least in some capacity to just see that the room continues working in case I'm in or out. Okay. If not, just let me know. So I know that we're part of a long 24-hour conversation here, but I want to kind of use this episode of the series to consider and think about Jewish identities in this psychedelic space, and how psychedelics help form, inform, reform, deform different Jewish identities that we have. I chose this as my topic mostly because my journey has been from Judaism to psychedelics, and other people went the other way around from psychedelics to Judaism. Since it's such a psychedelic path, there are probably many ways to walk back and forth between those two. But a lot of my Jewish identity was formed before I met psychedelics, and a lot of it changed after meeting psychedelics in ways that I'm still exploring. I'm happy to continue this exploration with other voices as well. It's nice to see you, Ellie. Thanks for joining. So we have people on this conversation from at least 3 or 4 continents right now, in many time zones and many different states of being. So we will try and keep the conversation flowing in between all of that. I'd love for this to be an open conversation and not a lecture about my ego. So, like I said before, feel free to shift the conversation and join. I'll say a few things about myself just so the conversation has some context. I grew up in a very religious, Jewish Orthodox, right-wing home with 8 brothers and sisters in the West Bank, in Efrat, a settlement not very far from Jerusalem. And I went to yeshiva for most of my education up until the end of 12th grade. I then went into the army for 3 years in a combat unit, and somewhere around the year after my army service, I got deeper into psychedelics as a search, as a meaningful way of exploration. Growing up, my identity obviously was very Jewish based. I did things because that's the Jewish way to do them. I thought things because that's the Jewish way to think them, etc. And as you can imagine, both at home and in my education, these let's call it parts of my identity were formed in a very, very Jewish way. There are some parts of Judaism, obviously, that I still embrace today, but since then, I've stepped away from halachic Judaism, from keeping the Orthodox path of Judaism, and that's why this conversation is about identities and not about theology. Okay, so my identity is still very much Jewish and Jewish form. My religious exploration in life is not, and I find that kind of important to distinct one from another. having met psychedelics as a already not Orthodox Jewish youngster, meaning ex-religious 22-year-old, meeting God after saying goodbye to him was kind of like getting remarried after a divorce. That's a close metaphor that I can find. I went from deeply believing to having lots of doubt, to walking completely away from the faith, to psychedelics bringing me back to the fact that I cannot escape where I come from and who and what informed my early life. So I think psychedelics for me have been a glue to my Jewish identity pieces that were um, part of my early self, which became my shell, which then shattered and is now gluing back around me with psychedelics as maybe an armor. That's a metaphor I explored recently. So there's very much meaning and strength that I get from my Jewish parts when I'm exploring psychedelics, even though I can say that next to them there are many other parts that have joined in this miraculous puzzle, whether other faiths and paths and religions or other practices, secular or indigenous. I feel like the Jewishness of myself is gluing those pieces together in a way that maybe if we can take a metaphor from the coming days of Messiah, where the house of God becomes a house for prayer for all of the nations or all of the paths. And I think that a psychedelic Jewish identity for me today is a Jewish identity that knows how to glue other bits of identity into something cohesive and coherent and perhaps more meaningful on my day-to-day life. So that's kind of a very, very brief introduction for my Jewish psychedelic identity. I must say that not only have I explored my Jewish identity through my psychedelic experiences, also through the patients that I've been working with, which God's mysterious ways in the past 5 or so years, I've been working almost only with either ex-religious or on the way to be religious or religious Jewish people. Not from choice, kind of almost a miracle. Everywhere I go, every client that I get referred is somehow, on that axle of Jewish psychedelic exploration, pain, difficulty, all kinds of stuff. So a lot of my Jewishness and my psychedelicness are are becoming formed also through the mirror image that I see in clients and patients, and also in friends. I've in the past few years made some very amazing friends who happen to be both orthodox or somewhat orthodox, and also very psychedelic, including some amazing souls that might be joining here or are already here. So it's very interesting for me to take what used to be the things that I put behind me and then found out that I cannot escape them as something that is now being formed as tools. Maybe another Jewish end of days quote of turning my weapons into work tools, turning the things that I've used to hurt myself or hurt others with into efficient, useful means of stepping up and stepping forward. So that's my perspective on this exploration. I know that there is parts of me that are very orthodox, and there are parts of me that when we hear about this salad of Jewish psychedelics, kind of react. And sometimes things are not exactly to my taste. But I would like to say that following the intention of freedom that we set up in the beginning of this conversation, I feel it's part of my job with myself, part of my work to be more and more at peace with other people's way of exploration of Judaism and psychedelics and of expression of their Jewish psychedelic identity in a way that is very psychedelic and also very Jewish. The tolerance and love for others is something, the seeing the way that the others are similar to myself and therefore deserve that kind of love, that measure of love. Is for me pretty amazing, and I'm welcoming whatever diverse opinions and feelings and expressions of this crossroads to come out in this room. So my opening spiel is now done. I'd love to hear more people jump into this. So mic's in the air. Whoever wants to try to catch it, please do.
I guess I'll kick it off then. Yeah, a couple things touched home. The notion of being broken apart and then like reassembled is similar to I guess what I've experienced. I know like within alchemy, it's like dissolving and then like reassembling as like that's what like the journey from like lead to gold is, or the search for the philosopher's stone or whatever. So yeah, it just sounded like one of those things that's just inherent to spiritual transformation. So yep. I forgot what the other one was. I'll get back to you on that one though.
Sure. Thanks, Rick.
Is if it's okay, I'd love to share. Well, Penny, first of all, that was awesome to hear. My name is Eliyahu. I'm chiming in from Jerusalem. As you can see from the beard and the kippah and some of the external signs, I'm what would be called an extremely Orthodox Jew, but anybody that knows me that knows that there's really nothing Orthodox about me. My journey is really opposite of Penny's. My first experience with psychedelics was from the age of like, I guess 21 to 26, where that was not at all religious, not at all. I mean, I knew I was Jewish, but I didn't practice anything. And then at 26, coming to, I guess, some sort of inner peace that pushed me to follow Judaism a lot more. I think that came through a lot of years of doing psychedelics that made me find this utopian space of just love, which I found expressed through Judaism. And for the last, I guess, 2 decades, I've been dedicating myself to the study of, teaching of, and just living of love-filled approach to Judaism. 4 years ago, all of this turned into a really wonderful psychedelic experience where I have been dedicating most of my life for the last 4 years to either doing psychedelics for growth, or guiding people with psychedelics, or training and tools that I can use for psychedelics, becoming, I guess, a recognized facilitator and really connecting psychedelics. And for me, there's no distinction between psychedelics and Jewish psychedelics. For me, the life that I live in every aspect of me, it's by choice impossible to separate from Judaism. So the way I look at Jewish psychedelics is, what does it look like when a Jewish dude does psychedelics? And it's been a wonderful, light-filled, also difficult, journeys, but bringing in the way that I've used all of the experiences that I've had, the 26 years before becoming religious, and then the 20 years since. I guess that gives me a little bit of an ability to not judge anybody, because there's nothing I didn't do before I started keeping Torah and mitzvot, so I can't judge things that I did myself. And I think that coming into it as a rabbi and as somebody who's a spiritual guide, and using psychedelics as a God-given tool that we should use with so much honor and respect, I have found the ultimate expression of myself through this combination of psychedelics and Judaism. And as you said, Torah Chadasha, a new way of looking at the Torah, a way of looking at it with all of the gifts that God gave us, and seeing that none of them are weaknesses and there are no mistakes. And putting on those lenses through the unbelievable expansion that psychedelics give us access to, paints a pretty beautiful world of love. And when that's the lens that I've used psychedelics for, I think it's helped me not only in my own healing, but also in using that light to help heal others. That's my spiel.
Thanks for that, Ellis.
Right on, man. Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought that up. That was the other thing. I'd never thought about like looking at it that way, because I was raised in Christianity, which kind of like traumatized me a little bit, actually. And so, left it behind when I, grew up. And then became a Buddhist or whatever, but through psychedelics, like return to the divine. I never thought about like, you know, leaving God and then coming back to God. Well, I don't really believe in God, but I understand how this, what you meant.
I was towards the end of what you shared earlier. I was reminded of the place where the metaphor of having this armor made up of the pieces of my Jewish identity glued, the pieces of my psychedelic identity glued by my Jewishness. The source for this was actually after a psychedelic trip. During, but it was after one of these very, very deep, nameless experiences, formless experiences, where nothing actually is narratable. I came back home and I was going through some stuff, and this story of the son of a king who's made of good stones, Rabbi Nachman's story. Ben Melech שעשוי מאבנים טובות, which is also this famous song that was done by Shuli Ram in this book. And the meaning of this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. Real quick, your mic setup kind of changed. It's a little bit. Yeah, it was.
How's it going now? Let's try this. Is this better?
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for that. So there's this Rabbi Nachman from Breslev has a story which we won't get into at depth right now, but the main line in that story is a realization that I am a son of a king, or there is a character that is a son of a king, and he's made of jewels. He's made up of jewels. He wasn't born flesh and blood. He was formed to fill in the need of the king. So it's a nice, beautiful, metaphorical story that I've learned before, but when I came back from this experience, I had this strong image of, we all like crystals, right? It's a very common new age psychedelic thing. And if you take a look at a crystal, so if you imagine each of us as a being, as one big rock, okay, we all formed, we come from the mountain where we were formed, and we have this shape to us, and we have this color to us. And maybe the next step of evolution that I imagined there was how, instead of being one crystal of one color, I'm picking up these stones and sticking them onto myself, or collecting them in a way that these multifaceted crystals, which we can call jewels, right? That's what jewels are, or the avanim tovot. They each have their color, they each have their quality, they each have their vibration. We use sometimes as a term, and collecting these various bits of faith, bits of practice, bits of indigenous wisdom, bits of other people's psychedelic experiences, patients that I see their stories, collecting all of these little bits of crystal and using that to form my new skin in the world, my new uniform, which is a multiform. It's not a uniform, right? The multiform which we are. And the way that I am enabled to do this is because I have that Jewish glue. That was the metaphor. Because I have this original understanding of oneness, of God, of maybe even good and bad in a felt sense way, and not in a judgment perspective, of right and left, or of different parts working together in integration. All of these things are, in my upbringing, in my understanding, were formed in Jewish letters and symbols and meanings. And now that enables me to not keep Shabbos, because I don't keep Shabbos the way the Judaism planned for me, but I have my practices which bring Shabbat into my life, which bring Shabbat into my day, into my week, into my psychedelic trips, and so on. So thanks for reminding me, because I didn't even remember this. This was a post-trip kind of schmooze with myself that turned into something very, very special.
What you were talking about, the armor with all the different colors of crystals, is that like the similar idea to like the ancient Hebrew priests? You see that? I don't know. I remember those drawings with the guys like wearing that breastplate thing with all the different.
Yeah. So that breastplate is called the Choshen. It's a ceremonial garment that was worn by the high priest in the early temple and then in the temples. And I don't know if this is similar meaning because I'm connecting my personal metaphor with something that is more collectively understood. But that breastplate obviously had 12 different stones, each of them in recognition of one of the tribes of Israel, each of them with 3 letters on it that in their combinations meant many different things, combined with high-tech not understood by us behind that of the Urim V'Tumim, which were special elements that were added to that and gave the high priest the ability to kind of communicate or ask questions or understand knowledge. So that breastplate, the Choshen, was obviously a very, very psychedelic tool
Yeah.
that obviously used stones and higher inspiration combined, I would guess. Again, this is my interpretation of this. But now that you're saying this, I'm thinking of the way that these 12 stones symbolize 12 facets and sides of the oneness of the people that they represent. So there's this again, this is a multiform. Let's call it that.
Right. Yeah. That's cool.
A combination symbolizing the unity and not the separation and the division.
Benny, when you said, you know, that you have your practice and you have your things that you bring in Shabbat also to your life in this, there's something, and then in the beginning you mentioned, you know, Bayom Hashem Echad U'Shmo Echad, on that day, you know, Hashem's name will be one, He will be one, and His name will be one, which is that we will all finally like see whatever that unifying light is. It says that there's 70 paths to the Torah. And, you know, the Torah being that ultimate source of love and light. So any path that takes you to a connection to that ultimate source of light is probably one of those 70 paths. It's also, there's 70 nations in the world. So it's all of us, all of these different nations, sorry, is this better? All of the different nations are supposed to be taking us to, all of the different paths are supposed to be taking us to just that connection. So if the path that you found with the knowledge that you have and that uniform that you're wearing takes you to a place where you feel connected to that light, then you're getting what it's all about, you know, and it's a derech, you know, it's a way to get to that light. But if you're getting to that light in a way that aligns with you, then yes. And everybody has their way, everybody has their shvil, their path to connect to that ultimate light. And some of us, I would say, are fortunate to have psychedelics be part of that. But even without them, as long as we're all connecting to that truth, that light that's just love, then we're doing the right thing.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I would love to see if anyone else is here and conscious and wants to join in the conversation. And it's okay if not. Let's give it a moment and see.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm just taking a minute to stretch, walk around a little bit. You just slap myself awake.
I always wonder in these meetings if the people on the stage, the people with us in the room that have their cameras and audio off, if they have a pulse, if they're sleeping. It's nice to feel like I'm somebody's late night entertainment. It's actually
right. Yeah, no, this is pretty much like about average for these things. There's usually like 10 or 12 people on, but only like 2 or 3 people talking. So kind of standard issue. But yeah, no, it would be great to hear from anybody else.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that invitation open, and if you're listening in and want to chime in any way, or you can just say I'm here, that's fine. I want to invite the conversation to some maybe story sharing or experience sharing regarding the intersection of Judaism and psychedelics in your life. If there's anything specific that pops up and you want to share, or anything that can help us expand this metaphor and this shared conversation here. I'm willing to share mine, but I always have
sure.
that opportunity.
Yeah, no, if you want to start, man, I think I got one for you after.
Why don't you go first, Rick? While you're still
Okay,
here in the
well,
wake, I wanna juice
I
you out.
guess it's the so I have a neighbor down the street that's like a deeply anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist, like full flat earther and everything, right? And like I knew this about him, but like mushrooms kind of got me to this like spiritual state or whatever, where I like wanted to reach out and see if I could like, maybe change his mind on the subject. And so I started like hanging out with the dude and just hearing all this flat earth, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then it didn't work. He could not let it go, man. He kept bringing up the Jews that control the media and all the bankers and all the yeah, yeah, yeah. So I ultimately I had like, oh yeah, it ended with Holocaust now. Like that's where I drew the line. I'm like, okay, fuck this, I'm out. So yeah, didn't work out, but there's my story. Uh-oh. Oh no, we lost Penny. Buddy. Damn. That's a great
He'll
look
definitely
on his face too.
he'll definitely be back, but that's at least a good image of him to have there with us, right?
Right. He's
Well,
turning
I'll
into
share a
president.
story. I was training for this type of medicine, and I went to the first circle that was like an open circle to people, and it was the first time I went to like a psychedelic circle as a religious, open rabbi. And I was the only religious person there. And there's a really interesting, like, just dichotomy where there was in Israel that, like, there was a big separation between people that were religious and not religious. And it was almost like taboo because religious people have a certain stigma and then non-religious people have a certain stigma. And I'm there in this, like, only religious person about to do this beautiful heart opening medicine with everybody. And it was wonderful to see as the night progressed how all of these stigmas just went away when like people were able to see past, the kippa, like the little hat or the beard, and they were able to see that like, wait, behind all that, he's just like me.
Right.
And there was this communal group healing that happened there when people were able to see that like we're all on the same journey and we're all just trying to find our path. And when you break those stigmas, it's really a beautiful feeling. And I think that psychedelics definitely have the power to allow us to get that voice in our head that's so judgmental to go to the side for a little while and just allow us some like love-filled acceptance of people.
Yeah. No, that was beautiful put, man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's tough to do. The world's a crazy place, like it is nice to have that like connection with the divine and step away from like climate change and all of the troubles of the world.
Listen, you can be connected to them on an energetic level, and just at least I try to, I realize that I think I can do more good by being present and sending love and messages of love into the world than I can do anything else to help climate change. Do you know what I mean? Like I am not in a position in other than the recycling and obviously the things that are in my hands,
Right.
I'd rather invest that energy to do something I can that might actually add. And I think there's one good thing about presence. When you're present, when you're able to like just be, it's contagious and it like adds to the presence in the world. And I think that has more power to make global change than many other things that we're trying to do. A few moments of presence on a global level can really make a big change.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
There I go philosophizing again.
Yeah. No, man, I'm not sure if Penny was coming back. Were you scheduled to speak tonight?
No, but I'm here, so I like to speak, and you like to speak, and nobody else is speaking, so let's continue speaking.
Yeah, for sure. If you wanted to take a second to share something or whatever, I'd be delighted to hear it.
That'd be awesome. Or I'd actually maybe say, do you have any questions for a religious rabbi sitting in Jerusalem right now? Maybe that might be an interesting avenue to take.
Yeah, damn. Let me think for a sec. What would I ask the rabbi?
Seriously, it's like stump the rabbi.
Right, yeah. Well, you mentioned, so when did you become a rabbi?
Well, I became more religious like 20 years ago, and I spent like 6, 7 years studying. So somewhere along the way, um, I got a piece of paper and and along with like I'm not a pulpit rabbi, I'm not a community rabbi. I'm more of like a coach that has rabbinical studies. So
Oh, cool.
I try. But it's been like a 20-year journey.
Yeah, he's back.
Hey, Penny.
Yeah, there are short power breaks here every 10, 15 minutes or so. So this is in and out conversation for myself.
If you can fix the mic, that'd be awesome so we can hear you. So yeah, so I guess officially I've been a rabbi for like 13, 14 years. Rick, you with us? Not. I think it's just you and me, Penny.
Yeah, just you and me. I think Rick's taking a minute break.
Exactly.
Pleasure to
That
see you.
works.
I'm sorry
Likewise,
I missed
man.
part of the conversation. Yeah, it's
We
interesting
definitely
for me to have this conversation with you is probably at least equivalent to having this conversation with 9 or 10 other people in the room.
it's such a subject because we've also lived through different spaces together, bringing in both of our colors into the same light, and it's always been a beautiful like balance.
Yeah,
I'm curious. I've always been curious what meeting me in this space has done for your multicolored garment.
I think in the ketamine training that we were in together. I'm not sure if I shared this out loud in the integration session or I was saying this to maybe someone else, but there's two levels of this. There's before you even meet the person, there's the face that you see, the image that you invent in your mind when you see someone, you know, with a kippah and a beard, tripping next to you or holding space with you, and that's one part that I can talk about forever because there's a big healing for me and personally in doing this kind of work with people who bring up this image for me. It's a big tikkun for the previous images that were there. On a second level, on a different level, there's the person that I meet, and they're a dear friend of mine. I love a lot of things about you. Some of them Jewish, some of them psychedelic, some of them non-related. But
some of them shamanic.
yeah, some of them inspirational, some of them whoa, what is that? You know, it's there's the panim and there's the pnim, and it's the same word in Hebrew, the inside and the face. And those two levels, I can say on both of them that meeting you and as an extension of that, also meeting other people who have this interesting combination for me. It's been very important, especially for that process that I was discussing before of turning the tools of war into tools of building. A lot of my psychedelic identity was formed as an antithesis to what I learned in yeshiva and the kind of people that were surrounding me and the kind of lifestyle that was surrounding me. And if we take a community integration, for example, today I can't imagine a better practice for me to learn about community integration than, living in yeshiva style with 3 congregational prayers and 3 meals a day where you're all together and in learning together in the Jewish Orthodox traditional way of chavruta. These are all things that I've disposed of or thought I did, and then diving into psychedelics, they hit me on the head, and you need to integrate this somehow. And the integration of my Jewish niche is done with psychedelics, and the integration of my psychedelics is sometimes done with a lot of Jewish help. And this is you know this, but maybe some of the people that are listening don't. But I'm part of a team that started the ketamine clinic in Jerusalem, Ketel, and I'm the only non-Orthodox person in the staff, for example. And these kind of things couldn't have happened 5 years ago or 10 years ago when I was still resenting the place that I grew up in that way. and it's a big tikkun. It's a big healing, and it also, I think, empowers me to work with people who similarly have a kippah and a beard, for example, as my clients, because I wouldn't have trusted myself to be flexible into a place where I can say, okay, my theory or my perspective of the world says this, and you come in with your Jewish perspective, and it won't work. So now I know how to kind of, and again, this is a Jewish idea of bending down in humble perspective in front of the needs of the person that I'm trying to help. Um, yeah, so it's now a couple of years, 3-4 years, where this reclamation process is taking root. I had the pleasure of, in my wedding, to have two friends of mine who are also psychedelic researchers / therapist types and rabbis sign my ketubah, and having them there as my my allies in this Jewish agreement of the wedding. Yeah, and it was very powerful for me as a still Jewish against all of my wishes kind of perspective, but very psychedelic person that I am, to have this cocktail of Judaism and psychedelics. When we were I was in Colorado in the summer for the MAPS conference, and we had this full day Jewish psychedelic workshop, and I think there were 110 people in the room, each one with a very diverse group of people with different perspectives on Judaism and psychedelics. And I think that for everyone, that experience was very psychedelic and very Jewish. For me, it was kind of like going to shul, going to the synagogue, and meeting a bunch of people that share at least faith with me and at least some kind of perspective on the world. And then to hear that this is shul within a shul, it's a bunch of people that not only share my Jewish heritage and problems and questions, but also share the tools of psychedelics as teachers, as instruments, as tools, as inspiration, as ways to communicate with the divine, or to even think and consider what the divine is. It's intensely interesting and emotional, I think, this connection for me. And it takes at least 3 or 4 perspectives in the room, which mean at least 2 or 3 Jews, to kind of make peace with this thing. Because for me, for many years, like I said, these trains of thought are clashing. The Jewish psychedelic experience for me in my past would be considered as either an accident or something that is causing a lot of trouble for me, because suddenly my worlds are colliding. The places where I feel safe and understood, and the places where I feel resentful and unwanted, they're kind of coming together. And today I think that I see how more and more of that was my perspective projected onto the experience, and my fear or mistrust or resent being placed on what's happening, as well as what is Jewish. Because what is Jewish is a very broad question with is it at least like 13 million, 14 million different answers.
Yeah.
At least. There's this old joke about a Jew that's stranded on a lonely island, and he builds 2 shuls because he needs one shul to talk to God in, and the other one where he's never going to set his foot in.
Oh yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah. So for me, Judaism was the shul I would never step into. Psychedelics was the one I would pray in. But I think more and more they've become one, which again brings us back to the most psychedelic and I think the core Jewish idea of oneness being something that is not separate from God. The idea of one God being transformed into everything is the one God, or is in one God, but everything. And that's the I think the bit that was missing for me in Judaism when I grew up, and what the kind of Judaism that I was practicing was very much centered on there being a one God, and how we all need to listen to what He said, as opposed to how everything that we are experiencing is part of that one God. And that's a more maybe personal relation based perspective of God, but also I needed to go through at least a bit of Christianity, a bit of Islam, and a bit of Buddhism before I could say, okay, I'm comfortable thinking about God in various ways, but I know the feeling is one. I know there's many ways to send this package, but the address is the same address.
Right. Yeah.
I
That's
rem-
awesome.
I remember saying at the beginning of my journey with Judaism, not to judge Judaism by Jews. There, I saw, unfortunately, a lot of contradictions between what I was reading and what I was seeing, and I stuck with what I was reading to find the beauty in it. And I understood that there was, a path that other people took that I was blessed to found another way of looking at it, which is that oneness that you're discussing. But unfortunately, nowadays, in any philosophy, it's really hard to find the right path or the path that speaks to you because there's so much noise in the world right now distracting us from it.
I think there's one of the Jewish Hebrew terms that came up in my mind, Ellie, when you asked me before about our experience together, was Avodat Hashem, the work of God. But also in the context of the work that the priest in the temple would be doing, or the work that the rabbi in the synagogue would be doing, but also in the way that each and every individual has his work, his in Hindu it's called the sadhana, the path that I have to my deeper understanding, deeper meaning, deeper connection. And it's work. This word in Hebrew, it means work. It's the same word we use to describe Sunday through Friday going and doing our thing where we get paid. And the path of Judaism that I was raised on really relished in how much this is work. This is hard, this is difficult, this is something that you need to. And I think maybe in a similar way that psychedelics changed my understanding of what social work is in the profession, or what getting paid for doing work. I think also in this, my Avodat Hashem, my God's work, the word has become more flexible and has a lot more room for breath, a lot more room for considering different parts of me and finding what's the answer that's true for all of them or for most of them. And as opposed to something being dictated and something being forced. And in Hebrew, the word for slavery is not the same word for work, even though they share the same root. There is avodah, which is work, and there's avdut, which is workery, slavery. It's being tied and forced into the work. And avodah is a free form of avdut, if we think of it. And one more part of this is that if you separate avodah into two words, it's avod Hashem, it's work God.
Right.
Meaning, don't work your job, work God. Don't get caught up in the way that don't get caught up too much in the way that this work is what's getting your salary or your recognition or your professional CV full of nice things. This is you're working Hashem. And every path that you go, you shall know Him. You shall work Him. That's another quote. And Avodat Hashem is something that I experienced very strongly in holding space together with them. We were running around. There were 20 psychiatrists and doctors and therapists tripping on the ground beneath us, and we're just walking around with incense and doing our shticks and praying for them and praying with them and holding the space. And that was for me a moment of true Avodat Hashem.
Yeah.
Beautiful, man.
Yeah. No, in alchemy, it's literally called the great work, like the path of spiritual transformation. Yeah.
I think our modern understanding of the word work is in both languages is lacking, again, that freedom that we put in the intention, I mean, that willingness to be diverse and exploratory and flexible and all these things which are the opposite of what we imagine when we say the word work. And there's nothing that sounds less flexible than I need to be at work right. But in Hashem's work, work can change from now to 5 seconds from now, a million times. I think if we take this and connect this a bit to the past few weeks, and now already almost 2 months of difficulty that's happening in Israel and happening for Jewish people around the world. Hashem's work for us is changing every day, every minute. And the old structures that we had in our mind of how Hashem needs to be worked, they're meeting lots of trouble. They're meeting lots of difficulty. They're falling apart. And if we have that deep trust and love that what I believe today is part of faith, then Hashem's work is revealed to us. And if not, we're stuck trying to get Hashem's work from yesterday happening today. And it doesn't work. There's a metaphor. One of my clients who happens to also have a kippah and a beard once told me, he said he came out of this ketamine trip and he was saying how I understand now. He was talking about something that was related to his perspective of his God's work. He said it was like trying to surf on yesterday's Wi-Fi. Where is yesterday's Wi-Fi? It's gone. You can only surf on today's Wi-Fi. Right. And I love that metaphor because in our understanding of Hashem, of God, at least in a deeper sense meaning, work is not cut out for us the same from now and forever. It's changing. Because it's a relationship, I believe, is another part of why it's changing, and not because it's not. Go ahead.
Sorry, I do want to. I have to go after this, but I want to share something that you reminded me of that Rabbi Nachman says. Up till now, we've been taking our strength from the giving of the Torah, from a light that came from behind us, from the past. And there's a concept in Judaism of like the lowering of the generations, because we're moving farther and farther away from that original source of light. But we are now in the stage or in the generation that the light that's in front of us, of what's coming, the light, that love that you were talking about, that day where he is one and his name is one, it's pulling us forward. So all of the paths that we've taken are not the ones that are going to be taking us to where we go. So that's why this beautiful mesh of oneness is happening right now. It's almost a two-ness on the global level, but that's just one step closer to a oneness. You know what I'm saying? So first of all, thank you for the invitation. I will bless all of us to continue on our journeys with peace and with love and with sharing. Penny, God bless you. I miss you. Can't wait to see you. Rick, it was beautiful sharing with you and everybody else. Have a beautiful journey. Love you guys.
Thank you, Eli. Thanks for joining the conversation and being here. Thanks for everything that you do in this amazing, crazy intersection of psychedelics and Judaism and the work. I really appreciate you and what you're doing.
It's an honor and it's absolutely mutual, man. God bless everybody.
So I think that Eric, you've joined the conversation because you're leading the next hour, I'm guessing? Yes, thanks for coming.
Yes, that's right.
Joining us. We've been talking a little bit about the way that psychedelics and Judaism are obviously similar and working together in our lives. And I'd like to invite you also, if you'd like to throw in a couple of words about that. I shared a bit about my upbringing and my psychedelic journey, and Eli shared a bit of his. And Rick has been joining in with some personal stories. That's about all the names of who had a pulse in the past hour here.
Okay.
So just letting you know.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to connect at the beginning, but it's midday here. I'm in Spain, and I just couldn't get it together to join earlier, so I'm sorry about that.
It's completely fine. This hour is held in the intention for freedom, allowing anyone to join or leave or participate in whatever way is on their mind. I gotta say to Rick that I felt this last time we had this conversation also, but I think that we even may have discussed it. But your upbringing in Orthodox, or I don't know how to say the right word for Christian, the Christian background that you come from.
Evangelical, probably.
Yeah.
Say conservative Christian.
Yeah, so the background that you come from and the background that I come from are saying or are telling the story of very far distance from each other. But I keep getting reminded in your stories about my experiences, and I'm sure that maybe you feel something similar there.
Yeah.
And I'm bringing this up because what I feel is that sometimes we get lost in the discussion and forget that we're not talking about how religious or in what form of religion we're coming from, but we're talking about a broader understanding of the religion itself, the core beliefs, of the values, of the good ideas that we can learn from this religion. And it's having this conversation with you or with other people who remind me similarly of strict faith or belief driven kind of upbringing. I feel it's an honor to share a long path away from that with someone. I feel like the distance that we've learned to put between where we grew up and where we are now, whether psychedelics for me were a big part of that, but saying regardless even of just the psychedelics, I admire that, and I appreciate people who have done the work in, growing up on one side of the street, crossing the street, and checking out what the other side is like, and then deciding if they want to go back and how and where.
Yeah.
And the first person that I was raised of on this story is Abraham, and Abraham is known as the person who got up on one side of the river and crossed the river, following God's request from him. And that was actually my portion of the Torah, and my bar mitzvah was Lech Lecha, was the part of the Torah where God tells Abraham, you got to get up and leave behind your family's home and your the place where you grew up and all of that, and you're going to follow what God tells you, and you're going to cross over to the other side. And that's why he's called Ivri, which is the base for Hebrew. And that word is the word for the bank of the river, Ever Nahal. So the Hebrews are those who got up, crossed the river, and I'm using this metaphorically in a place where I believe that in our generation, psychedelics are a big part of that bridge, are a big part of the path of expansion from the place where we grew up and the thought, perspective, training, trauma, whatever it is that we grew up with. And we have that call from God to get up and start walking. And I just wanted to share that as also thank you for you being here with me.
Yeah, man. And in a similar way, like psychedelics enhanced your connection with being Jewish. As a Buddhist, a similar thing happened to me. Like it just all, you know what I mean? Like just made my Buddhism bigger, enhanced it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I didn't exactly like return back to the Christian God, that's for sure. But I returned back to something you could call divine. You know what I mean? Yeah, it took me a long time to get rid of that, like the fear of hell after, being told since I was a little kid that if I didn't have Jesus in my heart, I would, you know what I mean? Like it was a psychological something that needed to be undone, and it was a long process to do it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Again,
like, I find freedom as a very important part of that also.
Right.
I think that, again, not to decide for you what your path was or may be. I'm super interested in understanding more about what you call your image of God, for example. But not being stuck in the manipulation, in the prison, and being free to believe and being free to worship in whatever way that you feel is the right way for you. I think that's a big part of this expansion. Because old school faith and religion tends to be a trap in the end for many people. I've experienced and so I've heard. And like what you shared, a lot of times that trap is built out of these mental entrapments of hell, of blame, of guilt, of separation, as opposed to the same, opposed to the God figure, which is in those same systems, which is, you know, inclusive and loving and free. Uh, so I think there's a way to separate those traps from the amazing things that are part of those faiths. You know, the good trap uses bait, right?
Right.
Bait is something that we want to grab at. It's there for a reason. It has meaning for us. And I see some of these, you know, religious traps as using the holy, amazing image of God as bait. You get to love God in a certain way, is just as long as you pop into our trap. And for me, psychedelics just completely shattered that. It's very hard for me to imagine, you know, coming back from a deeply meaningful psychedelic trip and still seeing hell as something that I might escape from if I, you know, do the specifics, or something that I should be punished with in case I make some mistakes. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me anymore in the way that it really did. The fear and the guilt and the other emotions that are tied up with these entrapments are very real, as is some of that trauma.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I think this is a good time for me to kind of end my bit here.
Well, it was good to see you again, buddy. Thanks for
Yeah,
coming.
it was really nice to see you and to share this space with you. And
Yeah.
Eric, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry I can't stay for your conversation. I'm going to drop off, but maybe I'll be able to join back in about 40 minutes, Wi-Fi permitting here in Goa. Thank you so much. Sending you lots of love. And for those of you listening who want to somehow learn more about what I'm doing, I'll just drop my link here in the chat, or you can look for psychedelicsocialworker.net. And let's keep this intersection of Judaism and psychedelics as alive as it is, and more. I think there's so much for both of these worlds that are colliding and meshing to gain from this conversation. So let's continue this.
Yeah. Right on, man. Thanks again for coming, Penny. Eric.
Thank you.
I'm Rick.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Good to have you. Well, sounds like looks like your hour is up. If you want to get started.
Yeah, sure. So I guess I'll just start by introducing myself. My name's Eric Hawes, and I'm a therapist. I live in Spain, northern Spain, Basque Country. I'm from the US originally. I grew up in California, but I've been in Europe for 13 years now. So I work with psychedelics, with a pretty wide range of different plants, but also with an expanding sort of repertoire of, I don't know, what you might call like body-mind practices. And I'll get into that in more detail. But my training, I started sort of, I guess, more academic psychological approach, studied at existential therapy, which is sort of like a philosophical understanding of human health and well-being, studied Gestalt, studied in, I don't know, a lot of different disciplines. But getting further and further away from sort of the rational mind and logical understanding, and deeper into sort of emotion and instinct and the body and different non-academic, more sort of traditional and indigenous practices. But I think that the real training, like my real background, was just growing up in the home that I did. I don't know, I guess we could just call it a colorful childhood with a lot of different kinds of challenges, where I learned how to to adapt to unpredictable circumstances, and to really find my center when very few things around me were helping me to maintain that. And I learned from a really early age to sort of intuit how other people are feeling, to sort of take care of other people, oftentimes at my own expense. And a big part of my journey to become a therapist has been, I think, like most of us, has been through sort of personal healing and growth and learning about my own sort of patterns, and finding a way not to abandon them or neglect them, but to sort of transform them and turn it into my profession. Right. So it's not about saying, like, doing a 180 and just neglecting all of my childhood and all of my past, but it's like saying, okay, this is me, this is a part of me. How can I make this something that's going to be serving me rather than, hurting me, basically? And that's, I mean, I say all of that because that's kind of the frame that I use when I work with the people who I work with, right? My clients. It's helping them to work through, what you might call your biography, your psychology, your character, whatever it is. And I think inevitably when we're using non-ordinary states of consciousness, whether through psychedelics or through anything else, we're always kind of pushing up at the limits of like, what is me, what isn't me, or what is it within me that I can use to transform other parts of myself. Right. And so it's a process that I'm continually going through and helping other people to go through their version of that as well. And then just in regards to the frame of this event, it seems like to me there's a pretty strong parallel between what we call our personal identity and what we might call our cultural identity, right? What does it mean to be me, Eric Hawes, or what does it mean to be Jewish, or what does it mean to be American or Spanish, or whatever it is, to be a member of any group. And I think as far as like our subjective experience goes, it's a lot about, some idea of a shared history, a shared story, some kind of shared identity, and maybe from that, values and practices and the sort of the way we habitually interact with the world, when, what we call a culture or a biography, a personality. And I think both with individuals and with groups, there are times when these identities they're incredibly useful, they're necessary, they help us to survive. And then there's also a lot of times when they become limiting, right? They can cause us to get stuck in a certain way of thinking or feeling or being in the world. And most of the people who I encounter professionally are at that sort of juncture, right? It's like, okay, this is me, I know who I am, I'm a capable adult of, living my life. But at the same time, there's something within me that's making me find myself again and again in the same sort of situation, the same dynamics. I can understand it rationally. Most of the people who come to me have been in therapy for 20 plus years. They've gone to psychiatrists. They've tried everything. And on a sort of intellectual level, generally speaking, have a very good understanding of who they are and where they're at and the changes they want to make in their life. But there's something holding them back, right? And that something is where I try and put my focus. And as sort of a general rule, what I've found is that when we find ourselves stuck in these kinds of patterns of thought, identity, feeling, behavior, whatever it is, there's probably some sort of trauma at play. And I know trauma is a big word. It gets used in a lot of different ways. So I want to be specific about that. What I mean is a deep wound, right? There's some sort of wound that happened at some point, generally when we were very young, or maybe when we were vulnerable, at some other point in our lives. Maybe it wasn't even in our lives when we're talking about collective identities. It could have happened 2,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago. But anyway, it's some sort of wound, and beyond the wound, it's a fear of reopening that wound, right? And then a pattern in the way that we organize our lives in order to prevent that from happening, right? So that's what I mean when I say there's some sort of trauma at play. And I think anytime we find ourselves in these patterns, it's a good idea to think in terms of an addiction. And again, by addiction, what I mean is that we've chosen certain tools to try and address that wound or prevent it from happening again, but those tools are actually making the wound worse, right? So like a really simple example would be if you have, I don't know, say social anxiety, you drink a lot of alcohol in order to sort of ease that pain, but then you start drinking so much that your life becomes a disaster and it exacerbates the social anxiety, right? There's a lot of different ways we can do this. When we're talking about external substances like alcohol or heroin or something, it's pretty obvious. But I think it's a useful model because addiction isn't limited to external substances, right? If we think about, what is that alcohol doing? What is the heroin or whatever it is doing? It's creating, a certain internal state neurological, psychological, whatever it is. And external substances are obvious, they're fast, they're often effective. But we can also use a lot of other things, work, relationships, ways of describing ourselves or thinking of ourselves in the world. There's a lot of different ways to come back to that sort of homeostatic state of where I feel at home, where I feel safe. And I think it's important to talk about addiction here, because if we're talking about heroin, for example, like, it doesn't sound rational to anyone to just go up to a heroin addict and explain to them, hey man, heroin is pretty harmful. It's probably going to kill you. So, oh wow, I didn't know. Thanks. I'll stop doing. It's obviously much deeper than that. But when it comes to these more subtle forms of addiction, to ways of thinking and feeling, for some reason we tend to assume that just understanding it is going to be enough. As soon as you identify your pattern and you understand what your pattern is, all of a sudden it's going to go away. And in my personal experience, that isn't the case. In my professional experience, that isn't the case. It's a good first step to sort of get an understanding of what's going on inside and be able to explain it rationally. But in order to actually change that pattern, a lot more work has to be done. And so I'm not gonna, presume to tell anyone what their pattern is or how they should change, right? The point of this is just to say that when we consistently find ourselves as individuals or as a community in certain dynamics, that this way of framing things and thinking about what is it that I'm addicted to, what is the pain that I'm trying to prevent, and what are the ways that my chosen prevention technique is actually exacerbating that pain. It's just one possible framework. There's many other possible frameworks, right? It's one that I've found very useful personally. I find it very useful with many of my clients. But the important thing here isn't to give anyone any sort of answers or tell anyone what they should or shouldn't be doing. It's just like, if you find yourself in that place of like, why is this happening again and again? What is going on? It's like, well, what am I doing to participate in this? What is the pain that I'm trying to prevent? And is there another way I could go about it that's a little more creative, a little bit more compassionate, maybe a little bit more effective? Right? So that's all just sort of the background story to get at what I really want to talk about, which is just present a different way than maybe standard of going about doing this. So I spent a lot of time in the Kalahari in Africa, Namibia, Botswana. It's a big sort of extensive. Technically, it's a desert. There's vegetation there, but it gets hot during the day. It gets cold at night. It's very, very dry. And according to most sort of anthropological, archaeological studies, there's pretty good reason to believe this is probably where we come from as a species. New remains get found all the time. There's competing theories. No one really knows. But the people who live there now are part of a more or less unbroken culture that's been in existence for at least 200,000 years. They've been at it for a very long time, and there are still people living more or less in the same way that probably the first humans did, right? Living in small groups. A lot of their survival is from hunting and gathering, living in very close connection to the natural world, very little technology, a life that looks very different from what most of us probably consider normal. And part of the reason I started going there is because there's still people there who practice what's called persistence hunting. So it's a style of hunting that basically you run after an animal until it gets tired and collapses, and then you can eat. And there's pretty good reason to believe this is probably the sort of the original human hunting technique, right? It's the way that we as a species developed our competitive advantage that allowed us to get more food, to grow bigger brains, to become, the species that we are today. And there's a whole sort of series of biological adaptations, like the Achilles tendon, the ability to sweat. I don't know. There's a big long list of all these different adaptations that have made us very capable long distance runners, right? So we're not fast in the short term, but we can just keep going and going and going. And basically these four-legged animals that are, have a big layer of fat and they have a lot of fur on them, they get overheated, they get out of breath, they get exhausted, and we can just kind of keep going and catch up to them. So I'm a long distance runner, something I really like to do. And the original draw for me was to go there and to do this with them. And I've been doing it now for a while. It's I don't know, how do I describe it? It's a pretty amazing experience. It's incredibly demanding. It's unpredictable, right? There's no trails, there's no aid stations, there's no starting line, there's no finish line. It's just go until you eat, basically. And to me, the thing that really has gotten me hooked is that it's much more than just a physical feat, right? I mean, obviously it's physically demanding, but you have to be incredibly aware as well. And I'm like a complete novice at tracking, but these guys who've been doing it for their entire lives, they can see what looks to me like just a bunch of marks in the sand, and they can differentiate from these, 100 or 200 antelope, which is the one single antelope we're following. Was it tired? Was it sick? How big is it? Is it male or female? Did it pass 20 minutes ago or 3 hours ago? Like very, very detailed information. And they're doing this in real time while they're running, and have been running for, say, 6 hours in the full sun with no food and no water, right? It's a very impressive feat. And there's a part of it that's just, it's like encyclopedic knowledge, right? It's a logical sort of deduction of, like, given the angle of the print and how far apart they're spaced and whether the sand has fallen or not, you can logically deduce and sort of explain to someone, like, this is how I know what I know. But then almost always you get to a point where the logic breaks down, where there's a sort of intuitive or spiritual understanding. Maybe the tracks completely disappear and they just know it went that way, right? And it's not, I mean, it sounds very sort of esoteric and incredible, and it is, but it's also very practical. And there's like real world evidence that either you're right or you're wrong. It's that there's no sort of room for speculation. Like, either you're good at it and you follow the animal and you get to eat and your family gets to eat, or you're wrong and you don't. And that, to me, that combination of like the intense physical exertion, working as a team, just, come hell and high water, like you're just going and sustaining a good, strong pace for, 10, 12, 15 hours. And at the same time, entering into this altered state of consciousness. And then another way to describe it is they're entering into the spirit of the animal. They're like coming out of their body, entering into the spirit of the animal, and they just know where it's going, right? And that, to me, has become sort of a model of what does it mean to be a human, right? It's not the only model, obviously, but it's like, this is where we come from, right? If our ancestors weren't capable of doing this, none of us would be here today. It's something very, very essential, very primordial, that I think is within all of us, this capability to sort of push at our limits and to expand our awareness beyond ourselves and enter into the awareness of this other being. And that has obvious parallels with psychedelics, right? I think there's a sort of an innate healing power in getting out of our own story, getting out of our own bodies, and connecting with something that's bigger and more powerful than ourselves. And that, to me, if we're talking about Judaism or Christianity or any organized religion, to me, I mean, the easiest way to understand that is it's an attempt to sort of codify and really sort of understand, what is it that we're doing here? What does it mean to be this small being that's part of a much bigger being? How can we make sense of that? And how can we use that for our health and well-being? And so in my time there, running and hunting and doing things, I've also encountered the shamans there and their sort of traditional practices, where they don't use any psychedelic substances, but there is definitely altered states of consciousness. It's mainly through singing, through dancing, make a bonfire, the whole village comes around, and it's this very sort of hypnotic, multi-hour experience, where not just the shaman, but oftentimes many participants are entering into another state of consciousness. They're having visions, and communing again with something beyond the rational world, beyond the individual self. And I think there's like a big part of my practice is trying to connect the dots between these sort of communal ancestral practices and the modern use of psychedelics, and what can we learn from these other cultures to help inform our use of psychedelics in our cultures today, wherever it is we are. And so I work a lot with the principle of hormesis, which is just the basic biological principle that when you undergo physiological stress under controlled circumstances, that will make both body and mind more resilient, right? So an obvious example is like going to the gym, right? You exert some kind of effort for an hour, 2 hours, whatever it is, acute physiological stress, controlled conditions, then you rest and recover, your muscles get bigger, right? You take that same stressor, you take those same weights and tie them to your hands and hold on to them for 24 hours and you're going to get injured, right? So the poison is in the dose, right? If we have too little physiological stress, our bodies, our minds grow complacent. We lose our innate ability to adapt and to be resilient. If the stress is excessive, then we destroy ourselves, right? So it's a basic principle that can be applied to nutrition, to movement, to breathing, to heat, to cold, to fasting. There's a lot of different ways to apply it. But basically what my work is combining these different practices and using them as part of a continuum in which I include psychedelics. So to me, I think of psychedelics as almost like existential hormesis, right? Where it's like I have my idea of who I think I am, how I think reality functions, and then under these specific controlled conditions, I put some acute stress on that model and sort of burst out of that, and then come back to center, regroup, and sort of adapt my vision of who I am and what is my place in the world. And it's important to me to put it in this context because I think it makes it much less abstract, much less subject to, I don't know, misunderstanding, to manipulation, to sort of just, how do I say this? Because we're specifically working with non-rational states, I think we often open ourselves up to all kinds of speculation and thought that isn't necessarily therapeutic or really healing in any way. And I think as a culture, we're sort of struggling to create a frame for what does psychedelics mean? What place do I give to these experiences? Is this, truth coming from another dimension? Is it my subconscious truth coming out from inside? Like, what does this all mean? What do I do with it? How do I fit this into my day-to-day life? I don't pretend to have an answer to that. But to me, I think if we're going to get an answer, I think we all have to get there sort of helping one another, supporting one another, but ultimately we have to create our own story. And what is the model that makes sense to me about how can I contextualize these experiences and how can I use them ultimately to live a better life? And so for me, connecting them to these much more sort of quotidian bodily experiences is a really helpful frame, because it's not just this abstract thing that I do, once a month or once a year. It's part of day-to-day living. It's how do I breathe? How do I move? How do I eat? How do I interact with the world? And depending on sort of the extremity with which I do these things, I can enter into these altered states on a regular basis to, a greater or lesser degree, and use them as an integrated part of my day-to-day life. So I don't know, just to throw out a few examples, like this summer, as part of my training, I ran my first 100-mile race through the mountains here locally in Spain. And like many people, I had a sort of psychedelic experience while doing it. It was on the first night. For me, it was a 2 days and 2 nights. Well, actually, I think it was a total of 43 hours. It was very long. But I was visited by, I felt like this blue light coming up inside of me. It was like a blue flame that was coming up through my legs. I was having some pretty intense pain in my quadriceps right above the knees. And I saw it as like this blue flame that was coming up, burning inside of me. And this flame turned into basically like some sort of demon or spirit, or it was some sort of blue creature that was like inhabiting my body.
It like started in your stomach and started like working its way up, or like
it started in the legs where the pain was, and then from there, it came up into the stomach, and then just went into the whole body. Into the whole body.
I think I've had a similar experience to that though, when I was some meditation on mushrooms.
Yeah. It's, I mean, there's a lot of different versions of this, right? I think everyone, they come at it in their own way, but it's like, specifically with long distance running, because it's not like a high intensity event of like, I don't know, like an intense CrossFit workout or something, where it's just like pure adrenaline, go, get it done. It's, 43 hours of meditation, of time to be in pain, to question like, what the hell am I doing here? Is this worth it? Should I keep going? Should I stop? Why? Like it's a very sort of long and intensive dialogue with pain, with discomfort, with you know, the whole like really wide range of emotions. And I don't know, Courtney Dauwalter, she's like, you know, world famous, one of the world's best long distance runners. She talks about the pain cave, and like her way of dealing with this is like she goes into her pain cave, and like as she's running, she's like visualizes herself like picking away at the inside of the cave, making the cave bigger, increasing her internal capacity to just push through, right? And that's the way she makes sense of it. For me, it was this demon who I entered into like dialogue with, and I was like, what are you doing here? Who are you? Like, what's going on? Like, talk to me. And he's like, well, I'm just here to tell you that the pain is actually, what it's doing is it's burning away everything that's not essential, right? This pain is, it's like a forcing function. It's helping you to differentiate like what is me and what is not me. And if you can just breathe it out and just release it, then it's not a part of you. It's not essential to who you are, right? And so the pain, rather than being something to be avoided or something to try and overcome, it was like, no, this is necessary. This is medicine. This is cleansing you from the inside out and allowing you to connect with sort of the most essential core of your being. And that's what's going to allow you to keep running, right? And I don't want to say this is like an existential truth, like it is this way, but that's the way I visualize it. It's the way I interacted with it. It helped me reframe pain, discomfort, suffering, so that it wasn't taking anything away from me. It was adding to the richness of my experience. And I think this sort of reframing gets at what I'm talking about when I'm saying, like, how do we change our patterns? How do we change our habitual way of being in the world? A lot of it comes down to this, like rewriting our story, rewriting our internal dialogue, rewriting the way that we relate to suffering, to pain, to the difficulties that we inevitably encounter. And, you know, I mean, a simpler example is when I first started doing wait, is it? Yeah, we good. Oh, okay. Yeah, when I first started doing the cold exposure, I got really excited, as many people do, started pushing as hard and as fast and as much as I could. And I actually went to do a training with Wim Hof in Poland. And when I got there, I was like really excited. Okay, I'm going to be with like the best people in the world. This is going to be amazing. And I was really disillusioned and disheartened when I got there, because the focus was all on staying safe, you know, 2-minute ice bath maximum, you know, don't take it too far. And it was like exact opposite of what I was looking for. So after a few days of sort of coming to terms with that, when it came time for the sort of culminating event where you're supposed to walk up to the top of a mountain in just shorts, and you have a backpack with like emergency supplies just in case, I decided to do that walk barefoot. And I'd never walked barefoot. Well, I'd walked barefoot in the snow one time before. I lasted about 20 minutes. I was numb up to my knees. It was horrible. And, you know, 20 minutes was it. And I was like, well, you know, I paid all this money. I made it out here to Poland. Like, I've got to put myself to the test somehow. So I spoke with my instructor, and luckily he was very understanding. He said, look, I'll let you try. You need to bring shoes in your backpack, and you need to promise me that the second you lose sensation in your toes, you're going to stop, you're going to warm up, and you're going to put on your shoes. And I said, okay, that's a deal. And so I started walking up the mountain, and the entire time I was just checking my toes. I was moving my toes with every step, just making sure, can I still move them? Can I still feel them? Okay, it's all good. It's all good. And after about, I don't know, an hour and a half, or about halfway up, a woman who's in my group looked at me and she's like, Jesus, like, doesn't that hurt? And I looked at her and I was like, yeah, I guess it does. Like, it had never occurred to me that it was pain. I was so focused on like, is there sensation? Sensation is good. That means I'm not going to lose my toes. It had never entered into my mind to think, this is pain, this hurts, I should stop. It was just like, sensation is good. I don't care what kind of sensation it is. As long as I feel, that means I've still got my toes. And that for me was a moment when I was like, okay, there's something going on here, right? There's something very, very essential in the way we think about things, the way we feel about things. Like, it's literally changing the physiological sensations in my body, sensations that, you know, by all rights should be automatic. Pain is pain, pleasure is pleasure. Like, there's nothing you can do to change that. Apparently there is, you know? And so I've had a lot of these types of moments in my life where through like very basic bodily experiences, learning to sort of rework my relationship to to all kinds of difficulty, all kinds of discomfort. And if it were just limited to, you know, walking barefoot in the snow, I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. It's a nice party trick. But to me, the real point is like, what is my relationship to myself? What is my relationship to the difficulties in my life? Am I able to change the way that I habitually react to things, right? And it's to me, it starts in the body, it goes to emotion and into thought as well, the way I interpret things, the way I understand things in my day-to-day existence. And so again, a big part of my work is taking these practices that, you know, from the outside can seem very extreme. Well, they are very extreme in some cases, and putting them in this larger context of part of a continuum that includes psychedelics, right? And when we talk about sort of somatic practices and working with the body and working with the mind, oftentimes there are a lot of people who are working in very sort of gentle, slow, kind, sensitive ways. You know, when we think about somatic healing, we think about taking it very, very slow. It's all sort of parasympathetic, if you will, a very yang type of energy, which is fine. It's great. It definitely has its place. Don't want to say that hasn't done a lot of good for a lot of people, because it definitely has. But I think we're also forgetting the other side of the sympathetic practices, you know, the yang practices, the more active practices, where there's a very long trajectory throughout all human history, all human culture, of these very, very active practices. You look at any indigenous culture throughout the world, and their way of somatic practicing is, you know, go for 3 days without eating, without drinking. You're going to dance and sing nonstop. And that's the way you're going to get out of this idea of who you think you are. It's the way you're going to connect with some greater sense of community, of God, of nature, whatever it is, into some greater sense of being. And I think it's very important to create a good container around there. You have to do it in a safe way. You have to be mindful of people's limitations and not push past those. But I think there is a lot of potential here. There's a lot of potential, I think, to see ourselves as stronger and more resilient than we tend to think of ourselves as being. And I think it's important here to look at this sort of in a historical context, right? If you look at the practice of psychology today, and somatics as well, like, it's all coming from this, it's part of a long sort of history of what I call like the conquest of the rational mind, basically. Like, colonialism and the conquest of all kinds of indigenous cultures has often explicitly been framed as like, they are illogical, they are irrational, they are savage. We need to come with our logic and our reason and change the way they relate to the world, because our way is better. And that's, I think that's been happening on a global scale for thousands of years, but it's also happening within ourselves on a daily basis, right? The way our society is organized, the way our economy is organized, it's like the prefrontal cortex is king, right? And it's constantly trying to conquest, not just in the world, but within ourselves, within our own body, to push the emotions away, push the instinct away. So what's important is your rational thought. If you can explain it logically, then it's real. And if you can't, then it's not. And by no means am I saying that logical thought is bad or wrong. It's just not all there is, right? What's bad or wrong, what I would like to move away from, is confusing the logical mind with the self. It's one part of the self. It's an important part of the self, but it's not the only self. And when it comes to changing these patterns that we're talking about, the patterns of trauma and trying to heal our relationship to ourselves and to the world, like, you can't think your way out of that. You need to work on a deeper level, on a bodily level, on a more sort of instinctive level. And so for me, psychedelics are sort of one way to reverse that process, right? It makes it very, very clear that the way I was thinking about the world is not the only way to think about the world. And in fact, thinking isn't the only way to relate to the world. You know, there's in the psychedelic experience, there's this complex interplay of visuals and emotion and physical sensations and thought, and it's all interconnected in this really complex, multidimensional way, which is, you know, it's wonderful and it's interesting. And I think at the very least, like, apart from the actual content of whatever it is your experience is, just the structure of the experience and how multifaceted and multidimensional it is, has to make us sort of come to terms with the fact that the rational mind isn't all there is, you know. And so to me, it just makes sense. If we're going to be engaging with this as a culture, like, I think it behooves us to take into account these other much more ancient practices that have been around, you know, throughout the world for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. and to try and draw from lots of different traditions, lots of different disciplines, and seeing, how have in Tibet, how have they used the cold as a path toward, what they consider spiritual enlightenment, or in Native American cultures using heat and sweat lodges, or there's a many tools, and I don't want to fixate too much on any particular tool or another. It's more taking a step back and saying, through the body, and specifically through these more sort of energetic active practices, we can use them to break through our idea of who we think we are, to break out of these patterned ways of thinking and feeling and being, and work towards something that unites us more robustly to our community, to the world in which we live, and to create a healthier relationship with ourselves and with whatever it is that surrounds us. So, I mean, to me, the biggest takeaway from the cultures like you see in the Kalahari, from any hunter-gatherer culture, is that they're peoples who have consistently, when faced with hardship or with difficulty, they've consistently chosen to adapt themselves to the demands of the environment rather than the other way around. So what I mean by that is, like, when there's no water here, we go somewhere else and get water. There's no food here, we'll go somewhere else and get the food there, right? They have very minimal technology, almost no instinct to try and change the world around them. It's just like any other animal, right? Finding the best environment, the best place where they're going to be able to survive, and adapting as necessary. Anyone who's on this call, watching this recording, like, we are products of a different decision. We are products of a decision to say, there's no water here. Well, we're going to dig a well and we're going to get it out of the ground. Or we're going to, change the path of the river and irrigate our fields. We're going to take the seeds from this plant, we're going to hybridize them and make it so that we can have a garden, et cetera, et cetera. And so, obviously it's a very crude distinction, but I think it's a useful one if we just think about ourselves as products of a culture who have consistently chosen to try and adapt the world to meet our needs rather than vice versa. And we see that as possibly part of the reason why we find ourselves in the predicament that we're in today, which is, I think, our society has maximized comfort in many ways, made life as comfortable as possible. And in the process, we've atrophied this innate ability that we have to be resilient and to be able to adapt to the difficulties around us in a creative and productive way. And so I don't want to say we all have to go back and be hunter-gatherers. Obviously, that's, it's impossible. The world can sustain even half of us trying to do that. But it's just like, on a basic psychological or even emotional level, I think there's something to be learned there. And there's oftentimes we have this instinct when things are difficult, when we're suffering, we want to increase our control. We want to change the situation. And if we've been trying that for 10, 15, 20 years and it hasn't been working, like, maybe it's time to try a different approach. And what I see in these other cultures consistently again and again is that the other approach is, no, you adapt yourself to the situation. You adapt yourself to nature. And it's not a surrender. It's not giving up. What it is actually training yourself to be more capable, more resilient, and saying, you know what, the world can do whatever it needs to do. I'm going to be fine. I'm going to work on my own innate ability to adapt to whatever it is that comes. And that's where I'm going to get my strength. That's where I'm going to get my well-being. So I think that's enough talking for now. I'll leave it at that. Just want to kind of throw it out there as a model, a way that I work, a way that I think is well worth exploring. And yeah, I guess my website, primalnature.eu.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to check it out, and if you guys want to join in the conversation,
I'll jump in, man. I know those ancient cultures, like, still, it blows me away. Like Pacific Islanders being able to, like, navigate and find this tiny little dot of an island in the middle of the ocean. It's just a completely different kind of technology. Or like hollowing out an ostrich egg and filling it with water and like stashing them in different places so that you always knew where your water supply was. Yeah, it's a total, like, I don't know. It's really cool. Anyways, sorry.
No, that's great. No, I think you're right. Like, if you look at any indigenous culture, any culture that lives in close connection with nature, it's standard practice to do things that when you hear about it, you're like, how's that even possible? Like, that's not humanly possible, but they do it all the time, and we all come from that, and even for me, like, sorry, go ahead.
The arrowheads they would find from like, Stone Age hunters and gatherers. When they tried to replicate to make one of their own, found out it was actually like took a lot of skill to do. It wasn't like something that was easy. You needed a craftsman passing that knowledge down to other people to have those arrowheads or spear tips or whatever. Anyway, I think that was like, the first technology, probably something like that.
Eric, hi, I'm Steve in the UK. That was absolutely fantastic. Can I ask a bit more about the running and the hunting, or if people want to talk like Jewish stuff, then please do interrupt me after a couple of minutes. But is it like East Africa, or
it's in sort of Namibia, Botswana, so southeast.
Right. And I like chasing an animal for 12 days. I mean, like chase a chicken for like 5 minutes, and it's exhausting and impossible.
Yeah. So 12 hours, not 12 days. 12 hours. 12
hours. Yeah. Sorry, I meant 12 hours. Sorry, I know you didn't say 12 days. But through bush and stuff. So it's bush. I've done like Scottish grass, and that was bad,
Yeah, it's a challenge for sure. It's sandy soil, sometimes compact, sometimes loose, a lot of thorns, big sort of bushy grass. So you're not just sort of plodding along like you would on the asphalt, right? It's a very active, like you have to look where you're stepping. You have to have like they'll take whatever they can get. So they might be wearing like one rain boot and one flip flop. Like it's just, whatever they got. There are a lot of thorns. So like soles definitely do help on the shoes. But I mean, I've seen everything. I personally wear running sandals. That's the best I've found.
Sure. Which ones?
Lunas. Lunas are my favorite by far.
But loons, yeah.
Luna.
I'm not going to pretend I'm a runner.
Okay.
That's my last name is Luna.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. No,
are you familiar with the Japanese concept of is it Misagi?
I don't know that. Is that the monks who run?
Yeah, it's a test of endurance, but you can kind of bespoke. You can come up with your own according to kind of what your weak spot is. And I think the whole idea there has to be at least a kind of 50% chance of failure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's the idea. And if you're rubbish at swimming, you do a swimming one. If you're rubbish at running, you do a running one like that. Horrendous. What else like that have you kind of got lined up? I've been looking at the website.
Yeah. So the work in Africa,
I might have some friends who
no, that's great. So the work in Africa is sort of has two aspects. Like I have an NGO that I've set up where that one, if you look at sapientfuture.org, there we do go out in small groups, like 4 or 5 people. It's sort of like a full immersion with the people there, the hunting, the gathering, all that kind of stuff. And that was the original project. And then from that, we've created an ultra marathon. So this coming September 2024, it's going to be the first year we do it open to the public, limit of 50 people. And it's going to be a 7-day experience where we have 3 days of preparation. So learning the tracking, basic survival techniques, plant identification, all that kind of stuff. And then 3 days running, 50 kilometers each day. And then 1 day of celebration and recovery afterward. And so that's it's a new project, and I'm doing it. Basically, I spent quite a few years trying to see if there's any group of people who are still living from persistence hunting. And I finally found a small group of guys who are still doing that. I started running with them, hunting with them. And basically, like, no one can live fully hunting and gathering anymore. The amount of land that they have has been reduced too much. People are encroaching. There's miners, there's loggers, there's all kinds of people coming in, stealing their land from them. The local government basically does nothing to stop that from happening. And so they need to find some kind of hybrid economy. They're still hunting and gathering, but they also need some form of income. So the idea behind the race is to help them to create some alternative source of income that's going to make their culture stronger and support them and give them more visibility rather than destroying it. Because a lot of what happens is people come in and they'll say, okay, well, you need to make money. Well, we'll teach you new skills. We'll give you, like, I don't know, a cell phone and a solar charger, and we'll teach you how to, I don't know, do whatever it is that occurs to the NGO that they should be doing. And so all of this external help, it actually ends up eroding their culture more, right? And so the idea behind this project is like, can we give them more visibility? Can we give them help them to recover basically the pride in their own culture and their own way of being? And I think it's definitely not just an altruistic effort of just like, we're going to go help these poor suffering people. I think as a species, like it's in our best interest not to forget where we come from, and we're at a incredible time, right? Where like AI, robotics, genetic engineering, all this stuff is coming in. Where like within a very short period of time, I think what it means to be a human it's going to change. It's going to transform, right? We don't know how or when or, to what extent, but it's coming. Right. And we're still alive at a time when like these representatives of the first human cultures, like they're still alive. They're still hunting and gathering. Like this is time to be. And to me, it's definitely in our interest before we go out and just like gung ho, okay, humanity 2.0, like what's humanity 1.0 first? Like, who are we really? Where do we come from? And can we, it's not about keeping them in the past. It's not about us going back and like becoming, hunter-gatherers ourselves. It's just like, if they want, the people who want to continue there, give them the ability to do so and to create a way forward that's respectful of the past rather than destroying it, And so that's the basic idea behind the project.
I liked your idea of the pain cave too. I've gone to similar places, like I sat in a tattoo chair for like 6.5 hours straight, and like, that definitely took some zen to get through that one. But it's also something that like it's a theme within, like Fight Club, for instance, right? There's that scene where he's like getting Tyler's kiss and his hand is burning, but like, needs to liberate himself from the pain to advance spiritually or whatever. It's like something you hear about. I've done a Native American sweat lodge, and it was gnarly, dude. It was like really hard. But,
I think that the only way to get through those experiences is to liberate some version of who you think you are and what your limitations are. Like you're forced to come to terms with that. And it's a challenge for sure, but that's, to me, that in essence is what psychedelics is all about, right? It's moving past your idea of who you think you are. And it's not because you're wrong. It's just like, it's limiting, right? And we need to limit reality in some way. Like we need to be able to function in day-to-day life. It's not as simple as good and bad, right and wrong. It's just like when we're too limited, when we're too rigid, when we're only seeing and thinking and doing things in one way, then there's going to be a lot of context where that's not helpful. And if we confuse that one reduced model for reality, we're not going to be able to do anything differently. We're going to be inflexible. We're going to be rigid. And so it's like it can be through pain, it can be through pleasure. Like I do a lot of work with Tantra as well. And it's sort of like two ends of the same spectrum. Like when you can get close to these extremes of pain and stay calm and stay in your center and sort of let go of your idea of what you think you need, then there's growth there. And it's the same thing on the other end of the spectrum with pleasure. You can get very, very close to like very intense pleasure, but staying calm, staying in your center, and you grow from that, right? And it's about, like, one way to think of it is expanding what they call the window of tolerance, right? It's an idea from Dr. Dan Siegel, and it's basically like the range of circumstances in which your nervous system will allow your brain to still function before you get into fight or flight mode, basically. And it's like most of us are living a life with chronic stress, basically, where we're not sleeping enough, we're eating all kinds of toxic chemicals in our food day to day. Life, politics, whatever, it's demanding, it's stressful. We're constantly bombarded by psychological stress, and we have very little physiological stress to help create a wider window of tolerance. And so for most of us, like, the window of tolerance is here. For most human beings, throughout 99% of our evolution, the tables were turned. Like, psychological stress happened, I don't know, once in a blue moon. Intense physiological stress was just our day-to-day. Go 2 days without eating, 3 days without eating. Then when you want to eat, you got to go run after the antelope and hunt it down. you know, and that's the context in which we evolved to, not just to survive, but to thrive. Like that's what our bodies need. Physiological stress, yes. Psychological stress, no. And now the tables are turned. And so in these intense practices, I think a lot of what we're doing when we do it well, rather than just traumatizing ourselves, when we do it well and we're creating a container around it and we're allowing ourselves to grow from the experience, is we're sort of retraining our nervous system. And through that retraining, our entire cognitive system, brain included, of like, what am I capable of enduring? What are the limits of myself? When do I have to react and fight? Or when can I still be present, aware, creative, and deal with things in a how to say this? Basically anything that isn't fight or flight mode, basically. And it's like the wider that window of tolerance is, the wider the range of experiences that we can engage in this way, like the better our chances are of living a good life, basically.
Would you tell yourself it's okay to have a rest? Because I know the score 3 MMA lessons a week is better than 2 in terms of injury.
Yeah.
Once you get going, right? And so how do you know? How do you? Because I'm terrible. I will fuck it up either way. I'll do too much, too little, and so how do you know when to take a break? And when to tell yourself to shut up, you got to do it.
Yeah. For me, it's about like each tool has its own sort of warning signs, right? So like it's not the same with, say, physical exercise and cold exposure, for example. Like cold exposure, I think, is a good example, because once you get past the sort of base level of conditioning, like you get a really big adrenaline boost when you go into the cold, and like you start craving it, you start wanting it. You get in there, you feel invincible, and it can be tempting to just push it further and further and further. And I personally, and a lot of people I know, have pushed it too far, right? Because you're on an adrenaline high, basically. And so like the tools there are different than, say, for me, physical exercise, when like you feel tired, right? It's a very different sensation. To me, it's about like, it's about going gradually, which can be a challenge. It can be a lot of fun to just go all in, but to go gradually and learning, like, when I feel this way in the moment, how am I going to feel when I'm done? How am I going to feel the next morning? Like, how is that going to affect me? And just increasing our literacy of like, it's interoception, right? My ability to discern my internal state and then translate into how will I feel afterward? How will I feel the next day? And like making that a conscious learning process of learning where my limits are. And to me, it's it's an ongoing process. And if you're only doing, say, MMA, for example, like that's one equation. But if you're adding into that some cold exposure, some heat exposure, some intermittent fasting, some psychedelics, right? That changes the equation again, right? And it's like, okay, so I can push a little bit further in the MMA. If I take an ice bath afterward and reduce the inflammation, then the next day I'm going to be fine. Okay, but if I get excited about the ice bath and instead of doing 2 minutes for recovery, I'm doing 10 minutes just because it feels great, then maybe I've pushed it too far and I'm actually putting too much stress on my body. And then, okay, so then maybe if I really want to do the long ice bath, but then I add a sauna afterward, right? There's no easy answer. To me, it's like looking at what are all the different variables. It's also, how are my relationships? How's my sleep? How's my diet? There's a lot of different factors. And for most of us, like very few of them are constant. They're all sort of in fluctuation one way or another. And so it's building the ability to like get a bigger and bigger picture, and look at like, okay, what are all the variables here influencing me, and how can I play with them in order to get the results that I want, So I know it's probably not a very satisfactory answer. Like it's love to be able to give a ABC, but it's complex.
Oh, it's impossible, isn't it? But you push yourself and you're doing great, and then you get injured or you get ill, and things kind of revert.
Yeah, and with the injury, I think is huge, because that to me is, especially the older we get, I think the difference between people who stay active and the people who don't is the people who find creative ways to work around injury, right? And if you only have one thing, like I am a runner or I am a fighter, I am whatever, depending on the injury you get, like it's going to be impossible to do that. So if your only response is I can't do my one thing, therefore I stop moving, like that's a downhill slope that gets increasingly steep the older we are. And so to me, like a concept that's useful to me is having like an ecology of practices, right? So it's a complementary practices where it can be fighting, it can be climbing, it can be running, it can be swimming, whatever it is, like all different ways of moving. It can be yoga, it can be just like mobility in my home and not sitting in a chair and squatting on the ground rather than sitting in a chair. There's a million ways to do it, but just rather than fixating on any one particular tool or any one particular practice, say like the greater goal is building my like full mind body connection, building my understanding of myself. And if MMA is working for me now, awesome. If I, break my shoulder or whatever and I can't do it for 6 months, fine. I'm going to find another way,
I mean, likewise, crap, I've forgotten what. It was likewise. When do you know when you're giving it too many shoulds? Because I was doing great, and I went off the rails with a total curveball thing. Yeah. And one of the treatments was, oh, you've got to stop doing this morning regime. And I felt so cheesy. And how do it quite depressed me and really put me off my stride for a long time. So how do you balance that?
Like when do all these practices become too much?
Yeah, when is it when are you not, when is it becoming a bit of too much heat, not enough light? Well, when is it kind of sort of bypassing almost in terms of you rigorously do the the drills and that kind of, oh, got to do this, got to do that, got to do this.
Yeah.
And, too much adding up, not enough time for other things, and that maybe the energy going to certain places where it shouldn't rather than where it should in a more embodied way, maybe.
Yeah. I think it's a really good question. It's a question that not enough of us are asking. We get people, like Andrew Huberman, this whole sort of impulse to like, we want to codify everything, get, you got 11 minutes per week of cold exposure and like, 22 minutes per day of sunlight. And like, there's a formula for everything. Right. And I think there's a place for that. It can be a good starting point. It can be a good way to sort of open the door to these practices. But ultimately, I think it's counterproductive, because when we approach it in that way, we're just like following the doctor's orders. It's not actually serving greater self-discovery. It's just jumping through more hoops. It's like if I jump through the heat hoop and the cold hoop and the intermittent fasting hoop, then I'll be able to jump through the work hoop even faster and even better and even higher. It's like, how many hoops do you want to jump through, right? What's the real goal here? And to me, it's like it's tricky sometimes, because it can be a lot of fun. Like these practices, once you get over the initial sort of resistance to discomfort, they're amazing. They give you tons of energy. Like you feel great. So it can be really tempting to want to just do more and more and more and more. And like, I definitely understand that. To me, the question I ask myself, connection with myself, or is it distracting me from that? And if it's about the numbers, if it's about performance, if it's about, I don't know, posting something on Instagram or whatever it is, like, then it's distancing me from myself, and I need to scale it back. When it's about like, am I building my relationship with my own internal processes? Am I increasing my ability to understand who I am and how I function? Great. Then keep at it. Yeah. And that's just a rubric that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, loads and loads and loads. I've got to I've got to do a webinar at 5 o'clock for someone.
Okay.
I've skived like lectures.
Are you still training MMA, Steve?
Do you know what? I did a month here in Exeter in a place called Lion's Den, of course. It didn't go as bad as I thought after like a year and a half out, 2 years. It could have been worse. I'm definitely getting too old for it, full stop, especially round here, like in London. You think, why is it bodyguards and firemen and yuppies? And because that's who lives in Islington, right? And whereas here they're all like 19 and complete fucking units. But at least you know, you don't, because it's a small, I mean, to be honest, they do really well to get like 20 people at an MMA class daily. And the trainer's really good, Dave Matthews. And if anyone's in Devon, and it's so because they're not, it's not like people turning up after a Conor McGregor fight and spazzing out. It's actually, you know, all right in terms of I don't worry about getting injured. I don't worry about someone trying to tear my neck off in what is basically a pain submission that they don't, you know, they don't realize, or you know, they just can't. They were one of the popular kids at school and they haven't had a fight ever. And like, anyway, sorry, I can't stand the fact that this, like, you know, slightly camp 50-year-old guy is all over them. You don't really get that in here. Anyway, let's go back to Jewish stuff and Colvin. I'm going to do my webinar for psychedelics today.
All right. Well,
and thank you very much, Eric. Cheers.
Yeah. Feel free to reach out if you want to continue the conversation.
I've actually got some people. Well, when I say I work with, I think they look after me more than I look after them. But they might be super interested. They're kind of ex forces doing something. You know, when I say reasonably similar, it's not not right. But thank you, mate. All the very best to you.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah,
likewise.
I'm still here. I got one more hour till 6 a.m. and then I'm gonna go to sleep. So, but
you're a trooper, man.
Yeah. It's been a long night for sure. I usually get a good like 3-hour nap from like 9 to midnight before I get on here, but I wasn't able to fall asleep this time. So yeah. But yeah, it's been great listening to you though, man. This has been a fun talk for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are you at now, you said?
Basque Country, northern Spain.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose my last name's Luna. It's the name is supposed to come from like that region. I think at one point they like passed some law where Jews that had been, you know, forced into exile were able to return to Spain if you had could prove your heritage, you know, lineage. Yeah. To go, you know, back to there. So I was told I could return to Spain if I wanted to. I never looked.
It's a nice place, man. It's a nice place. Sure. Do you have any kind of practices you do, like cold or heat or
no? I do still like train kung fu, but yeah, not just your basic like stretching and whatnot. And when I worked on fishing boats out on the Bering Sea, and so I would like only had like 5 minutes before I went to work that I would set aside to like stretch my body out for another 12-hour shift. And that's when I kind of like learned how to meditate and do yoga at the same time, like stretch, but have my mind in a place the same as if I were doing a sitting meditation. Yeah. And that was like kind of a breakthrough that also, you know, I was able to incorporate into psychedelic experience. And
and you find, were you able to do that while working as well?
You know, like I would try. Same thing with like if I was sitting in traffic, you know, try to see how long I could remain in that meditative state. But yeah, no, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I used to do a lot of tree work, like a tree surgeon, you know, and there can be like really physically demanding, psychologically as well. You know, once you're up there, the trees going back and forth, you got the chainsaw going.
Yeah.
But I find like, you know, it's to me the metaphor comes to mind. It's like, yeah, you go to the gym, you get strong, but then you want to be able to use your muscles in real life. You know, it's the same thing with like meditation or psychedelic journey. It's like, okay, you go there, it's a sort of a closed container. It's a place where it's easier. I'm going to build these skills, but then I've got to apply them. Right. And to me, like a lot of the work is, that sort of the mind body awareness, the emotional awareness, the psychological awareness, like how well can I integrate that into my day to day? You know, and it's a challenge for sure. It's like, you know, shit happens and work can be rough.
Right.
You know, but I think that's, to me, that's like the gold standard. You know,
Yeah.
if you can go about, you know, your fishing job while in like a meditative state of full presence, like that's it. You got it.
Well, that's when you know that like the meditation's working, right? When the practice is paying off is when it starts to leak into your regular life, for sure.
Yeah.
A little bit of that peace and serenity. The mind is a busy place, man. It's crazy how quickly it can just off on its own little thing, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it is 5 a.m. Who do we have on next? Does anyone know?
Do not know who's up.
We
got a few people who just joined.
Be me.
All right.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hi, Larry. Good morning.
Right. Hey, Rick, that was really very, very informative, very impressive. I really appreciate a lot of what you said. It's really nicely done. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Right.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being here, especially if you've been here through the night.
Yeah, I am.
So yeah, I'm sure it's been a long night. Some of you might even still be yesterday.
I'm off camera, but I'm still here.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate that, Rick. And I appreciate your comments as well. All right. So yeah, I am let me give it a start. I'm Larry Siegel. I am what's called a clinical sexologist. And it's an umbrella term for a certified sex therapist, certified sexuality educator. I'm a supervisor. I spend more of my days these days training other therapists and medical professionals, because one thing that most people don't really seem to know a whole lot about is sex and sexuality. I mean, it's kind of amazing. You know, you talk to medical doctors in particular, you know, OBGYNs, people who give birth, yet they don't have much understanding of how it got there. I spend too much time talking to urologists and gynecologists and say, you know, there's people attached to these genitals. I'm going to really deal with them as well. I often use the analogy that marriage and family therapists who don't talk about sex, they rather talk about communication. That's like a plumber who doesn't do toilets. Right? So, you know, it's just one of those things that I think we often take for granted. Right? Yet we know so little about it because right now, especially here in the States, it's so political. Right? And, you know, let me just put this out, especially for anybody that are parents. Right? This is just something that I do like to make people aware of. And this is data-based, not just my own opinion. But the more parents and schools and politicians are arguing over what is sex education, who should be teaching it, it's just not getting done. And I don't care where you're from, I don't care who you are, your kids are learning from porn. Right? That has become the #1 de facto educator, right, for all young people in general when it comes to sex and sexuality. And, you know, I just think that's one of those things that is inherently wrong. And there are very few things that I would refer to as right or wrong in that way, but I do, right, in that sense.
I agree, man.
Especially since, you know, again, you talk about what is natural, you talk about what we are born with, you talk about the essence of Judaism. Sexual pleasure is one of the few inherent things that we, and I will say, are blessed with, right? In terms of how we interact with each other, how we connect with ourselves, how we interact with our environment. And it really can be a beautiful space when we are connecting self, our sexuality, and when we add this other piece of entheogens, right, and psychedelics to it, right? There are far fewer, more beautiful places that we can generate and occupy. All right, so that's what I want to talk a little bit about today. Now, are you okay if I use some PowerPoints and put some slides up on the screen for you all to look at while I'm talking?
Yeah, no, please do. Are you able to screen share?
I will let you know in 1 second.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it appears the answer is yes.
Cool. Right on.
All right. Excellent. And let me just check this real quick. Okay. So, please, I would also ask if you would, because when I'm talking, I'm looking at the screen, and especially if I have slides up, I don't always see questions that are put in the chat. So if somebody does notice that there's something in there and I'm not addressing it, or if you do have a question, feel free to interrupt or put up your hand, and I'll be happy to go through it. All right. So here we are, sex and psychedelics, right? But looking through a Jewish lens. And, when you look at the history, even the short history of the use of these substances, and when we look at consciousness expanding, especially since it became a movement in the 1970s, not for nothing, but most of the people that seem to be in the front of that movement were Jewish. And I think it is a good question to ask why. Right? What is it about being Jewish that does seem to lend itself to looking at consciousness expansion? Right? And I think one of those things is the fact that, early Judaism was really based on even earlier shamanistic practices. Right? In fact, by the time we got this thing called religion, there are people who have been practicing a lot of these things, getting closer to the divine, right? Looking at the universe and our place in it. Long before there was even Judaism, long before there was anything that we would really refer to as religion. Okay? It's been argued that throughout the Old Testament, there have been a number of descriptions and incidents of people using these kinds of psychoactive substances. Right? And again, I cannot help wonder, when Moses saw the burning bush, was that a function of being on DMT? Right? Or ingesting some plant or some concoction with DMT? Right? In the 70s, when it was more of a smokable form, right? Before, I think, people in general discovered something like ayahuasca, which is really just more an ingestible form. A very common experience people had was they seemed to see things burning and on fire. Right? So for myself, even from a very young age, I had to wonder if there were not these psychoactive substances that really were behind a lot of these religious and spiritual inspirations people have had over the millennia. Now, I want to just say something really quick about some of the terminology, right? Because a lot of times we use these terms interchangeably. Right? And I think in some ways there are important distinctions, not in terms of how we classify any of these chemicals, but in terms of how we use them. and how they function. Right? So when people talk about hallucinogens, right, I mean, again, something that causes a hallucination. Right? That word hallucination has been really pathologized. Right? A hallucination clinically is a false sensory experience. Whether you're seeing something that's not there, hearing things that aren't there, feeling things that are not there. Very often people who are overdosing on amphetamines, for example, or cocaine, get the creepy crawlies, feeling like bugs crawling all over their body. Right? So these are considered false sensations. Yet, if we're using these substances in deliberate and intentional ways, these can ultimately be truths that are revealed, right? Rather than false sensory experiences. The term psychedelic, right, I think is often mischaracterized, right, as, you know, manifesting your mind or something along those lines. Psycho actually refers to mind. Psyche really refers to soul. So, you know, psyche, soul, and delic from the Greek word delios, these substances reveal the soul, connect to the soul, right? Just in terms of looking at the words. Right? There was a term that came up in the early 80s, I believe it was Ralph Metzner, who began to look at these substances and refer to them as empathogens, right? That they helped create and generate feelings of empathy and affection. Right? But a few years later, another person, Dave Nichols, decided, no, we shouldn't use those words because, you know, hey, the word pathos is in there, and that means illness and disease, and we don't want it, you know, pathogen, something that causes illness. We don't want to have that connotation associated with these substances or that term. So came up with the term entactogens, right, which translates into getting in touch with yourself. I'm sure many of you know that it was in really the late 70s, something like 79 or so, where we then started to hear that word entheogens, right, which are basically substances that allow us to have more spiritual experiences, right? Right? Connecting with divinity, you know, as it were. Right? And again, we're talking about this here, you know, through the grace of the Entheo Society, right? Looking at these entheogenic experiences. Again, more clinically, we can also see the word adaptogens, right, which are the substances that help sort of reconfigure our mental physical balance, restore what's called homeostasis, that sort of natural state of equilibrium that all living and physiological systems seek to maintain. Right? A lot of people use the word balance for equilibrium, but it can be, right? It just means steady state. And I often say that we can use that word balance as long as we know that this is also balance. This is also balance. Balance doesn't mean everything being equal. Right? It just refers to that natural state our systems prefer to be in. Okay? And these days, I decided to throw this in as well. We probably should be aware of this term nootropics, because it seems, you know, and Eric, I believe you made a comment about, you know, we don't really live in a world right now where people can sustain themselves completely, you know, through just simple hunter and gathering type of approaches. And by the same token, it's difficult for a lot of people to sustain themselves completely simply through their food and lifestyle. So, you know, unfortunately, part of our world is supplements and adding things to what we're doing. And these nootropics are basically mostly synthetic or semi-synthetic drugs or compounds that are used to enhance cognitive performance. Right? So I'm bringing these terms up for a couple of reasons. One of them is just to sort of be familiar with them, right? But to really speak to the idea, because I'll revisit some of these, right, in the next several minutes. It's not about drug classifications or how what we're doing. It's really about kind of the function. It's sort of part of the intent of using a lot of these, again, so-called psychedelic substances. Sometimes we want to use them for more empathogenic reasons. Sometimes we want to use them for more entheogenic reasons. So again, these are classifications not of the drugs themselves, but of really, I think, their applications and functions. Now, again, these next couple of slides, I don't want to bore you with the chemistry and going into the sort of pharmacological minutia. What I just really want to offer you with these next couple of slides is just a sense of how many of these substances we have that we've identified, how many options there are, right? Different types of psychedelics. Right? There are the ones that'll affect what we call serotonin systems. And don't let anybody tell you that they understand what that means. You know, the entire psychiatric industry seems to be based primarily on these SSRI medications, and they'll tell you they work by, you know, increasing levels of serotonin. Right? I would recommend when somebody talks to you about serotonin, just ask them a very simple question. Which one? Right? Because the key in all of this neurochemistry is not the chemical. It's the particular receptors for those chemicals that get triggered. There are probably close to 30 identified serotonin receptors, and they can have very, very different effects from each other when they are stimulated. So again, when we look at some of these types of substances, these are all things that we can use for empathogenic, entheogenic purposes. Right? Some of these in particular, right, we'll be looking at, or at least mentioning, DMT, dimethyltryptamine. Right? It always, again, makes me go, when I look at some of these chemicals that are illegal, yet they're found in your own brain. How can a chemical be illegal if it's naturally produced? And it is also worth asking the question, with all of these different types of substances that are out there, if we're not supposed to be using them, if they don't have real benefit for us, why do we already have receptor systems? Why do we already have systems to metabolize these chemicals? We're already prepared to use these chemicals when it comes to our neurochemical and neurological wiring. You know, there's a basic principle in pharmacology. A drug can only have an effect if it has a place to go. And that means a receptor that can unlock and trigger a response in the brain or the body. So why do we have all these receptors already there? Right? That's, I think, becomes an important question. And again, not to go into the neuroscience, not to go into any of the brain functioning or brain chemistry, but I just, from a graphic perspective, right, we look at the impact of these substances on virtually every major area of primary brain function. The areas that control all of our cognitive functions, our thinking, feeling, perception, understanding of the world. The areas that control our sensory motor functions, right? How we take in information and respond to every trigger or stimuli that we have. Our default mode network, that's a term a lot of people haven't heard, right? When we're not actively doing something, when our attention is not focused on anything in particular, when we're kind of at rest, that's when we're in default mode. That's our equilibrium. Right? You know, that relates to that idea that I'm sure many of you have heard, right? We're not human beings, we're human doings. Right? We spend so much time having to do things and being productive that we don't spend enough time in that sort of resting, homeostatic, default mode that our brain absolutely needs to be in. Right? Again, Eric, just to you go by what I heard and something that you mentioned and what you were saying. You know, being active and pushing and using these systems, as important as that is, as vital as that is, rest is equally important. And that's what a lot of this default sort of brain function mode is all about. It's just as necessary as any type of action. All right. Now, again, this is not something I'm going to be spending any time talking about. I'm sure you've heard people who are already talking about this stuff, but we know there is a lot of clinical research. There's a lot of funding that has started to happen in looking at some of the ways we can use psychedelics and entheogens clinically, right? From depression to treating schizophrenia, smoking cessation, substance abuse, and what people call addiction, right? I don't really use that term. You know, it's kind of maladaptive coping behavior, but I don't really use that term addiction. And I think it's kind of overused. How we can manage anxiety, right? Psilocybin has been used in a number of areas, as well as MDMA, in terms of treating anxiety disorders and trauma in particular, right? PTSD. So we're actually seeing a lot of funding starting to go into this research. We're seeing, you know, everybody I'm sure is familiar with MAPS, but when we look at some of the major universities and research institutions around the world, most people are kind of getting in on this. Right? Again, nothing new. You know, a lot of these things have been done before. Right? You forget that a lot of these things were legal long before they were illegal. Right? And the history of their being illegal is a whole lot shorter. Right? It's much more recent. That was a political and, to be honest with you, in part had a racist element to it, why so many of these substances are illegal, including cannabis. And by the way, I do include cannabis. You know, when I do speak specifically about these kinds of things, I'm just not really making that part of the focus for today. Right? But again, the mood and mind altering, and in particular, perceptual impact that these chemicals can have, right? And I don't think anybody here would argue with the point that they can be life-changing. They can literally alter one's perception of their world. And sometimes that, from a clinical perspective, is the clinical goal. That is a necessity. You know, that depersonalization that's often talked about as a negative side effect for people. Sometimes we need to disconnect from that ego. We make way too much. Right? We have an almost obsessive connection to our sense of self that can get into the way. And then there's the beautiful aspect of the brain that also gets mischaracterized. This neuroplasticity. The fact that our nervous system, right, these neuronal connections, particularly in the brain, can rewire themselves. Right? We can see that especially with things like trauma, that people get into these sort of behavioral, neurobehavioral brain patterns and neurological patterns and think that they're stuck. Right? That's one of the problems with the addiction industry. Right? It's kind of ironic about how rigid they are when they talk about plasticity. Right? If somebody has developed these neural pathways, right, that sort of really help get these behaviors embedded, doesn't mean they're stuck for life. You can form new pathways. And that's one of the great benefits of psychedelics and entheogens and adaptogens, and that's really that adaptogenic kind of function right there. What I'm really leading up to, right, is when we talk about some of the core aspects of what we call consciousness. Right? It's both an external and internal awareness. Right? Yes, and again, Eric, previously, you were talking about some of the arousal factors that we need. Right? We have this balance. We need this balance of activity and wakefulness, and even maybe growing and pushing those activity levels. But we also need that rest. Right? As much as we need to be connected to the external world, we also need to be connected to the internal world as well. And when we look at what we call consciousness, right, which are just states of awareness, a lot of it is based on how we are identifying not just things, but our own experiences, what they are. And we never really do what they are without following that up with, what is it? What does it mean? So this is a real major area in terms of how we use a lot of these substances. Now, I also want to put in a qualifier right here. Okay? There's been a tendency, especially with drugs like MDMA, 2CB, to refer to them as kind of like love drugs. When I'm talking about these substances having pro-sexual effects, that's not meaning that they make you love. Right? There's a big difference between a pro-sexual drug, one that can enhance sexual functioning, versus a quote love drug. Okay? And psychedelic drugs are not inherently hedonic. They don't automatically make you feel pleasure. All of this is related to the individual, the type of drug we're talking about, and the dosage. Okay? So especially valuable, right? And there's no established research on this, but there's a lot of clinical discussion and anecdotal evidence to show that when we talk about reducing some of the impacts of sexual trauma, that's when that loss of ego, that depersonalization, can be a really valuable tool. MDMA, ketamine, 2CB can really help people move through a lot of their traumatic experiences and the way they process them in their body, helping to increase that empathy. There's that empathogenic, but also have that adaptogenic aspect to it. Now, another thing that I want to put out there, right? I do put it out there as just sort of cautionary guidance, and I know some people might get triggered by that. But unless, right, a part of where I come from in some of this is, unless you are really, really experienced in the use of these substances, unless you really know how to kind of ride that wave, I don't necessarily recommend what we call synchronous use. Okay? In other words, having the experience of sexual activity or even being touched while you are under the influence of the drug. I think for most people, that's something they have to learn, because it can quickly backfire if it's not done properly. It can trigger what we call negative arousal patterns, It may produce abreactions or a reliving of the traumatic experience. And if the person doesn't know how to process that, that can be damaging. Right? So there really is something we have to learn in order to be able to use these. Now, one example of the synchronous use, especially when it comes to sexual trauma, where there are body issues, right? Where they can be triggered into this potentially psychotic response. Helping them reconnect and reintegrate their experience of sensation. Light touches, right? Air puffs, sound. I'll in fact, use this example of ASMR. I'm sure some of you are familiar with that. Right? That could be very valuable, right, in helping people rewire these responses. When we look at the sexual response that most of our bodies go through, there are these different aspects, right? We go through this first, very often starts with desire, but it doesn't have to. But it does involve some type of arousal. And then for most people, ultimately leading to orgasm, which it doesn't have to. Orgasm should be a wonderful experience or even side effect, not the goal of what we're doing with sexual activity. But if we're using, right, some of these psychedelics as empathogens, we can help increase things like intimacy and emotional connection, both with ourselves and with our partner. Again, this ASMR, right, autonomous sensory meridian response, right, that can be used as a type of intentional synesthesia. Synesthesia is also looked at as a pathology, but we can trigger this intentionally, right? The crossing over of sensory experiences, touching, producing colors or vibrations, hearing colors, hearing sensations, tasty words, right? Colorful sounds. Those can be wonderful in helping to rewire this sexual response and this connection that people have to their own bodies. Right? And again, in terms of reducing anxiety and treating traumas and things like that. And this is where MDMA, right, as well as 2CB, right? Shulgin, when he first created these drugs, that was one of the first applications that he began to use it for. Even something like LSD in microdoses has been shown to help be very pro-sexual, help people reconnect to that aspect of themselves. But there's a lot that has to go into that. I'm sure many of you or most of you are familiar with the principles of set and setting. Right? That has to be in a way that really helps enhance the experience as opposed to trigger other influences. Intention and planning has to be a part of this. Right? Especially for novices, this is not something that you just do on the spot. Right? There should be deliberate thinking and planning that goes into it. And above all, consent. Right? You don't give this to somebody who's not planning on it. And this is where dosage does matter, why understanding what you're doing does make a difference. So sensate focus, how we allow ourselves to experience sensations. Again, we do to our partner, but don't really know how to receive sexual and erotic pleasure ourselves. It can be an integral part of helping people have better orgasms or have orgasms at all. Right? That RE treatment, we found that this can be very valuable in treating what in sexology we refer to as rapid ejaculation. People still refer to it as premature ejaculation, don't really like that term. Right? And then, of course, this is a diagnostic category as well, female orgasm and arousal disorders. And to me, one of the most important outcomes is to help increase our ability to fantasize, because so much of our sexual abilities is based on the internal workings, sexy thoughts, our ability to fantasize. Right? People rely too much on outside images. Let's get back into what's going on in our head. That's one of the most powerful sexual tools we have. All right, bringing this toward again, its conclusion here. You know, why is this important for Judaism? Well, in Judaism, sex is a mitzvah. Right? It's both a blessing and a commandment. The only religion that I certainly know of where sex and pleasing your partner is considered an obligation. Right? Now, of course, it's not without limits, and there are boundaries. Most of it is really about heterosexual and specifically penile vaginal intercourse. Right? But I think that, again, retaining our Jewishness in a modern world can allow us to move beyond that. Right? Because the original idea, we don't believe in original sin, but the original idea of sin was not a moral judgment. It was about selfishness. And that's one of the reasons why sexually pleasuring your partner, particularly a husband pleasuring his wife, that's a mandate. Right? As I'm sure most of you know, that mandate of how often a husband should pleasure his wife is based on what he does for a living. And what he does for a living determines how often he's home. If he's a sailor, he's expected to be out to sea for 6 months at a time, so he's got to pleasure his wife every 6 months. But if he lives a life of leisure, or he's a merchant, has a shop in town, and he's home every night. Okay? And there's kind of the obligation that goes both ways, but it's really more about pleasing the woman, because it's about really having these strong, erotically bonded relationships. Right? And of course, it has to be consensual. Right? And again, I think, when, as part of a different discussion, we can look at why there was a heterosexual focus on all of this. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, marriage is really about guaranteeing paternity. Right? And originally it was really about ownership, but it was also about not understanding reproduction. Right? Women being together, for example, was not really so much of a problem. If a woman wanted to pleasure a man anally, that really wasn't a problem. But any type of intercourse with a penis going in anything other than a vagina, that was a problem. And I really think it had more to do with not understanding reproduction. Right? There's this idea that reproduction, the seed of the man gets transferred into a woman's body. And there are some writings in a lot of old Jewish literature that sort of are similar to the Greek homunculus theory. So it's almost like transferring the actual child into a woman's body. She's an incubator. So the spilling of the seed, right, or depositing it anywhere other than where it should grow, was pretty much prohibited. But if we can get beyond that, right, and again, like I said, a lot of application of Judaism in modern times, if we get past these basic misunderstandings and misconceptions, right, pun intended, we can really more easily accept broader views of types of sexual relationships, types of sexual activities, including solo sex, which is really important in learning this inner experience, especially when we're combining it with some of these psychedelic and entheogenic substances. It really starts from the inside and moves out. Right? But there's a lot that we can do from the outside in. Right? So there's a lot that sexual pleasure and entheogens have in common. Right? They're both very, very valuable tools, right, for both individual and relational health and well-being. It's also important to remember that just because you do this stuff doesn't mean you're a good person.
Right.
They can provide good experiences for you, but they're not going to create good relationships. They're not going to make you a good person. Right? Like anything else, they're a tool, and it all depends on how we're using the tool, who's using the tool. Right? That really gives it value. Right? And as I said, both sexual pleasure and these substances can both individually be entheogenic, and together can take us to levels that we may not even be able to imagine, right? In a really good way, right? And not just with our relationships, but sexual well-being, right? Connecting to our own erotic pleasure, just like these entheogenic substances can enhance every aspect of our life. And I think and also in a particular context of Judaism, these substances, as well as reconnecting to our erotic selves, can also be really useful and valuable in dealing with what a lot of us may not even acknowledge. Right. And, you know, Jews often experience, there's a kind of generational trauma that often comes along with being Jewish. Right. So we can use both of these tools, right? The erotic pleasure, these psychedelic or entheogenic substances, to really improve every aspect of our life, including the Jewish aspect of it. Right. Now, again, a lot of rabbis aren't really on board with it, but I would really suggest that people start having these conversations with their rabbis. Teach your rabbis, teach your religious or spiritual leaders how they can help you be the best you can be. Okay? And again, with that, I thank you. Right? Obviously, this is a conversation that we can have for days.
Yeah,
and there's so many levels and aspects of this. And let me just throw that on there as well. If anybody ever wants to connect and pursue this a little bit further, I'd be happy to talk to you. Right, and it's my email. You can call or text me. I'm in Florida. All right, so thank you all very much. I really appreciate your listening and participating in all of this.
No, that was fantastic.
And, we just check the chat real quick. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for putting that together. The artwork that you picked out was amazing. Like that was really cool.
Yeah, it's one of the things I always have fun doing.
Yeah.
Again, all of it.
So I'm kind of a solo tripper. Like I haven't had the like group experience yet, or like worked with a guide where I'm like in a room with other people, and so I'm used to having that like divine experience when I'm by myself, except for like the times where I would eat mushrooms with my girlfriend and then like have that like tantric moment, you know what I mean, was just a completely different way of having that mystical experience. And like I'd read about tantric stuff and the Kama Sutra, and I'd heard about it, but like until you experience it, it's just like you know what I mean, it's like when you're there. So it's anyways, it was amazing.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that's another thing that's very often mischaracterized. The Kama Sutra in particular. Western people kind of look at it as a sex manual, but no, it was part of these sutras, right, that were inherent to basically Hinduism / Buddhism, right? There's that they were based on each other's that crossover. These were about spiritual growth. These were about getting closer to the divine and higher consciousness. And it's not really about the sex. Right? It's about the erotic connections, the elevating aspect of our eroticism. Right? Before most Western, especially Abrahamic religions, this is how people reached divinity. This was considered an important aspect of it. Right? And Rick, when you talk about having these experiences with your girlfriend, again, unless people have experience, and like I said before, riding that wave, I usually, especially for beginners, wouldn't recommend trying to have sex on mushrooms or MDMA, because it very often won't happen. Right? When we talk about arousal, but connection, that's really what can be
right
to so many other levels. I mean, you can come out of an experience, again, I'm not assuming you did, but just as using that as a kind of a jumping off point. We can have these experiences with our partner that we come out of it and say, this was the greatest sexual experience I've ever had. And it never had anything to do with intercourse or erections or wetness or penetration or any of those things that we associated with sex. But it's that erotic, spiritual kind of experience.
Right. Yeah, no, the orgasms seem like longer and more intense.
Yeah.
Like by a lot.
Yeah.
That's what does it, huh? That extra little bit of magic.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of ways that we can look at that, because that's also, when I talk to people about, adding cannabis into the mix, that's usually what most people experience as well. And some people will actually use this as a defense or an argument. Say, well, it's not that it really did last longer or it really did get stronger. It's just because you were in that altered state, you were in that other level of consciousness. It just seemed like that. And my response to that is, so the fuck what?
Yeah.
I mean, if that was the experience, that's what matters. Right. And that speaks to, in a sense, this erotic, again, just almost divinity. It's that divine now, that eternal moment. I don't care if the clock said that was 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It seemed like forever.
Right.
And what's more important, right? What the clock says or what our own experience is. That's really the benefit. How we get to change our relationship with these kinds of these parts of ourselves, our erotic nature. Right? And if it's beneficial, if it's allowing you to grow and strengthen your connection with yourself and your partner,
yeah,
what else matters?
Right. What made you decide to get into this field right here?
My experience, my professional experiences were really a series of what I would call happy accidents, what some people would call divine interventions. I first started as basically doing drug and brain research.
Right.
And that was even, in college and when I was younger, my own, experiences with consciousness altering and places that I can go in my mind. That, I call myself an experiential pharmacologist. But I started doing drug and brain research. And unfortunately, after a couple of years of doing that, I started to get really allergic to rats.
Oh, yeah.
And at about that same time, I was already looking at what are the neurochemical bases, the neuropharmacology of sexual response. And that's when I kind of had to get out of the lab and find something else. And then I was very fortunate to just, again, universe aligned. I ended up meeting somebody who told me about a grant, and it ultimately became the first male sexuality educator
Yeah.
in the state with Planned Parenthood. And then when that happened, because I also had a clinical path that I was in grad school, and I had a friend of mine at that time that started her first clinical practice and invited me in. Right. So it all just, again, like a snowball rolling down a hill.
Wait, what happened with the rats? How did the rat allergy?
Well, again, drug and brain research, a lot of that kind of research uses animals, and I would only use rats.
I see.
That I did. So yeah, when you're exposed to things, you can either become more resistant to them or more sensitive, and I became more sensitive. So, the short answer to how did I end up in this field? Rats.
Rats.
Rats drove me here. But it was just really just an evolution over the last almost 40 years. Right? And always had the interest in psychedelics and what they can do. And again, from a very young age, a fan of Aldous Huxley's not just book, but the whole concept of the doors of perception.
Yeah.
All right. So it was just an evolution and a confluence of different interests and things that seemed to just come together.
That's awesome, man. It's been a great story. Is there anyone else that has any questions? Anything to add to it? Anyone still up?
Yeah, wow. I know boy, do I have a lot of respect for those of you who are here.
There's some people coming in and out, but I'm not sure. Oh, look, we got Deb.
Hey, Grateful Deb.
Hey, that was great. Really enjoyed that.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I think you probably, well, you might not know this. A lot of people don't know this, but my husband of 20 years passed away last year. He transitioned from his body, and now you gave me great reasons to find another Jewish guy. That's all I can say. I mean, I got to tell him he's got to follow the law.
That's right. That's the law.
Right. I'm a big believer of the universal laws. I'm a big believer of set and setting, like the Grateful Dead set list and the setting. It's really important. So I really enjoyed it very much. Thank you. Hope you'll stay for mine, which is following yours.
Oh, I sure will. I really appreciate that. Right. And and I know I caught a little bit yesterday. I think Kathy, that's all I seem to remember. And I think it's important for a lot of people that, even though that part of Judaism, part of Jewish law, right, is that sexual pleasure, unfortunately, we know that just because there are rules, people don't always follow them. And, this sort of unspoken thing among a lot of more Orthodox communities, among Hasidim, there is a lot of abuse, right? And also sexual abuse, right? So and again, I think it's important to sort of reconnect with that Jewish mandate of shared sexual pleasure. That's also part of the mandate. It's got to be consensual.
And we have to look at the shame that we carry from all kinds of things.
Right.
Bodies, not even sex, just before you even get there, your body.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the reasons why I think that sort of depersonalization or that sense of ego detachment is such a valuable tool for a lot of these substances, because sometimes we need to do that so that we can reprogram it, because that's the source of so much of our shame, right? the shame about our bodies. I don't have the perfect body. I don't have the body I think I should have. The shame of our experiences, the shame of, what we've gone through. I mean, it's amazing how much shame people carry around, even if they're not even aware of it. Right? So that detachment and that reconfiguration can be so important.
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't know what's happening with my computer here. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Wonder who we have on next. Does anyone know?
I think it is I.
I think it's.
Oh, really?
I believe it is. I mean, my time zone thing could be a little bit different. I thought that Penny was coming on before me, but
Oh, yeah, no, he was on a couple hours ago.
so my schedule that I've received might not be accurate. So
no, but if you wanted to kick it off a couple minutes early, Larry, that was awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all of you.
Yeah, right on. All right, Deb, you want to take it away?
well, this is kind of unusual for me to be early for much. Most people know that I'm not that early. I kind of modeled my life after the Grateful Dead. I call everybody to be there at 7 o'clock, and I get there like I don't know, 7:20 or something. Well, I get there at 7, but I'm talking to everybody, and then I'm kind of ready to go do my thing at 7:20. I've always approached life from the place of fun. And that's what I'm here. Really, I know that's why I am on this planet at this time. I came here to have fun and create fun, help other people to have more fun. And I also know that one of the ways that we have a lot of fun is by doing what we love, letting go of ideas that we have that don't fit us anymore. Just like those sneakers that you wore when you were in 7th grade, you don't keep them around anymore, right? But somehow we think we're supposed to drag all this stuff with us from our past, and we're supposed to make sense out of it and apply it. And the thing is, there are many great things to learn from mistakes that we've made, and we don't have to stay stuck in there just because we have this pattern of doing it. And the topic that I'm bringing here today is let my people go. And why I say that is this has been a real personal place of growth for me. During all these years, I've been in the psychedelic world for more than 40 years. It's really almost 45 years that I've been in the psychedelic world. And but what brought me back to psychedelics was a breast cancer diagnosis in 2011. And of course, I went through a whole thing where I was just completely shocked. How did that happen to me? I'm organic eater. I think good thoughts. I do all the right things. Blah, blah, blah. I had a whole thing, which actually just made me feel a lot worse. And what I didn't know was that my thoughts really mattered, and that every single protest that I had ever been to, and listen, I was a big protester. I really grew to respect the radicals of the 60s. Of course, they were Jewish, right? Abby Hoffman, Jerry Rubin, Bernadette Bernardine Dohrn. All of those folks were Jewish. The Weathermen, just those were inspirational to me. And before that, of course, were the freedom fighters that I heard about when I was in Hebrew school. And always those were inspirational to me. I always thought, wow, that would be like the greatest thing to grow up and just like change everything and do it in a revolutionary way. I really believed that. I really believed that the fight was really important. And what I've come to see through my breast cancer experience is that the fight really isn't important. And if that just deflated you, I want you to just really take a look. Just sit there for a second, ask yourself, is there something you're fighting right now? And then notice what it's doing to you. So let's just sit here for just a couple of moments. Are you fighting with the person? Are you fighting with a belief? Are you fighting with a political group? Are you fighting with the image you have of yourself? Or are you fighting with someone you love? Because they're the easiest person to fight with. Or are you fighting with people that you already can't stand? That's another real easy one. Are you fighting to go to your job every day? You know, ask yourself really, what are you fighting? And are you fighting your weight? Are you fighting your habits? Are you fighting drinking, eating the food that you don't think you should be eating, using drugs that you don't think you should be using anymore? Are you what are you fighting? And notice where you feel that. Notice how that feels. And notice where it is. So go to all those places you've just been fighting. Let me know where they are. And I'd love for somebody to tell me in the chat where you think that is. Where do you feel it in your body? And if you don't feel it in your body, let's breathe in through your nose. It's going to bring you back to your nervous system, and go for that place in your body. And if you can't feel it in your body, well, now you just have a new awareness, which is you and your body are separated, and it's time to bring them back together, right? So would somebody like to tell me where you feel that in your body? I'd love you to jump in a chat with me. Okay, GI system, says Larry. Okay, and like initially, and that's a great answer. Initially, so when you feel that, according to like all of what we really know about our chakras and all those things, fighting being tired. Okay, yeah, that's a really good one. People to just keep pushing, keep going, work a lot, and then try to fix everything around them. Stomach and heart. Good answer. Drop down from your heart and feel it really in your stomach. You feel it kind of like third chakra, second chakra. It doesn't feel good. This is the same feeling that happens when you say, I'll figure it out. So notice if one of your expressions is, I'll figure it out, notice how that feels next time. I'll figure it out. Ouch, something to do. Uh-oh, I already feel like a human doing. I want to leave that one behind. Or like, like the reverse Nike, right? Just don't do it. Just don't do it anymore. And we notice how we've been in this mindset for a really long time. So for me, when I journeyed, I don't think I was aware of how much my resistance, identifying with resistance, really was holding me back. Because if we're resisting, then we're in the way of something. And we have this great idea. I mean, this Jewish resistance idea is really old. And I remember, I'm just going to link this up here with the trauma that we've had over lifetimes, generations, your own lifetime story, whatever life you've lived where you might have experienced a difficulty and trauma. And I know I have a story for you, and that one's coming, about my Hopkins experience. So, and a lot of people have heard this, but I never get tired of telling it. And I'll tell you why I never get tired of telling it. Never get tired of telling it because not everybody's lucky enough to get into a study. And one of those things about getting into a study is you have to be a certain demographic. We know this, right? So you have to be a certain age, you have to have a certain medical history, you have to have a certain familial medical history. All kinds of things have to add up. You have to do physiological tests along the way, EKGs, all kinds of stuff. And you can get like cast out of this study really at any part of that journey. So we know that as I've thought about this, I decided that someone with a life-threatening illness or end-of-life diagnosis should have the same access that I had to a psychedelic. Now, we also know I had a whole Grateful Dead community where there's lots of access to psychedelics, but at the time, that I had my diagnosis. I wasn't going to any shows. I wasn't connecting with anybody, obtaining any kind of psychedelic, LSD, mushrooms, any of that was just really not easy for me. I couldn't do it. So I had to get in that Hopkins study, and I got in. But you know what? I wondered, and it was a study for depression with a diagnosis. And what I did was I wondered, am I going to be depressed enough to get in this study? What if I'm too depressed to get in this study? How am I going to know? And I went through all of that, this whole circle in my head about, you know, I got to get in this study. And I knew I really had to get in. Well, after going there and filling out the form, which I could barely hold a pencil at the time, chemo had just been so awful for me. I checked those little boxes. I had hours and hours of those surveys to do. I couldn't even think. I had really bad chemo brain. I could barely finish a sentence. Things were not good. This is about 2012. And what I did was, you know, when I qualified for this, I was really, really happy. And what happened was I got into the study and I was so blessed. I had Mary Casamano was my guide. Marilyn Clark was my other guide. I sat with Roland and Matt, and I met Albert, and I really loved all the help that Hopkins had given me. But my first journey at Hopkins was a placebo, and I didn't trip. Now, I knew I didn't trip because I've been a tripper. So right away, I knew that this was going to be a long 6 hours. I was going to be sitting there. The benefit is I'm sitting with Mary Casamano, which was great. I could sit with Mary forever. But and that was really great for my victimhood story, because, and I didn't know that at the time. At the time, I was so angry about it, and all I could think of was, you know, I might not even make it to the next journey, because they would give you two. And the thing was, the first out of the gate was either going to be a big trip or it was going to be a placebo. And you would know, of course. But the second one, if you didn't trip the first time, you would absolutely get a psychedelic. So anyway, telling that story because I punished myself then. That was just like more punishing myself. I was so good at punishing myself. And what I learned about everything I know about the way I was trained from the beginning was to keep wanting to do better and to want to change the world, to want to fix things in the world. And what I didn't understand was I was approaching that from a way where I was constantly falling short, right? The world, I was going to all these protests, but the world wasn't changing. I mean, and if protests were really the way to do it, right? Or psychedelics, we'd be good by now, right? Because we know there's been lots of psychedelics since the 50s. The world would be a great place, right? Remember, give everybody a psychedelic, the world's going to get better. Or the other thing, which is, you know, just keep going to those protests, put on that pussy hat and go stand there in 30 degrees in Washington, D.C. That's going to change the world. So it gave me a lot to think about. And I had lots of years of protesting. I went to the No Nukes rallies. I you know, all of these things. I mean, I saw, you know, I can't even tell you some of the most. I was tear gassed at Kent State. Okay, so when I went to protest building the gym on top of where the students were murdered that day by the National Guard. So I've had a lot of experience with this. I even dressed up my child to go with me to go see the Code Pink people who were gathered when there were protests against the Gulf War. So I went there, took my daughter, and one day I was looking through a magazine or a book or something. I was teaching. This is when I was teaching high school, and I had been a body worker, massage therapist, minister, went to acupuncture school. All of these were part of who I was. I was a death doula, only we didn't call it a death doula from back then, but I was all of those things and more. And I really didn't notice really how I was looking at all this until I saw a picture of a little kid whose parents were in the KKK. And this little kid had a little white hood on. And I thought to myself, oh my goodness,